Chapter 1. Below Ground. Alex Archer woke to the sound of recycled air moving through deteriorating ventilation ducts, a rhythmic wheeze that had become the settlement's breathing. 300 meters of rock separated her from the surface of New Svalbard, from the poisoned sky and the things that owned it now. Down here, the air smelled like everyone else's exhalations, like machine oil and hydroponics nutrients, like 8 years of 74 people living in spaces designed for half that number. She lay still in the darkness, counting the sounds. The vent wheeze. Someone coughing 3 compartments over. Martinez, probably, his lungs never fully recovered from the chemical burns. Water moving through pipes in the walls. That constant gurgle that meant Kai had gotten the level 2 recycler working again. And beneath it all, so familiar she barely noticed anymore. The low hum of the geothermal taps that kept them alive. Ash stirred at the foot of her bunk, a warm weight across her legs. The black shepherd lifted his head, ears pricked, waiting. "All right," Alex murmured. "I'm up." She sat up carefully in the narrow space, 5 feet of vertical clearance between her bunk and the one above, which had been empty since Corporal Davies died of infection 4 months ago. They hadn't reassigned it. The settlement had stopped growing in any direction except older. Alex's fingers found her clothes in the practiced darkness. Yesterday's tactical pants, still creased with dried mud from the last surface run. A thermal shirt that had belonged to someone else once. Her boots, worn soft in places that would have gotten her yelled at during basic training. Back when there was such a thing as basic training. Back when there was a colonial defense force instead of 15 exhausted veterans and a bunch of civilians with rifles. She dressed in the dark because power meant survival, and survival meant rationing. Every lumen, every joule, every milliliter counted in a ledger that Dr. Voss maintained with the precision of a woman who knew exactly how many ways they could die. Ash dropped from the bunk with a soft thump, shook himself, and pressed against her leg. Alex's hand found the familiar shape of his head, fingers working through the thick fur behind his ears. He leaned into the touch, and for a moment the cramped quarters, the stale air, the weight of 300 meters of stone overhead, all of it receded. "Good boy," she whispered. "Let's get you fed." The corridor outside her compartment was a converted mining tunnel, bare rock walls sprayed with sealant that had started flaking years ago. Emergency lighting strips created pools of dim amber every 10 meters. Alex moved through them with the unconscious navigation of long practice, Ash's nails clicking on the composite flooring beside her. She passed 6 other quarters, all occupied, heard Steven snoring, heard the Nakamura couple's muffled conversation in Japanese, heard silence from Yuki's compartment that probably meant the communications tech was already awake and working. Yuki kept strange hours, chasing ghosts and dead frequencies. The corridor opened into what they called the Commons, a wider section of tunnel where the mining company had installed a break room for workers who'd never returned to use it. 30 people could fit if they liked each other. 74 had learned to tolerate the proximity. The breakfast shift was already gathering. Alex joined the line at the dispensary window, where Rodriguez managed rations with the efficiency of a supply sergeant and the cynicism of a man who'd watched his stockpile shrink for 8 years. "Archer," he grunted, not looking up from his tablet. "You and the mutt. Standard protein, double water. You're on the rotation for upper tunnel maintenance at 1400 hours. Acknowledged." Alex accepted 2 sealed meal packs, one marked human/standard and one dog/working. The second pack was smaller than it used to be. They'd reduced Ash's rations twice in the past year. He'd gotten leaner, more efficient, like everything else down here. She found space at one of the long tables, Ash settling at her feet with the patience of a creature who understood scarcity. Around her, the morning shift assembled. Miners who now maintained the settlement's failing infrastructure, scientists who'd become hydroponics technicians, soldiers who'd become scavengers. "Mind if I join?" Alex looked up to find Yuki Tanaka balancing a meal pack in a battered thermos, her black hair pulled into a messy bun that suggested she'd been awake for a while. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, but she smiled anyway. That unfailing optimism that made her either the settlement's heart or its most delusional member, depending on who you asked. It's a free table, Alex said. Yuki sat, unsealing her meal pack with practiced efficiency. Free-ish. Everything's rationed except misery and recycled air. She took a sip from her thermos, made a face. This is the third time I've cycled these coffee grounds. I think it's officially just brown water now. Could be worse. That's what I tell myself. Yuki picked at her breakfast. Protein paste fortified with vitamins, texturally somewhere between pudding and paste. You hear about the level 3 recycler? Heard it's working. For now. Kai pulled a 48-hour shift to get it functional. He's running on stims in spite at this point. Yuki lowered her voice. Voss is worried. She tried to bench him, but you know Kai. Alex knew. Kai Okonkwo worked the way some people breathed, constantly, automatically, desperately. Since losing his family in the first wave, he'd thrown himself into maintaining the settlement systems with an intensity that was either dedication or a very slow suicide. Probably both. Someone should talk to him, Yuki said, not quite making it a question. Not my job to manage people's coping mechanisms. Alex tore open Ash's meal pack, dumped the compressed protein brick into her bowl. The shepherd's ears swiveled forward, but he didn't move until she gave the release signal. Good boy, eat. Ash demolished his breakfast in focused silence while Alex picked at her own rations. The protein paste tasted like the nutritional profile suggested it should, which was to say it tasted like survival and not much else. She'd long since stopped expecting anything resembling flavor. Marcus Chen emerged from the Level 1 access corridor, moving with the careful deliberation of a man in constant pain who refused to show it. 20 years in the Colonial Defense Forces had given him ramrod posture and the ability to project authority even at 0600 hours. Running on too little sleep and wearing fatigues that had been patched so many times, they were more repair than original fabric. He swept the commons with the automatic threat assessment of a career NCO, then made his way to the dispensary. Rodriguez handed over his rations without the tablet consultation everyone else got. Marcus had been managing salvage operations long enough to have standing allocations. Sergeant, someone called from across the room. Force of habit. There were no ranks anymore. Not officially. Just jobs that needed doing and people willing to do them. Marcus acknowledged the greeting with a nod, then joined Alex and Yuki's table. Up close, Alex could see the tightness around his eyes, the way he lowered himself into the seat with fractional hesitation. His knees probably, or his hip, the degenerative joint condition he'd been hiding for 2 years. Morning, he said, unsealing his rations. Archer, we're moving your training block to 0800. I want Ash running scent discrimination drills in the lower tunnels before the maintenance rotation kicks up dust. Acknowledged. Alex had learned to answer Marcus the way she'd learned to dress in the dark, through repetition until it became automatic. Any particular scenarios? Lanky biological markers. We're rotating salvage teams next week, and I want to make sure he's sharp. Marcus took a methodical bite of his breakfast, chewed, swallowed. You'll be running Lead Scout. Something cold settled in Alex's stomach. Lead Scout meant topside, meant 8 hours exposed on the surface, navigating between lanky patrol patterns with nothing but Ash's nose and her own ability to move quietly. It meant trusting that 8 years of mapping their behavior patterns held true, that the aliens hadn't changed their habits, that luck, which was really just probability spread across enough trials, would hold one more time. What's the target, she asked. Medical Depot, New Oslo District 7, Hospital Supply Cache. Voss says we're down to 3 weeks of broad-spectrum antibiotics. Marcus's expression didn't change, but Alex had learned to read the microtells, the slight tightness in his jaw, the way his fingers pressed fractionally harder against the meal pack. It's a clean site, good visibility, minimal cover for the Lankies. We've had eyes on it for 6 months, which meant it was also bait. The good salvage sites always were. The question was whether the Lankies had figured out that humans thought in terms of medical priorities, that a hospital was worth the risk. Who else is on the team? Right on security, Tanaka on tech. Marcus glanced at Yuki, who'd gone very still. We need someone who can crack the depot's security without broadcasting our position to every Lanky in 5 kilometers. Think you can do that quietly? Yuki set down her thermos with exaggerated care. I, yes, I can do it quietly. Good. Mission brief at 0900, level 1 operations, full kit inspection at 1100. Marcus returned his attention to his breakfast. The conversation apparently concluded by force of will. Alex watched him eat, watched the careful way he controlled each movement. 47 years old, joint problems getting worse, refusing to slow down because the settlement couldn't afford to lose his expertise, training her as his replacement, whether either of them wanted to admit it. The commons continued filling as the morning shift cycled through breakfast. Alex recognized faces, catalog changes. Thomas had lost more weight. His clothes hung loose despite the settlement's sedentary lifestyle. The Yamada sisters looked tired. They'd been pulling double shifts in hydroponics since the bacterial infection that killed half their crop last month. Commander Grant's absence was conspicuous. The settlement's leader rarely ate in the commons anymore, preferring to take rations in her quarters while reviewing reports and making the kind of decisions that ground a person down to component elements. Surface run, Yuki said quietly, after Marcus had finished eating and departed for his own duties. Haven't been topside in 4 months. You'll be fine. Stick to protocol, trust your equipment, don't improvise. Alex had given the same speech to herself before every surface operation. It didn't help much, but ritual had value even when divorced from utility. Easy for you to say. You've done what? 40 runs? 47. See? Practically routine. Yuki's smile was brittle around the edges. Meanwhile, I'll be trying to remember which end of the electromagnetic scanner goes toward the locked door. The end with the buttons. Right, buttons. Yuki stood, collecting her meal pack and thermos. I should go prep my equipment. Make sure I haven't forgotten how everything works during 4 months of listening to dead frequencies. She left, and Alex found herself alone at the table with Ash, who had finished his meal and now rested his chin on her knee. She reached down, fingers finding the familiar topology of scars beneath his fur, the long line across his ribs from a falling beam during the evacuation, the torn ear from a fight with another dog over food scraps back when there were other dogs, back when the settlement had been new enough to have pets instead of working animals. We're going up, she told him. You and me, back to work. Ash's tail swept the floor twice. He didn't understand the words, but he understood tone, understood the change in her posture and breathing that meant transition from rest to activity. 8 years together had made them conversant in a language of microsignals and shared attention. Alex stood, cleared her tray, and made her way toward the training tunnels on level 2. The descent took her past the settlement's operational heart, the communications room where Yuki spent most of her time, the medical bay where Dr. Voss performed miracles with expired supplies and improvised equipment, the armory with its dwindling ammunition, stockpiles, and weapons that had been maintained past any reasonable service life. The training tunnels were repurposed mining shafts that dead-ended in collapsed sections where the original excavation had destabilized the rock. Alex had spent 3 years converting them into a simulation environment, setting up scent trails, creating hide boxes, building muscle memory for scenarios she hoped would keep them alive. She ran Ash through the fundamentals first: basic obedience, position holds, distance commands. His performance was clean, economical, 8 years of daily training compressed into reflexive response. Then the scent work: lanky biological markers preserved in sealed containers, distributed through the tunnels in patterns that simulated patrol routes and nesting sites. Ash worked in focused silence, nose to ground, body language shifting through readable states, searching, locating, alerting. Each stage precise, each transition crisp. Alex watched him work and felt the familiar tightness in her chest, part pride, part terror. Everything depended on this dog being right, on her correctly reading his signals, on both of them staying alive long enough for the training to matter. 2 hours into the session, footsteps echoed from the tunnel entrance. Alex turned to find Marcus approaching, moving more stiffly than he had at breakfast. How's he looking? Marcus asked. Sharp, hit all the hides on first pass, clean alerts, no false positives. Alex called Ash back, rewarded him with the kind of mechanical praise that reinforced behavior patterns. He's ready. Good. Marcus lowered himself onto a stack of empty supply crates with visible effort. Because I need to tell you something about the mission. The tightness in Alex's chest intensified. Marcus's tone had shifted into something careful, something prepared. She'd heard him use that tone before, usually when delivering bad news dressed up as tactical necessity. The medical depot isn't the only target, Marcus said. Grant wants us to do a reconnaissance pass through the industrial sector on our way back. Specific targets, power cells, atmospheric processors, anything that might tell us what the Lankies are building at the transit station. That's 2 hours off our route, minimum. Alex kept her voice level through practiced discipline. It'll put us topside past safe window, increase our exposure risk by... I know the numbers, Archer. I ran them myself. Marcus met her eyes with the kind of steady exhaustion that came from making impossible calculations. But we need intelligence. The transit station activity has tripled in the past month. Whatever they're building, it's big, and we need to know what we're looking at. And if we don't make it back, then Bravo team will take your rotation next week, and we'll keep going until someone brings back answers or there's nobody left to send. Marcus stood with visible effort. This is the job. Has been for 8 years. You know that. Alex did know that. Had known it since she was 16 and hiding in a drainage culvert with a terrified puppy. Since Marcus had found her half-starved and brought her to safety, that was really just a different kind of dying spread out over years instead of days. Understood, she said. Marcus studied her for a long moment, and she wondered what he saw. The scared teenager he'd saved, or the hardened survivor she'd become, or something in between that hadn't quite resolved into either. Get some rest, he finally said. Mission brief in 3 hours. I want you clear-headed. He left, footsteps receding down the tunnel, and Alex stood alone in the artificial darkness with ash pressed against her leg. Somewhere above them, 300 meters of stone, New Svalbard's poisoned atmosphere moved beneath alien spires. The Lankies built and patrolled and transformed a world that had never belonged to humanity in the first place. Down here in the dark, 74 people pretended they were surviving instead of just dying slowly. Alex's hand found Ash's head, fingers working through his fur with automatic precision. Come on, boy, she said. Let's go see what kind of odds they're giving us this time. They moved through the tunnels toward level 1, toward the mission brief and the tactical calculations and the careful mathematics of risk. Behind them, in the training area, the scent markers waited in their sealed containers, biological samples from creatures that had taken a planet and would eventually notice the humans hiding in its bones. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 2, the seams showing Kaiokonquo's hands were steady despite 41 hours without sleep. That was the stimulants, 2 tabs of military-grade alertness modulators scavenged from a CDF supply cache 3 years ago, the kind designed to keep soldiers functional through 72-hour combat operations. He could feel them working in the back of his brain, smoothing over the ragged edges of exhaustion, keeping his thoughts sharp and focused even as his body screamed for rest it wouldn't get. The water recycler's access panel hung open like a gutted animal, exposing the intricate network of filtration membranes, UV sterilization arrays, and molecular separation chambers that turned human waste back into potable water. Level 2's primary unit, the one that serviced 38 people and half the settlement's hydroponics, was dying. He could see it in the degraded seals, the stress fractures in the composite housing, the way the flow sensors reported values that didn't match physical reality. The recycler had been designed for a 10-year operational life with proper maintenance and replacement parts. They were 8 years into using it without either. Come on, Kai muttered, fingers working through the membrane housing's connection points. Don't do this. Not now. The recycler answered with a grinding noise from somewhere deep in its guts. Metal on metal, friction where there should be smooth magnetic suspension. One of the centrifuge bearings was going, maybe already gone. Without replacement bearings, he'd have to fabricate something from salvaged materials, which meant machining work, which meant time they didn't have. The engineering bay stretched around him in organized chaos. Workbenches covered with disassembled equipment, diagnostic tools scattered across surfaces, holographic displays showing system readouts for every critical component, in Refuge 7's life support network. Kai had learned to read them all at a glance. The geothermal tap temperatures, the atmospheric processor outputs, the power distribution loads, the thousand small details that kept 74 people alive 300 meters underground. Every readout told the same story. They were losing the fight against entropy. He pulled the membrane housing free, careful not to damage the fragile filtration layers. The smell hit him immediately. Biological fouling, the sickly sweet rot of bacterial growth where there should be sterile processing. The UV sterilization array had failed sometime in the last 12 hours. Without it, the water was recycling contamination along with H2O molecules. Shit. Kai set the housing down with exaggerated care, then pulled up the diagnostic logs on his tablet. The UV array had been running at 70% capacity for weeks. He'd noted it, flagged it for replacement, then prioritized 17 other failing systems ahead of it because triage was the only way to manage infrastructure designed for half their population and twice their resources. Now the decision tree had collapsed. No UV sterilization meant contaminated water. Contaminated water meant disease. Disease meant people dying from something stupider than alien invasion. Dying because the machines that kept them alive were older than the war itself. His tablet pinged. Kai glanced at the notification. Level 3 recycler. Flow rate anomaly. Another problem. Different system. The backup unit that he'd coaxed back to functionality 48 hours ago, with duct tape, prayers, and a deep understanding of how to jury-rig components past their failure points. He pulled up the level 3 readouts. Flow rate was down 18%. Could be a clog filter, could be pump degradation, could be a dozen different failure modes that would require investigation he didn't have time for, because the level 2 recycler needed immediate attention or 38 people would be drinking bacterial soup by morning. Kai made the calculation in 3 seconds. Level 3 could hold at reduced capacity for another 6 hours. Level 2 needed fixing now. He toggled his comm unit. Engineering to supply. Rodriguez, I need a UV sterilization array, model 774-A or compatible equivalent. Static, then Rodriguez's gravelly voice. Stand by. His tablet pinged. Kai glanced at the notification. Level 3 recycler. Flow rate anomaly. Another problem, different system. The backup unit that he coaxed back to functionality 48 hours ago with duct tape, prayers, and a deep understanding of how to jury-rig components past their failure points. He pulled up the level 3 readouts. Flow rate was down 18%. Could be a clogged filter, could be pump degradation, could be a dozen different failure modes that would require investigation he didn't have time for because the level 2 recycler needed immediate attention or 38 people would be drinking bacterial soup by morning. Kai made the calculation in 3 seconds. Level 3 could hold at reduced capacity for another 6 hours. Level 2 needed fixing now. He toggled his comm unit. Engineering to supply. Rodriguez, I need a UV sterilization array, model 774-A or compatible equivalent. Static, then Rodriguez's gravelly voice. Stand by. Kai didn't stand by. He pulled the failed UV array from the recycler, examining the power connections for signs of electrical failure. The connections were fine. The emitter assembly itself had burned out. The photocathode material degraded past the point where it could generate the wavelengths needed to destroy microorganisms. Engineering supply. Negative on the 774. I've got 2 Model 661s in storage, but they're different mounting configuration and power requirements. Can you bring me both? Kai was already pulling up schematics, mind racing through modification options. Different mounting he could handle. Fabricate adapter brackets, maybe cannibalize housing from a broken unit. Different power requirements meant voltage conversion, which meant either finding a transformer or building one from components. Affirmative. Give me 10 minutes. Kai set down his tablet and pressed his palms against his eyes, pushing back against the pressure building behind them. The stimulants kept his mind sharp but did nothing for the physical fatigue accumulating in his muscles, the way his hands wanted to tremble when he wasn't actively controlling them. Somewhere in the back of his head, a quieter voice whispered that he should rest. that he'd been awake for nearly 2 days, that even with chemical assistance, human biology had limits. He told the voice what he'd been telling it for 8 years. Later, after this is fixed, after everything is stable, except nothing was ever stable. Every repair was temporary. Every solution was provisional. The settlement was a machine built from scavenged parts held together by expertise and desperation. And Kai was the only one who understood all of it. The power grid, the water systems, the atmospheric processors, the geothermal taps, the entire fragile web of life support that one catastrophic failure away from collapse. If he stopped working, people died. It was that simple. Rodriguez arrived with the UV arrays in a storage container, along with a concerned expression that Kai had learned to ignore. "You look like hell, Okonkwo." "Functional hell." Kai accepted the container, already examining the arrays. Model 661s were older, less efficient, but the core technology was identical. He could make this work. "Thanks, I'll have the housing modifications done in 3 hours. You need help? I could pull someone from the maintenance rotation." "No, I've got it." Kai's hands were already moving, pulling tools from his workbench, mind cycling through the modification sequence. Cut the mounting brackets here, drill new bolt holes there. Fabricate a voltage step down from spare transformer cores in the salvage bin. Rodriguez lingered in the doorway. "Boss is looking for you. Said you missed your medical check-in." "I'll catch the next one." "Kai, I've got a water recycler that's currently breeding diseases and a backup unit that might fail before I finish fixing the primary. Medical check-ins can wait." Kai didn't look up from his work, didn't want to see the expression he knew Rodriguez was wearing. The one everyone wore when they looked at him these days, part concern and part something that looked uncomfortably like pity. He didn't need pity. He needed 15 hours of uninterrupted work, replacement parts that didn't exist, and for the machinery to stop failing long enough for him to catch up. Rodriguez left without further argument. Kai lost himself in the work, measurements, calculations, the precise dance of modification and adaptation. His hands moved with practiced efficiency despite the tremor creeping into his fingers. The stimulants were wearing off. He had maybe 2 more hours before he'd need another dose or face the crash. He was halfway through fabricating the voltage converter when he heard footsteps on the access stairs. Lighter than Rodriguez, deliberate rather than hurried. He knew who it was before she spoke. "Kai." Dr. Sarah Voss stood in the engineering bay doorway with her arms crossed and an expression that suggested she'd come prepared for an argument. At 39, she'd spent 8 years transforming from xenobiologist to settlement doctor, and the experience had carved lines around her eyes that had nothing to do with age. "Doctor." Kai didn't stop working, solering a connection with steady hands. "If this is about the medical check-in, I already told Rodriguez, it's about the fact that you've been awake for 41 hours. You're running on combat stimulants that were expired before the invasion, and you're currently performing precision engineering work, while your blood pressure is probably high enough to blow a gasket." Voss moved into the bay, her medical scanner already in hand. "Stop what you're doing and let me examine you." "Can't. Water recycler emergency." Kai gestured at the disassembled machinery around him. "Level 2 is contaminated. Level 3 is degrading. If I don't get this UV array installed and functional in the next 2 hours, we're going to have a disease outbreak by morning." "Then let me help you work faster by making sure you don't stroke out mid-repair." Voss moved closer, scanner active. "How many tabs have you taken?" "2. Standard combat dose." The lie came easily. He'd actually taken 3, the third one an hour ago when the crash started threatening his focus. The scanner beeped. Voss's expression tightened. "Your heart rate is 140. Blood pressure 160/95. You're showing early signs of dehydration despite being surrounded by water recycling equipment. And your fine motor control?" She grabbed his wrist, turned his hand to expose the slight tremor. "Is deteriorating." "I'm functional." Kai pulled his hand back, returned to soldering. "Everything else is secondary to keeping life support operational." "Life support includes you, Kai. You're not a machine. You can't run indefinitely on chemicals and willpower." Voss set down her scanner with deliberate care. "You need to rest. Real sleep, not stim-fueled consciousness. After this is fixed." "That's what you said last week." And the week before, and the month before that. Voss's voice carried the edge of someone who'd had this conversation too many times. You're burning out. I can see it in your metabolic markers, in the way you're losing weight despite adequate caloric intake, in the fact that you're developing micro tremors that suggest neurological stress. Kai set down his soldering iron with exaggerated care, finally looking at her directly. What do you want me to say, Sarah? That I'm tired? Fine, I'm tired. Congratulations on your diagnostic accuracy. Now, unless you can magically produce a qualified engineering specialist to take over my workload, this conversation is wasting time we don't have. I want you to acknowledge that you're not helping anyone if you work yourself to death. Voss matched his stare with the clinical intensity she'd developed over 8 years of making impossible medical decisions. We've already lost 9 people this year. I don't want to add you to that list because you decided sleep was optional. 9 people died because the machines are failing, because we don't have replacement parts, because every day we're here is another day of accumulated wear on infrastructure designed for temporary use. Kai felt something hot building in his chest, 8 years of pressure finding an outlet. I work triple shifts because I'm the only one who understands all of this. Because if I don't, the geothermal taps fail and we freeze, or the atmospheric processors quit and we suffocate, or the water recyclers break and we die of thirst surrounded by our own waste. So you've appointed yourself indispensable. Voss's voice softened fractionally. Made yourself the single point of failure holding everything together. Someone has to be. No, someone has to train others, document procedures, distribute knowledge so that the settlement doesn't collapse the moment you do. Voss moved to his workbench, looking at the scattered tools and components. You're brilliant, Kai. Maybe the most talented engineer I've ever met. But brilliance doesn't make you immortal. Kai turned back to his work, hands moving through the assembly sequence with mechanical precision. I don't need to be immortal. I just need to keep things running. Why? The question hung in the air between them. Kai's hand stilled on the voltage converter. Because if I stop working, I have to think about them. The words came out quieter than he intended. I have to remember that Adebayo would be 13 now, that Kioma would be 10, that James and I had plans to expand the hydroponics garden, that we were going to try for a 3rd child, that we had a future that wasn't this. His hands started moving again, faster now, driven by something that wasn't entirely the stimulants. So I work. I keep the machines running. I make myself useful. And I don't think about how they died in the first attack while I was 20 kilometers away, fixing a geothermal regulator. Silence. The recycler's damaged centrifuge made its grinding noise. Metal on metal, entropy in audio form. Kai, Voss's voice carried something that might have been understanding or might have been pity, and he couldn't handle either. I know what you're going to say, that it wasn't my fault, that I couldn't have saved them, that survivor's guilt is a normal psychological response to trauma. Kai picked up the partially assembled voltage converter, examining his work with critical eyes. You've given that speech to 17 other people. I've heard the reports. You're very good at clinical empathy. Clinical empathy is what keeps me functional. Voss's tone hardened again. You think you're the only one using work as avoidance? I've performed surgery with expired anesthetic, amputated limbs with nothing but local nerve blocks, watched people die because I didn't have equipment that should be standard in any medical facility. Every patient I lose goes in my records, every decision documented, every failure cataloged. So we're both broken. Great. Can I get back to work now? No. Voss moved between Kai and the workbench. Because unlike you, I recognize the difference between sustainable coping and slow suicide. I sleep, I eat. I maintain minimum health standards. You're running on chemicals and denial. And when you finally crash, not if, when, you're going to take critical systems down with you. Kai met her eyes and saw his own exhaustion reflected back. 8 years of making do, of prioritizing, of watching the settlement slowly decay, despite everything they did to maintain it. They were both fighting losing battles, just in different operational theaters. What do you want me to do? He asked. The water recycler needs fixing. The level 3 unit needs attention. The power grid is showing stress fractures in the distribution network. The atmospheric processor has a failing compressor. I have a list of 17 critical repairs and maybe 60 hours to address them all before something catastrophic fails. I want you to take 8 hours. Real rest, in your quarters, with a sedative if necessary. Voss pulled a small container from her medical kit. These are low-dose sleep aids. Not as strong as the stims you're abusing, but they'll give you actual REM sleep. Take one, get horizontal, let your body recover. And the recycler. I'll find someone to finish the UV array installation. Martinez worked as an electrician before the invasion. He can follow assembly instructions. Martinez doesn't understand the voltage conversion requirements. Then you'll write them down. Clear, simple steps. Document your process. Voss pressed the container into his hand. That's the deal. 8 hours of sleep in exchange for teaching someone else how to do this work. Start distributing knowledge instead of hoarding it. Kai looked at the sleep aids, then at the half-assembled voltage converter, then at the diagnostic displays showing 17 different shades of yellow and red. Everything was failing. Everything needed attention. How could he sleep when the machines were dying? But Voss was right. He could feel it in the tremor in his hands, in the way his thoughts were starting to fragment at the edges, in the crash waiting just beyond the stimulant's chemical barrier. He was running on borrowed time. 4 hours, he said. I'll take 4 hours, train Martinez on the UV installation, then get back to the level 3 unit. 8, 6, final offer. Kai set down the voltage converter, his hands suddenly feeling too heavy. But I'm writing detailed instructions for Martinez. If he burns out the converter because he didn't understand the power requirements, that's on you. Acceptable. Voss allowed herself a small smile that didn't reach her eyes. I'll send Martinez down in 20 minutes. Show him what needs doing. Then you're off duty until... She checked her chronometer. 1,600 hours. That's 6 hours, 12 minutes. Kai nodded, already pulling up a blank document on his tablet to write the instructions. His hands shook slightly as he typed, the tremor more pronounced now that Voss had pointed it out. Maybe he did need rest. Maybe she was right about the slow suicide. But even as he wrote the instructions, power specifications, assembly sequence, voltage testing procedures, part of his mind was already cycling through the next repair, the next crisis, the next failure waiting to happen. Because that was easier than thinking about Adebayo's laugh, or Kiyoma's drawings taped to their hab unit walls, or James's hands in his as they'd planned a future that would never arrive. Martinez showed up exactly 20 minutes later, looking uncertain and slightly afraid. Dr. Voss said you needed help with the water recycler? UV array installation, simple electrical work. Kai handed him the tablet with the instructions. Everything's documented. Follow the steps exactly. Don't improvise. Don't rush. If something doesn't match the instructions, don't force it. Calm me. You're not staying. Doctor's orders. Apparently sleep is mandatory. Kai gathered his tools with mechanical precision, putting them back in their designated places. Organization was survival. Chaos was death. The voltage converter needs another 40 minutes of assembly work, then installation and testing. It's all in the instructions. Martinez scrolled through the document, his expression suggesting he was reading a technical manual in a foreign language. This is, detailed. Has to be. One mistake and you'll fry the array, contaminate the water supply, or electrocute yourself. Possibly all three. Kai picked up the sleep aid container, feeling its light weight in his palm. You'll be fine. Just follow the steps. He left before Martinez could ask more questions, before his own uncertainty could override Voss's orders. The walk to his quarters on level 2 took him past the commons, where the dinner shift was assembling. He ignored the looks, the way conversations quieted as he passed. Let them talk. Let them worry about the crazy engineer who never slept and spent too much time alone with failing machinery. His quarters were the same size as everyone else's, 2 meters by 3 with a bunk, a small desk, and storage for personal effects he didn't have, because personal effects implied a life beyond mere survival. The space was meticulously organized, every item in its place, everything labeled and cataloged like his equipment manifests. Kai sat on the bunk and stared at the sleep aid in his hand. One pill, 8 years since he'd slept without either stimulants keeping him awake or exhaustion forcing unconsciousness. Voss wanted him to rest, to recover, to be sustainable. But sustainable meant accepting that this was life now, that the war was over and lost, that James and the kids were gone and never coming back, that all he could do was maintain the machines and hope it was enough. His comm unit pinged, Martinez's voice uncertain. Engineering, the voltage converter assembly. Step 7 mentions a flux core alignment procedure, but I don't see the alignment tool in the kit. Kai closed his eyes, took a breath, opened his comm. Look in the secondary toolbox, red container on the left side of the workbench. The alignment gauge is in there with the calibration standards. Found it, thanks. Follow the procedure exactly. Don't skip the calibration check. Acknowledged. Kai closed the comm and looked at the pill again. 6 hours. He could rest for 6 hours. Let Martinez handle the UV array. Trust that one repair could happen without his direct supervision. He dry swallowed the sleep aid, lay back on the bunk, and closed his eyes. His last conscious thought was about the level 3 recycler's flow rate anomaly and how he'd need to investigate the pump assembly as soon as he woke up. Because sustainable was better than dead, but neither was the same as actually living. Somewhere in the settlement's infrastructure, something else began to fail. Netcom, Chapter 3. The Council Decides. Commander Elizabeth Grant hated council meetings, hated them with a specific intensity reserved for necessary evils, like amputating frostbitten limbs or rationing water when the recyclers failed. The meetings were democracy in action, which sounded noble until you factored in that democracy meant 74 people with 74 different opinions about how to keep themselves alive, and she was the one who had to synthesize their fear and desperation into actionable strategy. The command center was the largest enclosed space in Refuge 7, 8 meters by 6, carved from bedrock and reinforced with structural supports salvaged from a mining operation that had been defunct before the invasion. Holographic displays lined 3 walls, showing real-time data feeds from their surveillance network. Seismic sensors tracking lanky movement patterns, atmospheric monitors measuring the toxic soup that passed for air on New Svalbard's surface, and the precious few functioning satellite relays that gave them glimpses of a world transformed beyond recognition. 6 people sat around the central table. Grant took her position at the head, back straight despite the 43 years of accumulated weight pressing down on her spine. To her left, Marcus Chen, looking composed and dangerous in that way of his that made new arrivals nervous until they realized the danger was pointed outward. Dr. Sarah Voss sat beside him, medical tablet open, already running calculations Grant couldn't see but could guess at. To her right, Rodriguez from Supply, Yuki Tanaka representing Agricultural, and James Wu from Communications. Kai Okonkwo's seat was conspicuously empty, probably still sleeping off whatever cocktail of stimulants and exhaustion had finally forced him horizontal. We have 3 agenda items, Grant said, skipping preamble because time was a resource they couldn't waste. First, infrastructure status update. Second, supply inventory review. Third, authorization request for an external salvage operation. She looked at Rodriguez. Let's start with what we have. Rodriguez pulled up a holographic inventory display that floated above the table's center, columns of numbers color-coded by criticality. Grant had seen enough of these reports to read the story in the ratio of red to yellow to green. The ratio was getting worse. Medical supplies are at 32% of optimal, Rodriguez said, his voice carrying the flat affect of someone delivering bad news too often. Antibiotics are down to a 4-month supply at current consumption rates. Analgesics at 7 months. Surgical supplies, sutures, antiseptics, local anesthetics are at 18% and dropping faster since we lost Kowalski and had to use emergency inventory on the amputation. Grant remembered Kowalski, remembered the cave-in that had crushed his legs, the 12 hours of surgery Voss had performed with equipment older than the war, the way he'd screamed despite the nerve blocks because they didn't have enough anesthetic to keep him under for the whole procedure. He'd survived, was learning to use the prosthetics they'd fabricated from salvaged materials, but the cost in medical supplies had been catastrophic. Continue, she said. Food stores are at 63%, But that's misleading. We're hitting nutritional deficiency thresholds across the board. Hydroponics output is down 18% from last quarter. Tanaka can speak to that. Water recycling is functional. Rodriguez glanced at Kai's empty chair. Okonkwo reported the level 2 contamination issue is resolved, but the systems are degrading faster than we can maintain them. Power generation. Geothermal taps are stable at 87% capacity, but stable doesn't mean optimal. We're drawing more power than we're generating to compensate for inefficiencies elsewhere. At current consumption rates, we'll need to implement rotating brownouts within 3 months. Grant processed the information with the clinical detachment she'd developed over 8 years of command. Brownouts meant systems offline. Systems offline meant choosing which critical functions to maintain and which to sacrifice. Life support or food production, heat or communications. The mathematics of triage applied to infrastructure. Tanaka, she said. Hydroponics? Yuki Tanaka looked exhausted in the way everyone looked exhausted these days, worn down by accumulating stress, by years of making do with less. At 31, she'd been a graduate student in agricultural engineering when the Yankees came. Now she was the person keeping 74 people from starving. The yield drop is mostly lighting, Tanaka said. We're running the grow arrays at reduced power to save energy, which means slower growth cycles and lower nutrient density. I can increase yields if we allocate more power, but that puts stress on the geothermal system. She pulled up her own display, neat rows of vegetables in various growth stages, all looking slightly anemic under insufficient light. The real problem is soil degradation. We're recycling our growing medium, but without proper supplements, we're depleting essential minerals. The crops are technically edible, but nutritionally incomplete. What do you need? Mineral supplements, phosphates, potassium, trace elements, and better lighting. Full-spectrum LEDs, not the salvaged units we're running now. Tanaka's expression suggested she already knew the answer. Also, genetic diversity in our seed stock. We're running the same crop varieties on repeat because we don't have alternatives. One disease, one pest adaptation, and we could lose entire harvests. Grant made notes on her own tablet, adding Tanaka's requirements to a list that was already longer than their ability to fulfill. Phosphates, lighting, medical supplies, replacement parts for water recyclers. The settlement was a machine with too many failing components and not enough resources to repair them all. This was the reality of command, choosing which problems to address and which to ignore until they became crises. Dr. Voss, Grant said, medical assessment. Voss closed her tablet and looked directly at Grant with eyes that had seen too much death. We're approaching a critical threshold. The antibiotic shortage means any infection becomes potentially fatal. We're already seeing cases where minor injuries are developing complications we can't effectively treat. I've started restricting antibiotic use to life-threatening conditions only, which means people are suffering through infections that would have been routine to treat before the war. Casualties? 3 deaths this year from what should have been preventable conditions. Sepsis from an untreated wound infection, pneumonia that we couldn't treat aggressively enough, a surgical complication that required antibiotics we didn't have in sufficient quantity. Voss's voice remained clinical, but Grant could hear the weight behind the words. I'm running a field hospital with equipment and supplies designed for short-term emergency use. Every day I'm making decisions about who gets treatment and who has to tough it out with ibuprofen and hope. What's your minimum viable requirement? Broad-spectrum antibiotics, modern surgical supplies, anesthetic that isn't expired by 5 years, diagnostic equipment that actually works. Voss pulled up a list that made Rodriguez's inventory look optimistic by comparison. Priority 1 is antibiotics. Without them, we're 1 outbreak away from catastrophic casualties. Priority 2 is surgical supplies. Priority 3 is everything else that keeps me from practicing 19th century medicine in a 26th century war. Grant studied the list, comparing it mentally to Rodriguez's inventory, to Tanaka's requirements, to the 17 critical repairs Kai had documented before finally collapsing. The mathematics were simple and brutal. They needed more than they had, and the gap was widening. Which brings us to agenda item 3, she said. Marcus, you have a proposal. Marcus leaned forward, hands clasped on the table in that deceptively casual way that meant he'd already wargamed every angle. New Oslo Medical Depot, specifically the University Hospital complex on the eastern edge of the ruins. Pre-war records indicate it had a full pharmacy, surgical suites, and a research laboratory with pharmaceutical-grade equipment. Grant felt something cold settle in her gut. New Oslo was 43 kilometers northwest, deep in what they designated red territory, areas where Lanky activity was frequent and unpredictable. They hadn't run operations that far out in 6 months, not since the disastrous Firebase Echo extraction that had cost them 2 people and nearly lost a third. Current Lanky presence? She asked. Variable. Marcus pulled up tactical maps that showed New Oslo as a spider's web of streets, overlaid with colored zones indicating threat levels. We've got surveillance data from the perimeter, but nothing current from the hospital complex itself. Best estimate based on movement patterns, 3 to 5 Lankies in the general area, with potential for more if there's been construction activity we haven't detected. Transportation route, 15 kilometers via the transit tunnels to the northern hub, then surface travel for the remaining 28 kilometers. The tunnels are mostly intact, but we'd be exposed for the surface portion. Travel time approximately 8 hours each way, assuming no complications. Personnel, 4-person team. Alex Archer on point. She knows the terrain, has experience with urban infiltration, 2 additional scouts for security and load carrying, 1 tech specialist to assess and extract medical equipment. Marcus's expression suggested he'd already chosen his team. 72-hour operational window. In at dawn when Lanky activity is lowest, extract what we can carry out before dark. Rodriguez spoke up. What about transportation for the haul? 43 kilometers is a long way to carry supplies on foot. There's a vehicle depot near the transit hub. If we can get something operational, we use it for the surface portion. If not, we cache supplies and do multiple trips. Marcus expanded the map, showing potential routes and rally points. I've identified 3 primary extraction routes and 2 emergency alternates. We can be flexible based on real-time conditions. Grant looked at the map, at the red zones and the thin blue line Marcus had drawn through them. 72 hours. 4 people. 43 kilometers into territory they hadn't operated in for months. Dr. Voss, she said, medical perspective. I need those supplies. Voss's voice was flat. Within 3 months, I won't be able to treat common infections. Within 6, I'll be facing a choice between who gets antibiotics and who doesn't. The new Oslo depot represents potentially 2 years of medical supplies if we can extract even half of what should be there. And the risk assessment, 4 people exposed to surface conditions for 72 hours. Potential for injury, exposure to toxins, Lanky engagement. If we lose anyone, it's a net negative for the settlement. Voss paused, then added quietly, but if we don't go, I'll be losing people anyway. Just slower, more painfully. The choice crystallized in Grant's mind with terrible clarity. Risk 4 people now or watch the 74 die gradually as their medical supplies ran out. The mathematics of survival, reduced to its simplest form. Tanaka, Grant said, can hydroponics survive without Marcus for 72 hours? Marcus had been helping with heavy labor, she knew. 1 more job distributed among too few people. We'll manage. Tanaka looked uncomfortable. Though if we're talking about risking people, maybe we should discuss whether the mission is worth it? Grant cut her off, not unkindly. That's exactly what we're doing. Wu from communications cleared his throat. What about orbital assets? Can we get real-time surveillance to reduce the risk? Most satellites are dark, Wu said. We've got 3 functioning relays, but coverage is sporadic and we can't guarantee eyes on for the entire operation. Best I can do is pre-mission reconnaissance and scheduled check-ins. Rodriguez tapped his tablet. Supply perspective. We're consuming resources faster than we're acquiring them. New Oslo represents the largest unclaimed cache within our operational range. If we don't take it, someone else might, or Lanky activity might make it permanently inaccessible. There is no one else, Marcus said quietly. We're it. 74 people in a hole in the ground, pretending we're a viable settlement instead of survivors waiting to become statistics. The words hung in the air like a detonation. Grant watched her counsel, people who'd survived 8 years of war, invasion, and slow decay, process the truth they all knew but rarely spoke aloud. "Commander," Voss said, breaking the silence, "I understand the risk, but I'm telling you as the settlement's chief medical officer that we're approaching a point of no return. If we don't acquire supplies soon, I won't be able to keep people alive. Not when they get hurt, not when they get sick, not when they need surgery or treatment for conditions that should be routine." She met Grant's eyes. "I've lost 3 people this year to preventable deaths. I don't want to lose more because we were too afraid to take necessary risks." Grant looked at Marcus. "Your honest assessment. Success probability?" Marcus didn't hesitate. 60% we complete the mission with full team extraction, 20% we get supplies but take casualties, 15% we abort early due to complications, 5% catastrophic failure. 1 in 20 chance we lose everyone? "Yes, ma'am." Grant ran the numbers in her head. 4 lives risked against 74 lives saved, but the mathematics weren't that simple. They never were. Lose Marcus, and they lost their best tactical operator. Lose Alex, and they lost their primary scout. Lose anyone, and the settlement became that much more fragile, that much closer to collapse. But Voss was right. They were already on a trajectory toward failure. Without medical supplies, without the resources to maintain their infrastructure, they were just dying slowly instead of all at once. Command meant making impossible choices. It meant weighing probabilities against necessities. It meant looking at people's lives as variables in equations that had no good solutions. Grant had spent 21 years in the Colonial Defense Force before the invasion. Frigate commander, then destroyer captain, then fleet coordinator for the New Svalbard colony defense grid. She'd made decisions that cost lives before, had watched ships die under her command because she'd gambled on strategies that didn't pay off, had learned to carry the weight of those deaths without letting it paralyze her. This was the same, just smaller, more intimate. Every face known, every casualty personal. "Woo," she said. "What's the communications risk?" "Standard blackout procedures during surface travel. We'll lose contact with the team for the duration of the surface portion. Transit tunnels should allow intermittent relay, but New Oslo is far enough out that real-time comms are unlikely. So we send them in and hope they come back." "Yes, ma'am." Grant looked at her counsel, at the inventory displays showing critical shortages, at the tactical maps showing the route through red territory. She thought about Kai sleeping off stimulants and exhaustion, about Martinez learning to install UV arrays from written instructions because they were down to 1 engineer, about the 17 critical repairs waiting for attention, about the brownouts coming in 3 months, about Voss practicing 19th century medicine with equipment that barely functioned. They were failing, slowly, incrementally, but failing nonetheless. The settlement was a machine with too many broken parts, and New Oslo represented a chance, maybe their last good chance, to acquire the resources they needed to keep running. "Security protocol," Grant said. "I want full reconnaissance before mission launch. Wu, coordinate with our satellite relays. I want every scrap of data we can get on current lanky positions. Marcus, you'll prepare contingency plans for early abort scenarios. If conditions are worse than expected, you pull out immediately. Understood?" Marcus nodded. "Understood. Team composition is your call, but I want Alex Archer on point. She knows the terrain, and she's proven herself in contested zones." Grant looked at Voss. "Doctor, you'll prepare a medical kit for field injuries. Assume worst-case scenarios." "Already working on it," Voss said. "Rodriguez, coordinate with Marcus on equipment and supply allocation. I want this team to have everything they need without stripping our reserves to dangerous levels." Grant pulled up her command authorization interface. "Mission approval contingent on satisfactory reconnaissance data and favorable lanky activity patterns. Launch window opens 48 hours from now. If conditions aren't optimal, we scrub and reassess." "Acknowledge," Marcus said. Grant looked at each council member in turn, reading the mixture of relief and apprehension in their expressions. They'd made the decision, committed 4 lives to a gamble that might save 74, or might cost them their best people for nothing. "Dismissed," she said. "Marcus, stay behind." The others filed out, leaving Grant alone with her tactical officer. In the sudden quiet, the command center's ambient systems became audible: air circulation, power hum, the soft ping of monitoring systems tracking a settlement that was slowly falling apart. "You already have your team selected," Grant said. It wasn't a question. "Alex on point, like you said. Yuki's brother Akira for security. He's got combat experience and knows how to move quietly. Elena Petrov for load carrying and secondary security. And me. You're taking yourself off the board for 3 days. That's a risk. Less of a risk than not getting those supplies." Marcus's expression was unreadable. "Besides, Alex needs someone she trusts watching her back. She's good, but she's been running solo reconnaissance too long. Team operations require different instincts." Grant studied him, seeing the calculation behind his eyes. Marcus Chen had been her tactical officer for 8 years, had never once given her bad intelligence or led a mission that didn't accomplish its objectives. But he'd also never risked himself unnecessarily, which meant he believed this mission was necessary enough to justify the risk. "Bring them back," she said. "All of them. I don't care if you have to abort empty-handed. Everyone comes home. We'll get the supplies." "Marcus, we'll get the supplies," he repeated, with absolute conviction. "Because if we don't, Dr. Voss starts choosing who lives and who dies based on antibiotic availability, and I've seen that trajectory before. It doesn't end well." Grant wanted to argue, wanted to tell him that survival mattered more than success, that she needed him alive more than she needed medical supplies. But that would be a lie. They needed both. Needed the supplies and the people. Needed everything they didn't have and couldn't afford to lose. 48 hours, she said instead. "Get me that reconnaissance data. If New Oslo looks anything worse than your 60% estimate, we scrub." "Understood." Marcus stood, then paused at the doorway. "For what it's worth, Commander, you made the right call." He left before she could respond. Grant sat alone in the command center, surrounded by holographic displays showing a settlement on the edge of failure. 74 people depending on her decisions. 4 lives about to be risked on a gamble that the mathematics said was worth taking. She pulled up the mission planning interface and began documenting the authorization because everything had to be recorded. Every decision, every casualty, every failure cataloged for what? For history? For whoever might find Refuge 7's remains after they were all dead, and the Lankies had finished transforming New Svalbard into whatever alien architecture they were building? Grant's fingers stilled on the keyboard. The surveillance feeds were showing something. Movement in the northern sectors, deeper than usual. Multiple contacts converging on an area they'd marked as low priority. The old mining complex where they had scavenged most of their structural materials. She pulled up the detailed feed, enhancing the thermal imagery. 6 Lankies, maybe 7. Moving with purpose toward the mining tunnels that connected to the northern transit system. The same transit system Marcus planned to use to reach New Oslo. Grant's comm unit was in her hand before conscious thought finished processing the implication. "Marcus, command, we have a problem." Static, then his voice. "Go ahead." "Lanky movement in the northern sectors, multiple contacts approaching the transit access points. They're converging on the tunnels you plan to use for mission approach." Silence on the line. Grant watched the thermal signatures move with coordinated precision that suggested purpose, not random patrol patterns. "How many?" Marcus asked finally. 7 confirmed, possibly more outside sensor range. ETA to transit access? Grant ran the calculations. At current speed, 4 hours, maybe less if they're following scent trails or mapping underground structures. More silence. The kind of silence that meant Marcus was running through contingency plans, reassessing routes, recalculating probabilities. "Commander," he said, "if they find the northern hub, they'll map the entire transit system, every access point, every route we use." Grant understood what he wasn't saying. The Lankies were getting closer, learning the human infrastructure, following the connections between surface ruins and underground shelters, finding the paths that led to Refuge 7. "Pull all perimeter teams back to defensive positions," she said. "Seal the northern access tunnels. And get me updated reconnaissance on those contacts. I want to know if they're exploring or hunting. Acknowledged. End the new Oslo mission. Grant looked at the tactical display, at the planned route through tunnels that might be compromised, at the supplies they desperately needed, and the 4 lives she'd just authorized to risk acquiring them. The mathematics had changed. The probabilities were different now. Stand by, she said. We may need to reassess. She cut the connection and watched the thermal signatures move through the northern sectors. 7 alien creatures that had taken a world and were now following trails that led to humanity's last hiding places. In 48 hours, she would decide whether to send 4 people into contested territory to retrieve supplies they couldn't survive without. But right now, she had to decide whether Refuge 7 itself was about to be discovered. Chapter 4. Surface Protocols. Alex Archer knew something was wrong with Marcus the moment he reached for the rifle rack. It was subtle. A half-second hesitation before his hand closed on the weapon, a fractional stiffness in his shoulder that wouldn't register to anyone who hadn't spent 8 years learning to read people's bodies for the small tells that meant injury or illness or the kind of deterioration that killed you on surface operations. But Alex had survived by noticing details, and the detail she noticed now was that Marcus Chen, who moved with the fluid precision of someone who'd made violence into an art form, was hurting. She didn't say anything, just watched him lift the rifle with movements that were microscopically slower than they should be, test the action with hands that didn't quite move the way they had 3 months ago. Then she turned her attention back to her own equipment, giving him the privacy to deal with whatever he was dealing with. The equipment bay occupied a carved-out chamber on level 1, close enough to the surface access tunnels for rapid deployment but deep enough to maintain stable temperature and humidity. Racks lined the walls. Weapons, body armor, climbing gear, environmental suits that had been patched and repatched until they were more repair compound than original material. Everything was organized with military precision, each item inventoried and maintained because equipment failure on the surface meant death. Ash sat at Alex's feet, patient and alert, his gray-brown coat still showing the scars from whatever had happened to him before Marcus found him. The dog watched her hands with complete focus as she sorted through her loadout, checking each item against the mental checklist she'd developed over 57 surface operations. Rifle, CDF issue carbine, pre-war manufacture, approximately 14,000 rounds through the barrel. Still accurate at 300 meters, though the rifling was showing wear. Alex had cleaned and oiled it yesterday, but she checked again anyway because habits kept you alive. Sidearm, compact automatic, 20-round magazine capacity, 12 magazines total. She'd use maybe 3 in a real firefight, but ammunition weight was negligible compared to the weight of needing rounds you didn't carry. Knife, 20-centimeter blade, composite construction, sharp enough to cut through lanky hide if you hit the right angle. She'd used it twice for that purpose. Both times had been desperate, close-quarter situations where the rifle had been useless, and survival had come down to anatomy knowledge and the willingness to get close to something that could kill you with casual ease. Environmental suit, the real critical component. The suit was designed for 6-hour surface exposure in New Svalbard's toxic atmosphere, with redundant seals and integrated air filtration. Alex's suit was on its 3rd seal replacement and 2nd filter pack. She checked every seal joint, every connection point, every place where the suit's integrity might fail, and let poison air touch her skin. Marcus had told her once that the suits were rated for 72 hours of cumulative exposure before mandatory replacement. Her suit had logged approximately 300 hours. She was living on borrowed time every time she went topside, breathing filtered air through membranes that were degrading with each use. But then everyone in Refuge 7 was living on borrowed time. At least surface operations gave you the illusion of doing something about it. Archer, Alex looked up. Akira Tanaka stood in the equipment bay entrance carrying a duffel that probably held his own loadout. He was 28, compact and efficient in the way of people who'd learned combat skills the hard way. His sister Yuki grew vegetables. Akira had spent 5 years in CDF service before the invasion, then 3 years fighting a guerrilla war that humanity lost, Then 8 years learning that survival meant being patient and careful, and very, very good at killing things that noticed you. Tanaka, Alex acknowledged. Marcus said team brief in 20 minutes. Figured I'd get my gear sorted first. Akira moved to the equipment racks with the easy familiarity of someone who'd done this before. You running Ash on the mission? Probably. Alex looked at the dog, who looked back with brown eyes that held more intelligence than most humans gave him credit for. Depends on what Marcus decides. Ash is good for advance warning, but he's also another life to risk. He's saved lives before. Doesn't mean he should have to keep doing it? Akira pulled down a rifle. Same model as Alex's, though his showed less wear. Fair enough, but if we're going into New Oslo, I'd rather have him along. Dogs can smell Lankies before any human sensor picks them up. That was true. Ash had alerted to Lanky presence 17 times, giving Alex advance warning that had meant the difference between clean evasion and contact. His nose was better than any equipment Refuge 7 possessed, and his instincts had been honed by whatever nightmare had created him before Marcus brought him underground. But he was also a living thing that could be hurt, could suffer, could die because Alex had made a wrong call. She pushed the thought away. Mission focus. Personal feelings were baggage you couldn't afford to carry. The equipment bay door opened again. Elena Petrov entered, followed by Marcus. Elena was 34, former cargo handler, built with the kind of practical strength that came from moving heavy things in tight spaces. She'd survived the invasion by being smart and tough and adaptable, qualities that translated well to surface operations, where the mission was usually, get in, grab what you can carry, get out before something notices. Marcus moved to the central table and activated the holographic display. The stiffness in his shoulder was gone now, compensated for, hidden under deliberate movement and professional composure. But Alex had seen it, and now she couldn't unsee it. Status check, Marcus said, looking at each team member in turn. Equipment ready? Affirmative, Akira said. Ready, Elena confirmed. Alex nodded. Ash's tail thumped once against the floor. Good. Marcus pulled up the tactical display, the same route Alex had seen in the command center, now annotated with timing sequences and waypoint coordinates. Mission profile, New Oslo Medical Depot, University Hospital Complex, Eastern Ruins Sector. Primary objective is pharmaceutical supplies, antibiotics, surgical materials, anything Dr. Voss flagged as critical. Secondary objective is diagnostic equipment if we can transport it. He zoomed in on the route. We're launching from the western access tunnel instead of northern. There's Lanky activity near the northern hub that makes it too risky. Western route adds 6 kilometers to the approach, but keeps us clear of known contacts. Transit time through the tunnels, 4 hours. Surface travel to New Oslo, 5 hours. Total approach time, 9 hours. Night approach, Elena asked. Dawn insertion. Lanky activity patterns show lowest density between 0400 and 0800 local time. We'll be on site when they're least active. Gives us a window to work. Marcus highlighted the hospital complex. The building is partially collapsed, but structurally sound according to old survey data. Pharmacy is on the 2nd floor, surgical suites on the 3rd. We split into 2 teams. Archer and I take the pharmacy. Tanaka and Petrov secure the surgical supplies. Communications? Akira asked. Line of sight only once we're on the surface. The hospital has thick walls and interference from Lanky construction in the area. We'll use hand signals and visual contact. No radio unless it's an emergency. We assume Lankies can detect transmission frequencies. Alex studied the hospital layout, memorizing access points and exit routes. The building had been a teaching hospital, pre-war capacity of 300 patients. Now it was a tomb filled with medical supplies they desperately needed and probably guarded by creatures that had killed most of humanity. Rules of engagement? She asked. Evasion over engagement. We're not there to fight. We're there to extract supplies and disappear. If we encounter Lankies, we hide or retreat. Only engage if there's no other option. Marcus's expression was flat. This is a salvage operation, not combat. Every shot fired is a beacon, saying humans here. We stay quiet. We stay invisible. We come home. And if we can't stay invisible, Elena's voice was matter-of-fact. asking the question they were all thinking. Then we make a fighting retreat to the nearest rally point and reassess. I've marked 3 fallback positions between the hospital and the transit tunnels. If things go wrong, we collapse back in stages, maintain spacing, cover each other's withdrawal. Marcus pulled up the rally points. But it won't go wrong. We've done this before. We know how to move in hostile territory. Alex had done it 57 times. Each operation was a calculated risk, a gamble that preparation and skill could beat the odds. So far, she'd won 57 times. Statistically, she was overdue for a loss. Marcus turned to Alex. Ash's role? Advance warning, Alex said. He can detect Lankies at range better than any of us. I'll keep him on a short lead, watch for alerts. If he signals contact, we freeze and assess. How reliable is he in urban environments? Very. He's trained for building searches, can distinguish between residual scent and active presence. Alex rested her hand on Ash's head. His alert pattern is consistent. Ears forward, hackles up, low growl. I've never seen him false positive on lanky scent. Good. Marcus made a note on his tablet. What's his endurance for surface operations? 12 hours at standard pace. He's got his own air filtration, modified from a CDF working dog kit, paw protection for toxic residue. He's equipped for extended surface time. And if he gets injured, Alex met Marcus's eyes, then I carry him out or we abort the mission. He's not disposable. Something shifted in Marcus's expression. Recognition, maybe, or respect for the line Alex was drawing. Understood. Ash is part of the team, not equipment. He pulled up the timeline. Departure is 0200 hours tomorrow. That gives us 18 hours for final prep and rest. I want everyone to run through their loadout twice, check every seal on the environmental suits, test all equipment. Dr. Voss will do medical clearance at 2100 hours. If you're showing any signs of illness or injury, you tell her. This mission is too risky to run compromised. The irony of those words coming from Marcus, who was clearly running compromised himself, wasn't lost on Alex. But she kept her expression neutral and nodded with the others. Questions? Marcus asked. Weather forecast, Akira said. Stable for the next 72 hours. No storm systems, minimal wind. Temperature is minus 20 Celsius, which is warm for New Svalbard. Visibility should be good. Marcus closed the tactical display. Anything else? Silence. They'd all run missions before, knew the protocols, understood the risks. There was nothing left to say except the unspoken acknowledgement that some of them might not come back. All right. Marcus's voice carried the weight of command and something else, something that might have been pain, carefully controlled. Get your prep done. I'll see you at the medical clearance. He left without further discussion. Elena and Akira moved to their equipment, beginning the meticulous process of checking and rechecking every item. Alex stayed at her station, watching Ash, thinking about scent recognition drills and the way Marcus's shoulder had hesitated. Hey, Archer! Alex looked up. Elena stood nearby, rifle disassembled for cleaning on the workbench beside her. Yeah? You noticed it too, Elena said quietly. Not a question. Noticed what? Marcus. Something's wrong with him. I saw it during the council meeting. He kept shifting his weight like his back was bothering him. And just now, the way he moved, Elena's hands worked through the rifle cleaning routine with automatic precision. I've known him 6 years. He's hurting. Alex considered her response. Loyalty to Marcus suggested denial. Honesty suggested confirmation. Practical assessment suggested that a team leader running compromised was a threat to everyone. He's compartmentalizing, Alex said finally. Whatever it is, he's managing it. Managing isn't the same as healthy. None of us are healthy. We're all running on damage control and stubbornness. Alex began breaking down her own rifle, hands moving through the familiar sequence. The question is whether his particular damage compromises the mission. Does it? Alex thought about Marcus teaching her tactical movement, about the 57 operations where he'd kept everyone alive through planning and skill, about the way he'd found her half-starved and given her purpose instead of pity. I don't know, she admitted, but I'll be watching. Elena nodded and returned to her equipment. They worked in comfortable silence, two survivors preparing for another calculated risk. Another mission where success meant coming home alive and failure meant not coming home at all. Ash shifted beside Alex, his attention suddenly focused on the equipment bay entrance. Ears forward, body alert, but not the hackles up warning that indicated threat. Just awareness. Alex looked up as Dr. Voss entered, medical kit in hand, in an expression that suggested she was already tired of the conversation she was about to have. "Archer," Voss said. "Got a minute?" "Sure." Alex set down the rifle components. Ash's tail wagged once. He liked Voss, who'd treated a laceration on his shoulder 3 months back with careful hands and a calm demeanor that dogs appreciated. Voss moved to Alex's workstation, pulled up a stool, and opened her medical kit. "This is the pre-mission medical screen. Standard procedure. I check your vitals. Make sure you're not running a fever or showing signs of illness that would compromise surface operations." "I'm fine." "Everyone's fine until they're not." Voss pulled out a diagnostic scanner. "Arm, please." Alex extended her arm. The scanner was pre-war medical technology, probably worth more than everything else in Refuge 7 combined if there was still a functioning economy anywhere. Voss ran it over Alex's forearm, reading the data with clinical focus. Heart rate slightly elevated, blood pressure normal, temperature normal, no signs of infection or systemic illness. Voss made notes on her tablet. "You're cleared for surface operations from a medical standpoint. How are you feeling subjectively?" "Ready." "That's not what I asked." Voss set down the scanner and looked at Alex with the direct gaze she used when she wanted actual honesty. "You're about to spend 72 hours in hostile territory, running on suit air and adrenaline. I need to know if you're dealing with anything that might affect your judgment." Alex considered the question. Was she dealing with anything? Fear about the mission? Concern about Marcus? The accumulated weight of 57 surface operations where death was one mistake away? The knowledge that Ash might die because she'd brought him along? That Elena and Akira were trusting her skills to keep them alive? That 74 people were depending on this mission succeeding? "I'm managing," she said. Voss smiled without humor. "Everyone in this settlement is managing. The question is whether you're managing well enough to stay alive." "I've stayed alive for 8 years. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results." Voss pulled out a small container. The same sleep aids she'd given Kai, Alex realized. "I'm prescribing these for tonight. You need real sleep before a major operation, not whatever restless half-consciousness you normally run on." "I sleep fine." "You sleep like someone expecting to wake up fighting for your life, which is accurate to your circumstances but not conducive to actual rest." Voss pressed the container into Alex's hand. "Take one tonight. Get 6 hours of real sleep. Your body will thank you when you're running on marginal air filtration and maximum stress." Alex looked at the container, at the small pills that promised temporary escape from hypervigilance. Part of her wanted to refuse. Sleep meant vulnerability, meant not being ready for whatever came next. But Voss was right. She'd be sharper with real rest. "Okay," she said. "Good." Voss scanned Akira and Elena with the same clinical efficiency, cleared them both, then packed up her kit. "Marcus is next. If you see him, send him to medical bay." She left before Alex could respond. Alex returned to her rifle, reassembling it with practiced hands while her mind worked through the mission profile. 9 hours of approach, unknown time on site, 9 hours back. 72 hours total, assuming no complications. Complications were inevitable. The question was what kind and how severe. Ash nudged her hand with his nose. Alex looked down at him, at the scars in his fur, at the intelligence in his eyes. "What do you think, boy?" she asked quietly. "Are we making a mistake?" Ash's tail wagged. He had no opinion on strategic assessment, only absolute faith that wherever Alex went, he would follow. She wished human loyalty was that simple. The equipment bay door opened. Marcus returned, moving with the careful precision of someone managing pain they wouldn't acknowledge. He went directly to his loadout, checking equipment with methodical focus. Alex made a decision. "Hey, Marcus." He looked up. "Yeah?" Dr. Voss is looking for you. Medical clearance. Something flickered in his expression. Annoyance, maybe, or the realization that he couldn't avoid the examination. I'll catch her after I finish prep. She seemed pretty insistent. I'm sure she did. Marcus returned to his equipment. I'll see her before departure. Right now, I need to verify the communications array. Alex watched him work, saw the way he favored his left side, the slight stiffness in his movements that suggested back pain or rib injury or something he'd been dealing with long enough to develop compensation patterns. 57 operations. She'd learned to trust Marcus's judgment, his planning, his ability to read situations and make calls that kept people alive. But she'd also learned that sometimes people push themselves past their limits because they thought they were indispensable. Kai had done it, was probably still doing it, even after Voss forced him to rest. Marcus was doing it now, and Alex was about to follow him into hostile territory, trusting that his judgment was sound and his physical limitations wouldn't compromise the mission. She pulled up her tablet and began documenting her equipment checks, creating the record that Refuge 7 required for all surface operations. Every item cataloged, every system tested, every detail recorded for what? For whoever found their bodies if the mission failed? For the historical record that would never be read? Documentation was routine. Routine was control. Control was survival. Ash settled beside her, patient and trusting. Alex worked her hand through his fur, feeling the warmth of living tissue, the steady rise and fall of his breathing. 18 hours until departure. Time enough for final preparations, for sleep she probably wouldn't get despite Voss's prescription, for the slow accumulation of pre-mission tension that would sharpen into focus when they entered the tunnels. Time enough to wonder if this was the operation where her luck ran out. The equipment bay's overhead lighting flickered, a momentary brownout as the power grid redistributed load. Somewhere in the settlement, systems were being prioritized, resources allocated, choices made about what stayed online and what went dark. Just like the mission. Just like everything. When the lights stabilized, Alex looked up and found Marcus watching her with an expression she couldn't read. "Get some rest, Archer," he said quietly. "Tomorrow's going to be long." She nodded and began packing up her equipment. Ash stood, stretched, and followed her toward the exit. Behind them, Marcus returned to his preparations. Alex heard the slight hitch in his breathing as he lifted the communications array, the almost inaudible sound of pain being managed and controlled and hidden from view. 18 hours. Then they'd find out if any of them made it back alive. Chapter 5. Into the gray. The first breath of surface air through a filtration mass always tasted like death. Marcus Chen stood in the thermal vent access tunnel, one hand on the release mechanism for the concealed hatch, and inhaled the processed atmosphere that his environmental suit was extracting from New Svalbard's poisoned air. The suit's filters worked overtime, stripping out the nitrogen compounds and particulate matter and whatever else the Lankies had pumped into the atmosphere during 8 years of planetary transformation. What remained was breathable, technically, but it carried the chemical tang of something fundamentally wrong. Air that had been broken down and reconstituted, missing essential elements that human lungs recognized at a cellular level. His ribs ached. The pain was manageable. He'd been managing it for 3 months, ever since the Firebase Echo extraction, when he'd taken a fall that had cracked 2 ribs and probably done soft tissue damage he couldn't afford to have Voss examine. The ribs had healed poorly, left him with a persistent grinding sensation when he moved certain ways. But that was the price of keeping everyone else focused on their own survival instead of his. He'd taken pain suppressors before departure, not enough to dull his tactical awareness, just enough to smooth the sharp edges. The suppressors would last 8 hours. After that, he'd have to decide between taking more and risking impaired judgment or dealing with the pain and risking impaired movement. Command meant making those calculations, meant weighing personal limitation against mission necessity, meant accepting that his body was equipment that needed to remain functional for 72 hours, and what happened after didn't matter if the mission failed. Surface conditions? Alex's voice came through his earpiece, calm and professional. Marcus checked his environmental readout. -22 Celsius, wind at 8 kilometers per hour from the northeast. Atmospheric toxicity at nominal levels for this region. He keyed the hatch release. Visibility is good. We'll have clear sight lines but limited cover until we reach the broken terrain. Understood. The hatch unsealed with a pneumatic hiss. Marcus pushed it open carefully, aware that the movement sent a spike of pain through his left side that he couldn't afford to show. The hatch was designed to look like natural rock formation from above, camouflage that had kept the Highland thermal vents access point secure for 8 years. Cold air rushed in, and with it came the light. New Svalbard's sky was the color of old bruises, purple and gray and sickly yellow, clouds that moved in patterns that didn't quite follow normal atmospheric physics. The sun was a pale disk behind the cloud layer, providing illumination without warmth, casting everything in the flat gray light that made distance perception difficult. Marcus climbed through the hatch, moving with deliberate care that disguised the effort each motion required. His boots found purchase on basalt rock that had been warm once, before the Lankies came, heated by geothermal vents that made this region habitable. The vents still functioned, steam rising from cracks in the ground, but the warmth was wrong now, tainted by whatever the Lankies had done to the planet's thermal regulation systems. He scanned the immediate area with practiced efficiency. The Highland vents stretched before them in a landscape of broken rock and thermal pools, steam rising in columns that would mask their heat signatures from aerial detection. 300 meters to the north, the terrain dropped away into the valley that led to New Oslo. Behind them, the hatch sealed itself, becoming invisible again. Just another rock formation in a field of geothermal chaos. Alex emerged next, moving with the fluid precision of someone who'd learned to trust their suit's mobility systems. Ash came with her, the dog's own filtration mask giving him an alien appearance. More machine than animal, adapted for survival in a world that wanted him dead. The dog's ears were forward, alert, but not alarmed. No immediate threats. Akira and Elena followed, spreading out automatically into a defensive perimeter. Good. They'd done this before, knew the protocols. 4 people on the surface of a hostile world, equipped with technology that was failing and surrounded by enemies that outnumbered them by orders of magnitude. Just another Tuesday. Comms check, Marcus said quietly. Archer, good signal. Tanaka, clear. Petrov, reading you. Marcus pulled up the navigation overlay on his HUD, comparing the planned route with current terrain features. The Lankies had transformed New Svalbard's surface, but bedrock remained bedrock. The valley route would take them northeast, following the natural drainage patterns toward New Oslo. Travel time, 5 hours at standard pace, assuming no complications. Complications were inevitable. The question was what kind. Move out, he said. Standard spacing. Archer, you're on point with Ash. Tanaka, rear guard. Petrov, center with supply packs. I'll maintain overwatch. They moved into formation with the economy of practice teamwork. Alex took point position 20 meters ahead, Ash ranging slightly forward on a long lead. Marcus watched her movement, the way she read the terrain, using available cover and maintaining sightlines. 8 years had transformed her from desperate survivor into one of the best scouts Refuge 7 had. She was wasted underground, should have been running long-range reconnaissance for a proper military unit, but there were no proper military units anymore. Just survivors playing soldier with salvaged equipment. The Highland Vents terrain was treacherous. Loose rock, thermal pools that could boil flesh, steam vents that erupted without warning. Marcus navigated it with the mental map he'd built over dozens of surface operations, choosing paths that minimize exposure while maintaining progress toward the objective. The pain in his ribs settled into a steady ache that he pushed to the background. Focus on the mission, the terrain, the threat assessment. Everything else was secondary. They'd been moving for 30 minutes when Marcus saw it. The first lanky structure, it rose from the valley floor like a monument to alien geometry, a spire of material that looked organic and crystalline simultaneously, twisting upward in patterns that didn't follow human architectural principles. The structure was approximately 40 meters tall, wide at the base and narrowing to a point that seemed to pierce the cloud layer. Its surface shifted colors in the gray light, blue-green to purple to something that hurt to look at directly. Marcus had seen dozens of these structures over the years, watched the Lankies build them with purpose humans couldn't decipher. Were they habitats, communication arrays, weapons platforms? No one knew. The structures simply appeared, growing from the ground like alien plants, transforming the planet one spire at a time. Contact, Alex's voice was barely a whisper. Bearing 045, range approximately 800 meters. Single structure, no visible activity. Confirmed. Marcus adjusted their route, angling away from the structure. We'll give it a wide berth, maintain noise discipline. They moved in silence, boots finding quiet purchase on rock, breathing controlled through filtration systems. This was the reality of surface operations. You were always being watched, always one mistake away from detection. The Lankies had sensors humans didn't understand, detection methods that didn't rely on visible light or thermal imaging. Staying alive meant moving like ghosts through a world that belonged to something else. The valley opened ahead of them, revealing more of the transformed landscape. Where New Oslo had once stood as a human city, buildings and streets in the ordered chaos of civilization, there was now a hybrid nightmare. Human structures remained, but they'd been incorporated. Lanky spires grew through buildings, alien material fusing with concrete and steel. Some buildings stood intact, preserved like specimens. Others had been partially disassembled, their materials harvested for purposes Marcus couldn't guess. It looked like cancer, like something had infected the city and metastasized, transforming familiar architecture into alien tissue. Ash stopped moving. His ears went forward, hackles rising along his spine. The dog's body went rigid with alertness, nose pointed northwest. Alex's hand came up immediately, the halt signal. The team froze. Marcus scanned the indicated direction, seeing nothing but broken terrain and distant structures. His HUD showed no thermal contacts, no movement. But Ash had never been wrong before. Archer, what's his alert pattern? Full warning. Something's out there. Alex kept her voice barely audible. Range unknown, but he's locked on. Marcus activated his suit's enhanced optics, cycling through different visual spectrums. Infrared showed the thermal chaos of the vents. Ultraviolet revealed the alien spire's strange luminescence. Standard visible light showed dash. There, movement, approximately 1 kilometer northwest. A lanky, maybe 2, moving through the ruins with a ground-eating stride that made them terrifying despite their apparent lack of urgency. The creatures were massive, 3 meters tall, built with too many joints, their bodies covered in the same material that composed their structures. They moved with purpose, following paths only they understood. Contact confirmed, Marcus said. 2 Lankies bearing 315, range 1,000 meters. Current headings suggest they're moving away from our position. Do we hold or proceed? Akira's question was tactically sound. Waiting meant safety but cost time. Moving meant risk but maintained schedule. Marcus ran the calculations. The Lankies were moving away, showing no sign of detection. The team had cover from the thermal vents' steam columns. Distance was sufficient for safe passage if they moved carefully. But there was never safety, never certainty, just probabilities and risk assessment. We proceed, he decided. Slow advance, maintain spacing, use available cover. Archer, keep Ash focused on those contacts. If they change direction or show awareness, we freeze immediately. They moved forward with exaggerated care, each footfall deliberate, each breath controlled. This was the part civilians didn't understand about combat operations. Not the violence, which was brief and chaotic, but the tension. The hours of careful movement where one mistake meant death. The patience required to be professional prey. Marcus's ribs protested the careful movement, the way he had to control his breathing to stay quiet. He ignored the pain, focusing on his team's positions, on the Lankies' movement patterns, on the 1,000 small details that meant the difference between successful infiltration and catastrophic contact. The terrain shifted as they descended into the valley proper. More lanky structures appeared, smaller ones, maybe 3 meters tall, clustered in patterns that suggested planning. Some structures pulsed with internal light. Others seemed dormant, their surfaces dull in the gray light. Marcus gave them all wide berth, routing the team through spaces between the alien architecture. New Oslo's outskirts emerged from the gloom ahead. Buildings that Marcus recognized from pre-war maps, now transformed. A residential complex had a lanky spire growing through its center, like a parasite emerging from a host. An office building stood intact but covered in the alien material, its windows dark, its purpose reassigned to something humans couldn't comprehend. The university hospital was 4 kilometers ahead, deeper into the transformed city. 4 kilometers through hostile territory, through a graveyard of human civilization repurposed for alien use. They'd covered 3 kilometers when Ash alerted again. This time, the dog's response was different. Not the distant warning, but immediate alarm. He dropped into a crouch, ears flat, a low growl building in his chest. Close contact, very close. Freeze, Marcus ordered, his own hand moving to his rifle. Archer, can you isolate direction? He's not locked on a specific bearing. Alex's voice carried controlled tension. It's ambient. Multiple contacts, scattered positions. Shit. Marcus scanned their surroundings with fresh urgency. They were in an intersection of ruined streets, buildings on 3 sides, open ground to the north. His HUD showed nothing, but Ash was never wrong. Then he saw it. Movement in a building to the east, subtle, almost invisible, but there. A lanky, motionless in what had been a storefront, watching, or waiting, or doing whatever lankies did when they occupied human spaces. East building, ground floor, Marcus reported. Single contact, appears stationary. I've got another one, Elena whispered. South side, second floor window, also stationary. They were surrounded, not actively hunted, but the lankies were here, distributed through the ruins in a pattern that suggested, what, habitation, surveillance, construction planning? Marcus forced his tactical mind to override the spike of adrenaline. The lankies weren't moving, weren't showing aggression. Were they even aware of the human team? Lanky senses were different. They might detect large-scale activity while missing small groups that move carefully. Or they might be waiting, observing, learning. Assessment, Marcus said quietly. We're in a lanky occupation zone. Multiple contacts, unknown number, currently passive. Options, hold position and wait for them to move, attempt bypass using available cover, or abort and find alternate route. Alternate route adds 4 hours, Akira said, and there's no guarantee it's clear. Bypass puts us in their direct observation, Alex added. If they're territorial, movement might trigger response. Marcus checked his mission chronometer. They were already running behind schedule. The window for dawn insertion at the hospital was narrowing. If they delayed much longer, they'd be working in full daylight with higher lanky activity levels. The pain in his ribs flared as he shifted position. He controlled his breathing, forced his mind to clarity despite the discomfort. This was command, making calls with incomplete information, weighing risk against necessity, accepting that whatever choice he made might kill his team. We bypass, he decided. Slow movement, maximum stealth. Use the buildings for cover, stay in shadows. Archer, keep Ash close. If he alerts to direct attention, we freeze and reassess. Understood, Alex said. They moved like ghosts through a haunted city. Buildings that had housed humans now sheltered aliens. Streets that had carried traffic now served purposes only the lankies understood. Every window was a potential observation point. Every doorway held possible threat. Marcus watched his team move through the ruins with professional skill, decades of combined military experience, compressed into careful footfalls and controlled breathing. Elena navigated the broken pavement with supply packs that would have slowed a civilian to crawling pace. Akira maintained rear security with the kind of awareness that came from surviving too many combat operations. Alex moved on point like she'd been born for it, reading Ash's body language with perfect synchronization. They were good, maybe good enough to pull this off. The pain suppressors were wearing off. Marcus felt it in the sharpening ache along his left side, in the way his breathing wanted to hitch when he moved wrong. 2 hours until the medication was fully depleted. Then he'd have to operate on discipline and compartmentalization. Just like everything else. They'd covered another kilometer when the landscape changed again. Ahead, New Oslo's central district rose in a nightmare fusion of human and alien architecture. The university hospital was visible now, a 10-story building that had somehow remained mostly intact, though lanky material grew up its eastern face like a climbing plant. The pharmaceutical depot they'd come for was inside that building. 2 years of medical supplies if Dr. Voss's estimates were accurate. Everything Refuge 7 needed to keep 74 people alive for a little while longer. All they had to do was get in, extract the supplies, and get out without being detected by an unknown number of hostile aliens in a city that belonged to something that had conquered humanity. Simple. Marcus was planning the building approach when Ash went rigid again. This time the dog's alert was different. Not warning, not alarm, but something else. Confusion, maybe, or recognition of something that didn't fit his training. Archer? Marcus kept his voice level. I don't know what this is. Alex sounded uncertain for the first time. His body language isn't matching any alert pattern I've seen before. Marcus followed Ash's line of sight. The dog was staring at a building 300 meters ahead, a structure that had been a research facility, according to pre-war maps. The building was partially collapsed, its upper floors destroyed, but the ground level remained intact, and there was light coming from inside. Not lanky bioluminescence, but something else, something that looked almost like... "Is that electrical light?" Elena asked, voicing what Marcus was thinking. Marcus enhanced his optics, focusing on the building's interior. The light was definitely artificial, flickering slightly, powered by something that generated electrical current, which meant either the building had independent power that had survived 8 years, or something was generating power deliberately. Or someone. Could be automated systems, Akira offered. Emergency backup running on batteries or localized generation. For 8 years. Elena's skepticism was justified. Marcus checked the tactical map. The research facility wasn't on their route. The hospital was 200 meters to the north. They could bypass the building, maintain mission focus, ignore the impossible light flickering in a dead city. But the light meant something, meant power, meant potential resources or technology or information they hadn't accounted for. Or it meant a trap. Meant Lankies learning to use human technology as bait. Meant curiosity becoming the thing that killed them. Marcus weighed the options with a tactical precision that didn't account for the pain grinding through his ribs or the medication wearing off, or the fact that he was gambling 4 lives on decisions made with incomplete data. "We investigate," he said. 15-minute reconnaissance. If it's nothing, we proceed to primary objective. If it's something, we reassess. Alex turned to look at him, her expression unreadable behind her face shield. "Marcus, that's off mission." "I know," he met her gaze. "But electrical power in a dead city is intelligence we can't ignore. 15 minutes, then we continue to the hospital." She nodded slowly, trusting his judgment despite the deviation from plan. Marcus hoped that trust wasn't misplaced. They approached the research facility with weapons ready, Ash ranging ahead with uncertain body language. The building's lower windows were intact, showing glimpses of interior space illuminated by flickering light. No movement visible, no thermal signatures registering, just light where there shouldn't be light. Marcus reached the entrance, a doorway that had lost its door, opening onto darkness beyond the light source. He activated his rifle's tactical light, swept the beam through the interior. The facility had been a biological research lab. Equipment remained scattered through the space. Electron microscopes, sample analysis stations, containment units. Everything covered in 8 years of dust and decay. But the light came from deeper in the building, from a room whose door stood partially open. "Covering," Akira said, taking position at the entrance. Marcus moved forward, Eleanor and Alex flanking him. Ash stayed at Alex's side, still showing that confused alert pattern. The dog smelled something but didn't recognize it as threat or familiar. The light source came from a room that had been a server facility. Banks of computers lined the walls, most of them dark and dead. But one unit remained active, its displays showing data feeds that scrolled past faster than human reading speed. And sitting at the console, back to the door, was a figure in a CDF environmental suit. Marcus's rifle came up automatically, training overriding shock. The figure didn't move, didn't respond to their entry. Contact, Marcus said quietly. Unknown hostile, stationary. Alex moved to flank while Elena maintained crossfire position. Professional, textbook. All of them responding to a situation that made no sense. A human presence in a dead city, sitting at a functioning computer terminal, not reacting to armed intrusion. You at the console, Marcus called out. Identify yourself, slowly. No response. The figure remained motionless, hands resting on the keyboard, body slack in the chair. Marcus approached from the side, keeping his rifle trained center mass. Close enough now to see details. The suit was old model CDF issue, pre-invasion design. The helmet was transparent, showing nothing. The suit was empty. No body, no occupant. Just an environmental suit arranged in a seated position at a functioning computer terminal, its hands positioned on the keyboard as if someone had been working and simply evaporated. But the computer was running. Data was flowing. Power was being generated and consumed. What the fuck? Elena breathed. Marcus moved closer, examining the terminal. The display showed streams of data he didn't recognize. Not standard CDF protocols, not civilian formats. Something else. Something that looked almost like communication protocols, but using syntax he'd never seen. The console's power indicator showed it was running on localized generation, a quantum battery system that should have depleted years ago, but somehow remained functional. Ash whined, the sound carrying uncertainty and distress. The dog didn't like this place, didn't understand what he was smelling. Marcus didn't understand either. Didn't understand the empty suit or the functioning computer or the impossible power source or what it meant that someone or something had set this up and left it running. He pulled out his tablet, began documenting, photographs, data captures, environmental readings. Everything recorded because this was intelligence, even if he didn't understand it yet. Behind him, Alex was examining the empty suit. Marcus, the suit's internal chronometer shows it's been running for 9 days. Power cells are almost full, like they were recently charged. That's impossible, Elena said. There's no one here. No human activity in New Oslo for years. The chronometer doesn't lie. Alex pulled up the suit's data log. Last wearer logged out 9 days ago. No record of who or why. Marcus felt something cold settle in his gut that had nothing to do with New Svalbard's temperature. 9 days ago, recent, current, which meant someone was operating in the ruins. Someone with access to CDF equipment and knowledge of how to maintain quantum power systems. Someone who'd left this running as, what? A beacon? A message? A trap? He was about to order withdrawal when the computer's display changed. The scrolling data stopped. Text appeared, stark against the dark screen. They know you're here. Marcus's tactical instinct screamed warnings half a second before Ash erupted into full alarm barking. Outside in the dead city, something massive began moving. Not one lanky, multiple, converging from different directions with coordinated precision that suggested purpose, suggested hunting. Contact! Akira's voice cracked through the comm. Multiple lankies, multiple vectors, closing fast on our position. Marcus grabbed his rifle, already moving. Fall back, fighting retreat to Rally Point Alpha. They burst from the research facility into the gray light to see nightmares approaching from 3 directions. Lankies emerging from buildings, moving with speed that belied their massive size, closing the distance with terrible efficiency. And behind them in the research facility, the computer screen continued displaying its impossible message. They know you're here. Chapter 6. The Dead City. Yuki Tanaka's hands were steady as she worked the security bypass, even though her heart was trying to punch through her ribcage. The university hospital's pharmaceutical depot had been locked down tight when the invasion began. Automated security protocols designed to protect high-value medical supplies from looting during emergencies. 8 years later, those same protocols were keeping them out of the one room that might save 74 lives. She crouched in front of the access panel, tablet interface glowing in the dim light of her headlamp, fingers dancing across virtual keys with the kind of precision that came from 5 years as a systems engineer before the war. Before the Lankies came and rendered every human skill obsolete except the ones related to hiding and surviving. Behind her, the hospital hallway stretched into darkness that her light couldn't fully penetrate. The building smelled like decay and chemical breakdown. 8 years of accumulated dust, deteriorating materials, and the subtle wrongness that came from being too close to lanky structures. The alien spire that grew up the hospital's eastern face was less than 30 meters away, separated by concrete walls, and the hope that the Lankies hadn't bothered to explore human buildings they'd already claimed. Status? Marcus's voice was barely a whisper through her earpiece. 30 seconds, Yuki replied, watching the code sequence scroll across her screen. The security system was military grade, but it was also 8 years out of date and running on backup power that made it sluggish. She'd found the access vulnerability in the authentication protocol, an exploit that probably had been patched in newer systems, but was still live in this one. The code compiled, executed. The lock mechanism chunked as magnetic seals disengaged. "We're in," she said. The pharmaceutical depot door opened onto a room that looked like salvation packaged in the sterile white shelving. Row after row of medical supplies preserved in climate-controlled storage that had somehow maintained integrity despite 8 years of neglect. Antibiotics in sealed containers. Surgical equipment still wrapped in sterile packaging. Diagnostic tools that Refugee 7 didn't have and desperately needed. Dr. Voss's supply list had been comprehensive and probably optimistic. She'd wanted 2 years of medical inventory. Looking at the depot's intact stock, they might actually get it. If they could carry it out, if the Lankies didn't detect them, if they survived the next hour. Too many ifs. But that was every operation, every day. Yuki moved into the depot, already prioritizing extraction. Marcus had given them 20 minutes to load up, maximum time before their presence in one location increased detection risk to unacceptable levels. 20 minutes to grab supplies worth more than gold, more than ammunition, more than anything except breathable air and drinkable water. "Akira, secure the entrance," Marcus ordered. "Elena, start loading high-priority items. Antibiotics first, then surgical supplies. Yuki, I need you to access the depot's inventory system. I want to know exactly what we're taking and what we're leaving." "On it." Yuki pulled up the depot's local network on her tablet. The system was still running, maintained by the same backup power that kept the climate control functional. She established connection, bypassed authentication, easier from inside the secured area, and pulled up the inventory database. The list made her throat tight. Everything Dr. Voss had wanted and more. Broad-spectrum antibiotics, enough to treat hundreds of infections. Surgical supplies, sutures, antiseptics, anesthetics that weren't expired. Diagnostic equipment, portable scanners, blood analysis units, imaging systems that actually worked. They couldn't take it all. Not even close. 4 people could carry maybe 200 kilograms of equipment in addition to their own gear. The depot held tons. Yuki began flagging priority items, uploading the data to her tablet for later reference. Maybe they could come back. Maybe this wasn't the last chance to salvage human technology before the Lankies destroyed or assimilated everything. Maybe was a dangerous word. Implied future tense, implied hope. She worked methodically, documenting while Marcus and Elena loaded supply packs with antibiotics. Her brother Akira stood at the doorway, rifle ready, watching the hallway for threats that might materialize from nothing. This was his role: security, protection, the person who saw danger first and dealt with it. Yuki's role was different. She was the person who made technology work, who understood systems and code, and the abstract architecture that kept civilization functioning even after civilization was dead. "Marcus!" Alex's voice crackled through the comm, distant and tense. She was on perimeter watch with Ash, maintaining position 3 floors down. "I'm getting an activity on the lower levels. Could be structural settling, could be something else." "Specify." Ash is alert but not alarming. "I'm hearing sounds, metal stress maybe? Hard to isolate." Yuki's hands paused on her tablet. Old hospitals made noise. Buildings shifted. But post-invasion, every unexplained sound carried weight. "Continue monitoring," Marcus said. "We're loading priority supplies now. Extraction in 15 minutes. Yuki returned to her work, uploading inventory data while cataloging what they were taking. The database was comprehensive, not just current stock, but historical records, supply chains, distribution logs from before the war, information that had no practical value, but that she saved anyway, because it was human knowledge, and human knowledge was becoming extinct. She was downloading the database archive when her tablet pinged a warning. Network anomaly detected. Yuki frowned, checking the diagnostic. The depot's local network was showing activity that didn't match her access pattern. Something else was querying the system. Something with different authorization credentials. Marcus, I'm seeing network activity I didn't initiate. The depot's computer system is being accessed remotely. Marcus moved to her position. Remote from where? Unknown. The connection is... Yuki traced the network pathway, her engineering background making sense of the data flow. Coming from somewhere in the hospital. Internal network, not external. Someone or something is querying the inventory database. Automated maintenance system? Maybe, but the query pattern is wrong. Too specific. It's not running diagnostics. It's looking for something. As she spoke, the remote query changed, began focusing on the pharmaceutical depot specifically, on the inventory records Yuki was currently accessing. On them. It knows we're here, Yuki said, voice tight. Whatever's accessing the system, it's aware of our presence in the depot. Marcus's response was immediate. Pack what we have and prep for extraction. Akira, what's your status? Hallway's clear, no contacts. Alex? Still hearing sounds below. Ash is more alert now, but not full alarm. Yuki watched the network activity escalate. The remote query was pulling data, not just inventory, but security logs, access records, everything the depot system had recorded since they entered. And it was doing it with speed and sophistication that suggested, what? Automated AI? Lanky technology interfacing with human systems? Someone else in the hospital with access credentials? The query terminated, network went quiet. Then the hospital's emergency lighting activated. The corridor outside blazed with red illumination. Backup systems that shouldn't have power, shouldn't have reason to activate after 8 years of dormancy. The light was harsh and wrong, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. Contact protocol, Marcus ordered. We move now. Forget the supply optimization. Grab what we have and head for extraction route Alpha. Yuki disconnected from the depot system, but her tablet maintained passive monitoring of the network. She couldn't help it. Engineering instinct, the need to understand what was happening even as tactical necessity demanded retreat. The network showed new activity, not in the depot, but throughout the hospital. Systems coming online, security cameras, environmental controls, automated doors. The building was waking up. 8 years of dormancy ending because they'd triggered something, because something had noticed them. Marcus, the hospital's entire network is activating. Every system I can scan is coming online simultaneously. Lanky activity. Marcus was already moving. Supply pack loaded, rifle ready. I don't know. The activation pattern doesn't match Lanky technology. It's too organized, too systematic. It's following human protocols, which should be impossible. The hospital staff was dead. The city was dead. There was no one left to run automated systems, unless the message they'd seen in the research facility was accurate, unless someone else was operating in New Oslo, unless they weren't as alone as they'd believed. Yuki shouldered her own pack, lighter than Marcus's or Elena's, but still carrying precious antibiotics and surgical supplies, and moved toward the exit. Akira maintained rear security as they evacuated the depot, leaving behind supplies worth more than everything Refuge 7 possessed. The hallway outside was nightmare fuel under the emergency lighting. Red illumination painted the decay in harsh contrast, peeling paint, collapsed ceiling tiles, debris from 8 years of neglect. But the lighting revealed something else. Footprints in the dust. Recent. Leading away from the depot toward the hospital's central stairwell. Human footprints. Marcus, Yuki said, pointing. He saw them. Processed the implication in silence. Then, Alex, what's your status? Static. Then Alex's voice strained. We have a problem, multiple problems. Ash is in full alarm. Something's coming up from the lower levels. And there's Marcus, there's light, electrical light, like the research facility, coming from the basement levels. Fall back to our position. We're consolidating. Negative. Whatever's down here is between me and you. I'm going to ground, finding concealment. Ash and I will wait for an opening. Yuki felt ice settle in her gut. Separated. The worst possible scenario in hostile territory. Alex and Ash isolated on a different floor while something, multiple somethings, moved through the building with purpose. The hospital's PA system crackled to life. 8 years of silence broken by speakers that shouldn't have power, shouldn't work. A voice emerged from the static. Human voice. Female. Calm and professional in a way that made Yuki's skin crawl. Attention unauthorized personnel. You are in violation of quarantine protocols. Please proceed to the nearest designated assembly point for medical screening and status verification. The message repeated. Calm, professional, completely insane given that humanity had lost the war and there was no one left to enforce quarantine protocols or conduct medical screenings. What the fuck? Elena breathed. Marcus raised his hand. Silent signal. They froze, listening. The voice continued its loop, but underneath it, Yuki heard other sounds. Footsteps, multiple sets, moving through the hospital with coordinated purpose. Voices, human voices, speaking in low tones she couldn't make out. There are people here, Yuki whispered. Other survivors, moving through the building. Or something pretending to be people, Akira said, using recorded voices, automated systems. But the footsteps were real. The footprints were real. And the network activity suggested intelligence, human intelligence, operating with deliberate intent. Marcus made a decision. We extract now. Emergency route. Down through the maintenance shaft to the sublevel, then out through the utility tunnels. Akira, lead. Elena, center. Yuki, you're with me. We move fast and quiet. They moved through corridors painted red by emergency lights, following Akira's lead toward the maintenance access. The hospital had been designed with multiple exit routes, fire safety regulations from a world where fires were the worst threat humanity faced. Those routes were their salvation now. Behind them, the footsteps continued, growing closer. The PA voice announced, "Medical personnel are standing by. Please do not resist screening procedures. Cooperation ensures optimal health outcomes for all settlement residents." Settlement residents. The phrase made Yuki's engineering mind catch on details. Whoever recorded that message, whenever they recorded it, they were thinking in terms of settlements, of organized survival groups, which meant either this was pre-invasion emergency protocol, or someone post-invasion had set up survivors' infrastructure, or something was using human psychology against them, baiting them with hope. Akira reached the maintenance shaft, a service access for hospital engineers, equipped with ladder rungs that descended into darkness. He tested the first rung, found it solid, and began descent. Elena followed. Yuki prepared to enter when her tablet pinged again. The network monitoring she'd left active showed new data. Someone was accessing her interface, following her digital trail through the hospital system. And they were good, better than good. They'd identified her specific tablet signature and were attempting to establish direct communication. A message window appeared on her screen. "Stop! Don't go into the maintenance shaft." Yuki froze. Marcus saw her expression, moved to her position. "What?" She showed him the tablet. "Someone's messaging me. Direct communication through the hospital network. Source? Unknown, somewhere in the building. They're warning us not to use the maintenance shaft." Marcus looked at the access point where Akira and Elena had already descended. Could be a trap, trying to route us into an ambush. Or legitimate warning. We have no way to know. The footsteps were closer now, and from below, from the maintenance shaft, Yuki heard something else. A sound like breathing, wet and wrong, coming from the darkness where Akira and Elena had descended. Another message appeared. "They're in the shaft, below your team. You need alternate route now." "Akira, Elena, extraction abort," Marcus ordered immediately. "Come back up, now." Akira's voice crackled through the comm. Negative. There's something down here. Moving toward us. Multiple contacts. Then the wet breathing sound escalated into something worse. A vocalization that was almost human, but fundamentally wrong. Like someone had recorded human speech and played it back through vocal cords that weren't designed for language. Akira's rifle fired. 3 controlled bursts. Then screaming. Elena's voice raw with terror and pain. Contact. They're not Lankies. Something else. Human-shaped, but... The comm cut out, just static in the echo of gunfire reverberating up the maintenance shaft. Marcus grabbed Yuki's arm. Move! Now! Alternate route! They ran. Behind them, the footsteps accelerated. Ahead, the hospital stretched in labyrinthine complexity. Corridors and rooms and emergency exits that might lead to escape or might lead to whatever had taken Akira and Elena. Yuki's tablet pinged continuously now. Messages appearing faster than she could read. North stairwell clear. Medical wing has hostile presence. I can guide you out. Trust me. Marcus saw the messages, made a call. Yuki asked them who they are. She typed while running, fingers clumsy on the virtual keyboard. Who are you? The response was immediate. Someone who wants you to survive. Follow my directions exactly. They're offering to guide us out, Yuki reported. Could be a trap. Could be our only chance. The footsteps behind them were getting closer. The hospital was waking up around them. Automated doors sealing, emergency systems activating, turning the building into a maze with unknown purpose. Marcus's face was set in tactical calculation. Do it. Follow their directions, but stay ready to break away if it feels wrong. Yuki typed, We'll follow. What do we do? Turn right at next intersection. Enter room 2, 147. Wait for my signal. They turned right, found room 247, a patient room, long abandoned, hospital bed still made with 8-year-old linens. Yuki and Marcus entered, taking positions on either side of the door. The footsteps passed by, multiple sets, moving with coordinated search pattern. Through the door's small window, Yuki caught glimpses, figures in environmental suits similar to theirs, but wrong somehow, moving with just slightly off human gait, carrying weapons that looked like CDF issue but modified in ways she couldn't identify. Not Lankies, but not entirely human either. Her tablet, they're gone. Exit room, go left, follow corridor to radiology. We'll guide you from there. Alex, Marcus tried the comm again. Status. Static. Then Alex's whispered voice. Still concealed. Whatever's moving through the building hasn't found me yet. Ash is quiet. We're holding position. Akira? Elena? Nothing. Just silence where his team should be. Marcus's expression went flat. The look he got when people died under his command, and there was nothing he could do except continue the mission. We're following the mysterious guide, he said to Alex. If we don't check in within 20 minutes, assume compromise and execute independent extraction. Understood. Marcus, be careful. They moved through the hospital following tablet directions that came from unknown source. The guide was good, routing them around the searching figures, through sections of the hospital that remained dark and inactive. Whoever was sending instructions had perfect knowledge of the building layout and real-time awareness of hostile positions, which raised questions Yuki didn't have time to consider. Questions about how anyone could maintain that level of surveillance, about why they were helping, about what they wanted in return. The tablet guided them to radiology, a department filled with medical imaging equipment worth fortune in salvage value. In the center of the room stood another empty environmental suit. This one was different, positioned not at a computer, but standing upright, arms at its sides as if someone had stepped out of it mid-stride and vanished. And on the suit's chest, written in what looked like medical marking pen, was a message. Put on the helmets I've left for you. Your suit air is contaminated. You have approximately 10 minutes before you start hallucinating. 2 helmets sat on a nearby equipment cart, CDF issue, but with modified filtration systems that Yuki recognized from advanced rebreather designs. Marcus examined them with tactical suspicion. Could be poison. Could be anything. Could be legitimate, Yuki was already checking her own suit's air quality readings. The numbers were wrong. Particulate count higher than it should be. Chemical composition showing traces of compounds that shouldn't be in filtered air. My air is contaminated, she said. The readings confirm it. We've been breathing something we shouldn't. Marcus checked his own readouts. Saw the same anomalies. 10 minutes, the message said, before hallucinations, which meant everything they'd experienced, the footsteps, the voices, the figures in environmental suits, might not be real, might be toxic-induced illusions, or might be real and they were running out of time to distinguish reality from poisoned perception. Marcus made the call. We use the helmets, but stay alert. Trust nothing. They replaced their helmets with the modified units. The new filtration immediately felt different, cleaner, sharper, cutting through fog Yuki hadn't realized was there. Her tablet pinged. Good. Now you can see clearly. Go to window. Look outside. Yuki moved to the radiology department's exterior window. Looked out at New Oslo's ruins. What she saw made her stomach drop. The lanky spire that grew through the hospital's eastern face wasn't dormant. It was active, pulsing with internal light. And from its base, figures emerged, dozens of them, moving through the ruins with purpose. Not lankies, human-shaped, wearing environmental suits, moving with coordinated precision, all of them converging on the hospital, all of them coming for the team. Her tablet displayed one final message. They know about Refuge 7. They're following you home. Chapter 7. Contact Alex Archer was 3 floors below radiology when the world went to hell. She'd taken position in what used to be the hospital's cafeteria. Wide space with good sight lines to multiple approach vectors, close enough to provide fire support if needed, far enough to avoid being trapped with the team. Ash lay beside her, perfectly still except for the occasional ear twitch, monitoring sounds Alex's human hearing couldn't catch. The dog had been alert for the past 10 minutes, not alarmed but watchful in a way that meant something was wrong even if she couldn't identify the specific threat. Alex trusted that instinct more than any sensor equipment. Ash had kept her alive through 3 years of operations when most handlers and their dogs were dead. Her comm crackled, Marcus's voice tight with urgency. Alex, we've got a situation. Someone's been using the hospital's network to communicate with Yuki. Says we're breathing contaminated air. Says there are hostiles converging on our position. Specify hostiles, lankies? Unknown, human-shaped figures in environmental suits. Could be hallucination from air contamination. Could be real. We're switching to clean helmets and preparing to extract by an alternate route. Alex checked her own air readings. Numbers looked normal, but if the contamination was subtle enough, her suit might not detect it immediately. Copy, what's your extraction plan? Radiology department, east side. There's a service corridor that should... The transmission cut out. Not static, not interference. Just sudden, complete silence. Ash's head came up, ears forward, body tense. Marcus, say again, Alex said. Nothing. She switched frequencies. Tried the emergency channel. Still nothing. Yuki, Akira, anyone on this net? Dead air. Communications failure. In hostile territory with the team split across multiple floors and multiple somethings moving through the building. Tactical training kicked in. When comms go down, you consolidate. You fall back to last known position and reestablish contact manually. You don't stay isolated where you can be defeated in detail. Come on, boy, Alex whispered to Ash. We're going to find them. She moved through the cafeteria toward the east stairwell, Ash at her heel. The hospital felt different now. Not just abandoned, but actively wrong. The emergency lighting had died, leaving only her headlamp to cut through darkness that seemed thicker than simple absence of light. She was halfway to the stairwell when Ash stopped. Dead stop, weight back on his haunches, every muscle locked. The alert signal. Alex froze, brought her rifle up, scanned the darkness beyond her light. Nothing visible, but Ash was never wrong. Then she heard it, a sound like breathing, but wrong, wet and mechanical, like lungs that were part organic and part machine, coming from the stairwell she'd been about to enter. She backed away slowly, rifle trained on the darkness. Ash moved with her, silent and controlled despite every instinct probably screaming to run. The breathing grew louder, closer. Something emerged from the stairwell. Human-shaped, wearing an environmental suit that might once have been CDF issue but was now modified with technology Alex didn't recognize. The helmet's faceplate was opaque, showing nothing of what might be inside. The figure moved with just slightly wrong gait. Too smooth, too efficient, like it was being operated remotely or following program movement patterns. In its hands it carried a weapon, definitely not CDF standard. Something that looked grown rather than manufactured, all organic curves and biological mechanisms. Alex's finger found her trigger. Center mass shot, controlled breath, tactical fundamentals drilled until they were reflex. The figure stopped, turned its head toward her with mechanical precision, then spoke, voice distorted through the suit's external speaker, but unmistakably human in origin. Identify yourself. State your settlement designation and medical status. Alex didn't answer, didn't lower her rifle. Her mind was racing through implications, human voice, human shape, but movements and technology that were alien, contaminated air that caused hallucinations, or something real that humanity hadn't prepared for. You are exhibiting hostile body language, the figure continued. This complicates medical screening procedures. Please lower your weapon and proceed to designated assembly point for status verification. Not happening, Alex said. You want to screen me? You start by showing your face. The figure tilted its head. Processing. Then, that request cannot be accommodated. Exposure protocols prevent unsealing of environmental protection systems. Please comply with instructions to ensure optimal health outcomes. Behind her, Ash growled. Low and dangerous. The sound he made when something triggered his threat assessment at maximum level. Alex glanced back, saw more figures emerging from other doorways. 6 of them. 8. A dozen. All wearing modified environmental suits. All carrying those wrong weapons. All moving with that same too smooth coordination. Surrounded. She keyed her comm, hoping something would get through. Marcus, I am in contact with multiple hostiles. Human-shaped, armed, attempting to detain for medical screening. I am going loud. No response, but she'd tried. Now it was survival. Alex fired 3 rounds at the nearest figure. Center mass, controlled grouping that should have dropped anyone in body armor. The figure staggered. 1 round hit something in its chest that ruptured with a sound like bursting biology. But it didn't fall, didn't retreat. Just steadied itself and raised its weapon. Ash, out, Alex commanded. Emergency exit Alpha. She ran, not toward the figures or away in blind panic, but along the route she'd identified when first entering the cafeteria, through the kitchen area, into the service corridors, toward an emergency exit that should lead to the hospital's exterior. Ash bounded ahead, clearing the path. Behind her, the figures followed, not rushing, not even hurrying, just pursuing with mechanical inevitability. She hit the service corridor at full sprint. The emergency exit was ahead, pneumatic door that should open with manual override. She slammed the release bar. The door was sealed, welded shut from the outside with some kind of organic material that looked like lanky construction, but adapted for human-scale architecture. Trapped. Alex spun, rifle up. The figures were entering the corridor, still approaching with that same measured pace. One of them spoke again. Resistance complicates processing. Submission ensures minimal discomfort during integration procedures. Integration. The word hit Alex like cold water. These things weren't trying to screen her. They were trying to convert her, turn her into whatever they were, human enough to use human language and equipment, alien enough to serve lanky purposes. She fired the rest of her magazine, aimed for joints and helmets and any vulnerable points she could identify. Some rounds penetrated, some didn't. The figures kept coming. Her rifle clicked empty. She dropped the magazine, reached for her next. An explosion rocked the corridor. Not concussion grenade. Something bigger. Something that came from above, from the radiology department, followed by the distinct sound of CDF weapons firing in sustained burst. Marcus, the team, fighting their way out. The figures in the corridor paused, turned their heads toward the sound with synchronized precision. Then half of them broke off, moving back toward the stairwell to intercept. Alex used the moment, reloaded, fired into the nearest figure's faceplate at point-blank range. The helmet shattered. What was inside made her stomach heave. Human face, but wrong. Skin too pale, eyes too large, mouth full of teeth that no human ever grew. And underneath the face, visible through the helmet's breach. Technology that looked biological, machines that looked alive. Fusion of human and alien that made Lankies seem merciful. The thing that used to be human screamed. Sound that was agony and rage in something else. Something that might have been awareness of what it had become. Alex put 2 more rounds through its faceplate. It dropped. The other figures turned toward her, weapons raising. She grabbed Ash and ran back the way she'd come. Not toward the exit, that was sealed. Not toward the figures, that was suicide. Toward the only other option, up. Through the stairwell the figures had used. Toward the team. Toward whatever firefight was happening in radiology. Ash led the way, taking stairs 3 at a time. Alex followed, her legs burning, lungs screaming for air. Her suit's recyclers couldn't provide fast enough. Behind her, the modified humans pursued with that same terrible efficiency. She reached the radiology floor, found carnage. The corridor was blackened by explosive damage. Environmental suits lay torn open. Some were empty, some weren't. The contents made Alex look away. Yuki's voice crackled through the calm, weak but present. Alex, we're in radiology, east side. There's a window exit, but we need covering fire. Communications back. Whatever had been jamming them was down or damaged. Alex ran toward radiology, found Yuki and Marcus at the window. Marcus was bleeding, his suit's left arm showing breach, blood coating the inside of the transparent material. Yuki was trying to seal it with emergency patches while Marcus maintained rear security with his rifle. What's your situation? Alex demanded. Compromised air made us hallucinate. Got clean helmets from someone. Unknown party using the hospital network to help us. When we tried to extract, we triggered automated defenses. Akira and Elena are gone, down in the maintenance shaft. Something took them. Marcus looked at Alex, his face pale with blood loss but eyes still tactical. We're using the window, rappelling down to ground level. Then we run for the thermal vent extraction point. Whatever's in this hospital, we can't fight it. I've got company behind me, Alex said. Modified humans, integrated with lanky tech. They're armed and coordinated. How many? Enough. Marcus nodded. Decision made. Yuki, finish that patch job and set up the rappel. Alex, your rear security. We hold them off for 90 seconds, then we all go down together. Alex took position at the radiology department entrance. Ash crouched beside her, teeth bared, ready to fight or flee depending on her command. The modified humans appeared at the corridor's far end. Moving faster now. Weapons raised. Alex fired controlled bursts, aiming for center mass, for helmets, for anything that might slow them down. Some dropped, others absorbed hits and kept coming. 60 seconds, Marcus called. Yuki was working the rappel line, setting up the window extraction. Marcus provided fire support despite his injury, one-handed shooting that was still more accurate than most people managed with 2 hands. The modified humans were 20 meters away, 15, close enough that Alex could see details through their faceplates. Human eyes staring out at her. Human faces twisted into configurations that humanity was never meant to support. Some of them were still screaming. 30 seconds. Alex's magazine ran dry. She reloaded, fired again. The figures were 10 meters away. Then everything changed. The hospital shook. Not earthquake, not explosion, something else. Something massive moving outside the building. Through the window, Alex saw it. Lanky, not a regular one. Hunter variant, 15 meters tall, built like a nightmare made of muscle and predatory efficiency, attracted by the weapons fire, by the electromagnetic signatures of human technology, by whatever signals the fighting had broadcast. And it wasn't alone. 2 hunters, moving through the ruins toward the hospital with speed that belied their massive size. "Shit," Marcus breathed. "Yuki, we go now." "Alex, Ash, down the line, move, move, move." Yuki went first, sliding down the rappel line toward ground level. Marcus followed, one-armed, bleeding, but functional. Alex grabbed Ash, 70 pounds of German Shepherd, who trusted her completely, and clipped them both to the line. They dropped. The modified humans reached the window, looked down at them. One of them aimed its weapon. The lanky hunter's claw punched through the hospital wall, grabbed the nearest modified human, pulled it back through the breach, screaming cut off with wet finality. Alex hit the ground, released Ash. Marcus was already moving, one arm hanging useless, rifle in his good hand. Yuki had her pack, precious medical supplies they'd risked everything to obtain. "Thermal vents," Marcus ordered. "Standard evasion pattern. We run silent until they pick up our trail, then we make them work for every meter." They ran through New Oslo's ruins. Behind them, the hospital exploded into violence as lanky hunters encountered modified humans, and neither side recognized the other as allied forces. The fighting bought them time. Not much, but enough to reach the ruins' edge, where urban decay gave way to volcanic terrain and the thermal vents that provided extraction routes. Alex ran with Ash at her side, rifle ready, eyes scanning for threats. Marcus was flagging, blood loss catching up with tactical adrenaline. Yuki stayed close to him, ready to catch him if he went down. They were half a kilometer from the thermal vents when Ash's behavior changed. He stopped, looked back toward the ruins. Not alert posture, not alarm. Something else. Something that made Alex's blood cold. Search behavior. The pattern he showed when tracking quarry, when following a scent trail, but directed backward, toward the ruins they'd just left. "Marcus," Alex said quietly. "Ash is tracking something. Behind us." Marcus stopped, looked back. The ruins were distant now, obscured by New Svalbard's perpetual gray atmosphere. But against that gray movement, large movement, coordinated movement, the lanky hunters, both of them, no longer fighting modified humans, hunting, following their trail with systematic precision, checking the terrain they'd crossed, quartering the ground like dogs tracking prey. "They're following us," Yuki whispered. "They know we're here. They're hunting us specifically." Marcus checked his ammo. 3 magazines left, against 2 hunters that could shrug off small arms fire, in terrain that offered minimal cover, with a teammate bleeding out and supplies they couldn't abandon. "We can't outrun them," he said. "Can't fight them, but we can outthink them. Highland thermal vents offer geothermal interference, screws up their sensory organs. If we can reach the vent field, we can lose them in the thermal chaos." "That's 2 kilometers, Alex said. "Open terrain, they'll close the distance. Then we give them reasons to slow down." Marcus looked at her. "You know the drill. Delaying tactics. Make them cautious. Make them think we're dangerous enough to approach carefully." Alex knew the drill, had run it too many times. It meant sacrificing equipment, leaving false trails, creating ambush points that forced the enemy to slow down, to check every possible threat. It meant bleeding away resources they couldn't spare to buy time they might not survive. "Do it," Marcus said. "Alex, you're our expert on hunters. What slows them down?" She thought fast. 3 years of operations, 3 years of studying lanky behavior, learning their patterns, identifying their weaknesses. Enclosed spaces. They don't like moving through terrain where they can't maneuver, and they're cautious around anything that looks like human fortifications. We leave gear caches that look like defensive positions. They'll stop to investigate. Won't work forever. Doesn't need to, just needs to buy us 2 kilometers. They moved, Marcus dropping gear at strategic points, ration packs arranged to look like supply dumps, empty magazines positioned like ammunition caches. Anything that suggested human presence, human preparation, human threat. Ash stayed close to Alex, watching their back trail. The hunters were visible now, massive shapes moving through the gray distance with predatory grace, closing the gap, but slowly, carefully, checking each cache Marcus left, taking time to investigate, buying the team precious minutes, 1 kilometer to the thermal vents. Marcus stumbled, caught himself. Blood was leaking through the patches on his suit. He'd lost too much, was running on nothing but will and training. "Keep moving," he said when Yuki tried to help. "I'm functional. Focus on extraction." They reached the thermal vent field, a landscape of geological chaos where New Svalbard's volcanic activity broke through the frozen surface. Steam vents that disrupted sensors, lava tubes that offered concealment, geothermal interference that made tracking difficult even for lanky sensory systems. Refuge 7 was on the far side, 3 kilometers through thermal chaos. If they could cross it, they could reach home, if the hunters didn't catch them first. Alex looked back. The hunters had reached the field's edge. Were stopping, analyzing, making the calculation every predator made. Risk versus reward, caution versus commitment. Then one of them vocalized. Sound that wasn't language but was definitely communication. The second hunter responded, and they entered the thermal vent field. Not retreating, not giving up. Hunting. Following the trail toward Refuge 7 with systematic precision that suggested they knew exactly where the humans were going. Suggested they'd been watching longer than anyone realized. Suggested they knew about the shelter. Ash growled, low and continuous. The sound he made when threat exceeded his ability to fight, when retreat was the only option. Alex's mind raced through tactical calculations. Distance to Refuge 7. Speed they could maintain with Marcus injured. Speed the hunters could sustain. The math was brutal. They weren't going to make it, not all of them. Someone would need to buy time, create a delay, make a stand that gave the others a chance. She looked at Marcus, saw the same calculation in his eyes, the commander's math, the equation that traded individual lives for mission survival. "No," Alex said, "we're not doing that. There's another way." "What way?" "The thermal vents. We can collapse them. Create a barrier the hunters can't cross quickly. Buy enough time to reach Refuge 7 and seal the entrance." Yuki shook her head. "That would require explosives we don't have, or we trigger a geological event. These vents are unstable. That's why we use them for evasion. Hit the right pressure points, destabilize the thermal system, and the whole field becomes impassable for hours." Marcus looked at the terrain, at the vents spewing superheated steam, at the geological instability that made this place dangerous even when Lankies weren't hunting you. "How?" "We go down into the lava tubes, set charges on the support structures, controlled collapse that triggers wider system failure. It's risky, but..." The hunters were 500 meters away, closing. "Do it," Marcus said. "Yuki, you're the engineer. Tell Alex what to hit. I'll provide security." "You're bleeding out," Yuki said. "Then I'd better make this count." They descended into the lava tubes, geological formations that had once carried molten rock and now served as passages through the thermal chaos. The tubes were hot enough that their suits' cooling systems struggled, dark enough that even headlamps barely penetrated. Yuki identified the support structures, natural formations that kept the tubes stable. "These 3 points, simultaneous destruction should trigger cascade failure, but we'll need to be clear before it happens or we'll be buried with them." Alex set charges. Demolition training from a lifetime ago, skills she'd hoped to never use. Marcus stood watch at the tube entrance, rifle ready, bleeding but functional. Above them, the hunters' footsteps shook the ground. They were directly overhead, searching the thermal vent field, systematically eliminating hiding places. "Charges set," Alex reported. 30-second timer. We run on detonation. Marcus nodded, keyed his comm. "Refuge 7, this is Alpha Team Actual. We are inbound, hot pursuit, multiple lanky hunters. Prepare for emergency entry and immediate lockdown." Commander Grant's voice crackled back. "Understood. Emergency entry protocols active. Get your people home, Marcus." Alex triggered the charges. 30 seconds. They ran through the lava tubes, heat pressing through their suits. Darkness absolute except for headlamps. Ash leading the way because dogs could navigate by senses humans didn't possess. 20 seconds. Behind them, the hunters found the tube entrance. Started descending. Massive bodies forcing through passages too small for their bulk. 10 seconds. Alex could hear them now. The sound of alien bodies scraping rock. Getting closer. 5 seconds. They burst from the tube exit. Ash first, then Yuki, then Marcus, then Alex. The charges detonated. The lava tubes collapsed. Thermal vents ruptured. Superheated steam and molten rock exploded upward in geological violence that made the ground buck and shudder. Behind them, through the chaos, a hunter screamed. Sound of rage and frustration and something else. Sound of intelligence, of awareness that prey had escaped. But when the geological chaos settled, the thermal vent field was impassable, blocked by collapsed tubes and unstable ground that even hunters couldn't cross safely. Temporary victory, bought with resources and luck and Marcus's blood. They stumbled toward Refuge 7. Marcus was barely conscious now. Yuki was supporting most of his weight. Alex maintained rear security with Ash, watching for threats that would come eventually. The shelter's entrance emerged from the thermal vents, camouflaged, hardened, built to withstand everything including orbital bombardment. Commander Grant met them at the airlock, took one look at Marcus and called for Dr. Voss. They sealed the entrance. Triple redundancy, every protocol. But as the massive doors closed, Alex looked back through the airlock's viewport. In the distance beyond the thermal vent field, the hunters watched, not leaving, not giving up, waiting. And Alex realized with cold certainty that everything had changed. The hunters knew about Refuge 7 now, knew where humanity's last survivors were hiding. The war they'd thought was over was just beginning, and somewhere in New Oslo, in the ruins they'd barely escaped, something that used to be human was probably sending a message to whoever or whatever was coordinating the modified survivors. A message about the shelter, about the people inside, about humanity's last refuge. Ash pressed against her leg, trembling with exhaustion and residual fear. Alex put her hand on his head. "Good boy," she whispered. "You did good." But good might not be enough anymore. Not against an enemy that adapted, that learned, that turned humanity against itself. The airlock sealed with finality that sounded like a tomb closing. Inside, 74 people waited for medical supplies that might keep them alive another month. Outside, the hunters settled in to watch, to wait, to hunt. Chapter 8. The Wounded Return. Dr. Sarah Voss had her hands inside Marcus Chen's abdomen when she realized they'd lost 2 more people. The medical bay was cramped, a converted storage room with equipment salvaged from 3 different military installations, none of it originally designed to work together. But it was sterile, functional, and currently the only thing standing between her patient and bleeding out from internal injuries that should have killed him an hour ago. Marcus lay on the surgical table, unconscious from the anesthetic cocktail that was probably 5 years past expiration, but still effective enough to keep him under. His left arm was a mess, torn ligaments, shredded muscle, bone fragments that had punched through tissue like shrapnel. But it was the abdominal trauma that concerned her. Blunt force impact, probably when he'd taken cover behind something that had subsequently exploded or collapsed. Internal bleeding that his suit's medical systems had been trying to manage with coagulants and pressure. His suit had kept him alive. Barely. Now it was Sarah's job to finish what the suit had started. "Suction," she said to Kai Okonkwo, who was assisting despite having exactly 0 medical training beyond combat first aid. But Kai was calm under pressure, followed instructions precisely, and didn't faint at the sight of blood. In Refuge 7, that made him qualified. Kai positioned the suction tube, clearing blood from the surgical field. Sarah could see the damage now. Lacerated spleen, liver contusion, and what looked like a partially torn mesenteric artery. Any one of those would be serious. All 3 together should be fatal, but Marcus was alive, still fighting, still breathing. Sarah had learned surgery in peacetime, in hospitals with proper equipment, in support staff, and the luxury of specialization. That was another life, another world. The war had taught her to work with what she had, to improvise when standard procedures weren't possible, to make impossible choices about who lived and who died. She'd gotten good at it, better than she'd ever wanted to be. "Clamp," she said. Kai passed her the instrument, repurposed from a vascular kit salvaged from Firebase Echo, sterilized a dozen times, still functional. Sarah clamped the bleeding vessel, watching blood flow slow to manageable levels. The spleen was the bigger problem, lacerated badly enough that repair wasn't viable. In a proper hospital, she'd remove it. Splenectomy, routine procedure. Marcus would be fine without it. Here, with limited blood supply and no way to properly manage post-surgical infection risk, removing the spleen meant creating new problems while solving old ones. But leaving it meant he'd bleed out. No good choices, just less bad ones. "I'm taking the spleen," Sarah said. "Monitor his pressure. If it drops below 80 systolic, tell me immediately." She worked methodically, hands steady despite the voice in her head, screaming about everything that could go wrong. Ligating vessels, dissecting tissue, removing the damaged organ with care that seemed excessive given the circumstances, but was necessary to avoid creating more bleeding. The spleen came out, dark red, swollen with accumulated blood, roughly the size of her fist. She passed it to Kai, who disposed of it in the medical waste container, with an expression suggesting he was reconsidering his career as a surgical assistant. "Pressure's holding at 90, Kai reported. "Good, not great, but good enough." Sarah packed the surgical field with hemostatic gauze. The real stuff, military grade, part of the supplies they'd been running out of until today's mission, until the team had risked everything to bring back antibiotics and surgical equipment and diagnostic tools, until they'd lost 2 people in the process. She tried not to think about that, tried to focus on the patient in front of her, the one she could still save. But her mind kept circling back to the conversation she'd overheard through the medical bay's thin walls. Commander Grant talking to Yuki and Alex, getting the debrief. Learning what had happened in New Oslo, Akira Tanaka, Elena Rodriguez, gone, not coming back. Sarah had treated both of them for various injuries over the years. Akira for a broken collarbone after a fall in the greenhouse complex. Elena for recurring sinus infections from the shelter's recycled air. They'd been real people, alive and functional and necessary to Refuge 7's survival. Now they were losses, statistics. 2 more names added to the list of people who died trying to keep humanity alive. "Sarah?" Kai's voice pulled her back to the present. "His pressure's dropping. 85 systolic." She checked the surgical field. No active bleeding she could see. But the pressure drop meant something was happening. Either her packing wasn't holding, or there was another source she'd missed. "Start another IV, she ordered. "Push fluids, and get me the ultrasound." They'd brought back ultrasound equipment, part of today's salvage, still in its packaging, untested, but supposedly functional. This was about to be its field trial. Kai set up the ultrasound while maintaining the IV. His hands were shaking slightly, adrenaline and stress catching up. But he kept working. Sarah appreciated that about him. Kai had been a botanist before the war, spent his time studying plants and soil chemistry. But the war had turned everyone into whatever was needed, and what was needed right now was someone who could follow medical instructions without falling apart. The ultrasound powered up, ancient technology by pre-war standards, cutting edge for Refuge 7. Sarah ran the probe over Marcus's abdomen, watching the grainy image appear on the screen. There, fluid accumulation in the retroperitoneal space, blood pooling where it shouldn't be. Another bleeder she'd missed, hidden behind the kidney. "Damn it!" Sarah extended her incision, working to access the retroperitoneum. This was getting complicated, getting dangerous. Each minute Marcus stayed under anesthesia increased risks. Each manipulation of damaged tissue created new problems. But stopping now meant he died. The medical bay's door opened. Commander Grant stepped in, took one look at the surgical field, and stopped. "How bad?" "Bad enough. He'll live if I can stop the bleeding, and if he doesn't develop sepsis, and if his remaining organs can compensate for the missing spleen, so maybe 60%. Those are better odds than he had an hour ago." Sarah didn't answer. 60% wasn't good enough, wasn't acceptable, but it was reality, and reality didn't care about acceptable. She found the bleeder, small arterial branch that had been compressed by surrounding tissue until Marcus's blood pressure dropped enough for it to start leaking. She cauterized it, watching the bleeding stop. "Pressure's stabilizing," Kai reported. 90 systolic. Better. Sarah checked the ultrasound again. No new fluid accumulation. The bleeding was controlled. She began closing, layer by layer, suture by suture, rebuilding Marcus's abdominal wall with dissolving stitches that would hold for weeks if he didn't stress them. If he stayed in bed and let himself heal instead of trying to lead operations and make tactical decisions. If he followed medical advice, which in her 8 years of knowing Marcus Chen, he had never once actually done. "Commander," Sarah said while she worked, "I need you to understand something. Even if this surgery is successful, Marcus is non-operational for minimum 6 weeks, probably 8. He needs bed rest, antibiotics, careful monitoring for infection, any physical stress and he'll tear these sutures. Any infection and he'll die. You understand?" "I understand." "Do you? Because I know how you people think, how soldiers think. Marcus will want to get up tomorrow. We'll insist he's fine. We'll try to participate in planning and operations. And you'll let him because you need him." Grant's expression was unreadable. "What would you have me do?" "Keep him sedated. Physically restrain him if necessary. Treat this like the life-threatening injury it is instead of an inconvenience." "I'll do what I can. But Sarah, we have bigger problems than Marcus's recovery timeline." Sarah finished the final suture, stepped back, looked at her work. Neat closure, minimal tissue damage, best she could do with available resources. Marcus would have a scar, would have chronic pain probably, would need to relearn his physical limitations. But he'd be alive. "Kai, move him to recovery. Monitor vitals every 15 minutes. If anything changes, get me immediately." She turned to Grant. "What problems?" Grant waited until Kai had wheeled Marcus to the recovery area, a partitioned corner of the medical bay with a real hospital bed salvaged from God knew where. Then she spoke quietly, voice pitched for Sarah's ears only. "The mission encountered something in New Oslo. Not just Lankies, something else. Modified humans?" Sarah felt cold settle in her stomach. Define modified. According to Yuki and Alex, they encountered figures in environmental suits that moved wrong, spoke wrong. When Alex shot one, what was inside was human but altered, integrated with lanky technology somehow. Biological modifications that shouldn't be possible. "The Lankies don't take prisoners, don't assimilate, they just kill. We thought that. Apparently we were wrong." Sarah sat down heavily on the medical bay's one stool. Her mind was racing through implications. If the Lankies were taking humans alive, modifying them, creating hybrid forces that could operate in human environments and use human technology. "How many?" she asked. "Unknown. Yuki reported dozens in the hospital. Could be more throughout New Oslo. Could be happening in other ruins across New Svalbard. And Akira and Elena? Anna." Grant's silence was answer enough. Sarah closed her eyes, felt the weight of 8 years pressing down. 8 years of losing people, of treating injuries she couldn't fix and diseases she didn't have medicine for, of watching humanity's survivors dwindle from millions to thousands to hundreds to 74, now 72. "There's more," Grant said. "The hunters that pursued the team aren't gone. They're positioned near the thermal vent field. Watching, waiting. And according to Alex, their behavior suggests they know about Refuge 7. They're not just searching randomly. They're watching our entrance specifically. How long before they try to breach? Unknown. Could be hours, could be weeks. Hunters are patient when they're tracking prey." Sarah stood, walked to the supply cabinet where they'd stored the salvaged medical equipment, antibiotics in sealed containers, surgical supplies still in sterile packaging, diagnostic tools worth more than everything Refuge 7 possessed. They'd paid for it with 2 lives, with Marcus's mobility, with their security and safety, and it still wasn't enough. "We have 72 people," Sarah said quietly. 72 lives depending on this shelter staying hidden, on the Lankies not finding us. How long can we hold if they breach? The shelter was designed to withstand orbital bombardment. The doors will hold against anything short of nuclear weapons. But if they're watching us, if they know we're here, then it's a siege. And sieges end when the defenders run out of supplies or will to fight. Grant didn't contradict her. Sarah looked at the medical supplies again, calculated rough numbers in her head. With what they'd salvaged today, she could treat serious injuries for maybe 6 months. Could manage infections, perform surgeries, keep people alive through conditions that would otherwise kill them. 6 months of medical capability, bought with blood and desperation. I need to check on the others, she said. Alex and Yuki were exposed to contaminated air. They need evaluation. Already done. They're showing no symptoms. Whatever was in that air, the modified helmets filtered it out in time. And psychologically, Grant's expression shifted. Alex is functional. Yuki is... She paused. Her brother is gone. She's processing. Give her time. Time. Another luxury they didn't have. Sarah returned to the recovery area. Marcus was still unconscious, his vitals stable but weak. Kai sat beside him, monitoring equipment with the careful attention of someone who understood that lives depended on not missing details. Thank you, Sarah said to him. You did good work today. Is he going to make it? If infection doesn't set in, if his body can handle the trauma, if he actually follows medical advice for once in his life? Yes, probably. Probably the most honest answer she could give. Kai nodded, started to stand, then stopped. Dr. Voss, I heard about Akira and Elena. I'm sorry. So am I. What happens now? If the Lankies know we're here? Sarah didn't have an answer, didn't have reassurance or hope, or any of the things people needed to hear. She just had honesty. We adapt, we survive. Same as always. Kai left. Sarah sat beside Marcus, watching his chest rise and fall with mechanical regularity. The man had been a CDF tactical officer before the war, had led operations against Lanky forces when humanity still thought they could win, had survived 8 years of losing battles and fallen comrades and watching civilization collapse. Now he was reduced to this, unconscious on a surgical table, dependent on drugs and stitches, and a doctor who was doing her best with inadequate resources. But alive. Still alive. Sarah checked his vitals one more time. Then she walked to her office, a desk in the corner of the medical bay, surrounded by filing cabinets full of medical records for people who were mostly dead. She pulled out the current roster. 72 names. 72 people she was responsible for keeping healthy, keeping functional, keeping alive. She crossed out 2 names. Akira Tanaka, Elena Rodriguez. Wrote in the margin, KIA, New Oslo Operation, 18th of December 2025. 70 names remaining. The office door opened. Yuki stood there, still in her environmental suit, face pale and expressionless in the way that meant she was holding everything inside. Is Marcus going to die, she asked. Not if I can help it. My brother is dead. Yuki's voice was flat, empty. I know that. I accepted it the moment we couldn't reach him on comms. But I need to hear you say it. Need someone to confirm it's real. Sarah set down her pen. Looked at this young woman who'd been a systems engineer once, who understood code and networks and the abstract architecture of human technology, who just lost her only remaining family. Your brother is dead, Sarah said. I'm sorry. Yuki nodded, stood there for a moment, processing. Then, Elena too? Yes. The things in the hospital, the modified humans. Do you think that's what happened to them? Do you think they were taken alive and changed? Sarah wanted to lie, wanted to offer comfort, but Yuki deserved truth. I don't know, maybe. Or maybe they died quickly in the maintenance shaft. We can't know. Which would be better, quick death or conversion? I don't know that either. Yuki's composure cracked, just for a moment, her face twisting with grief and rage and helplessness. Then she rebuilt it, forcing the emotions back down into whatever box she kept them in. I have to debrief Commander Grant, give her technical details about the hospital network, about whoever was helping us, about the contaminated air and the modified helmets. She needs intelligence to make decisions. Yuki, you should rest. Process what happened. Grieve. I'll grieve when we're not about to die. Right now I have a job. She left. Sarah sat alone in her office, surrounded by names of the dead, and felt the weight of 8 years pressing down. They'd survived the initial invasion. The orbital bombardment, the systematic extermination of human forces, the collapse of civilization and the long, slow dying that followed. They'd survived by hiding, by staying quiet, by making themselves invisible to an enemy that was simply looking for easier targets. But now the hunters knew where they were. Now the war had found them again, and Sarah wasn't sure survival was possible anymore. She stood, walked back to the recovery area. Marcus was showing signs of consciousness, eyelids fluttering, vitals strengthening. He'd wake soon, would demand information, would try to take command despite being held together by sutures and hope. Sarah prepared a sedative dose, strong enough to keep him under for another 6 hours, long enough for his body to stabilize, long enough for her to not deal with his stubbornness. She administered the dose, watched Marcus slip back into deep unconsciousness. "Sorry," she whispered, "but you need to heal, and I need you alive." The medical bay's comm system crackled. Commander Grant's voice. "Dr. Voss, report to command center when Marcus is stable. We're convening emergency meeting, all senior staff." Emergency meeting meant bad news, meant the situation was worse than already known. Sarah checked Marcus one final time. His vitals were holding. Kai was monitoring. There was nothing more she could do right now. She left the medical bay, walked through Refuge 7's corridors, converted mining tunnels that had been hardened and expanded and turned into humanity's tomb. 70 people lived here, worked here, pretended they had a future here. The command center was at the shelter's deepest point, maximum protection from orbital strikes and surface assault. Grant was already there, along with Yuki, Alex, and 3 other section leaders. Maps of the surrounding terrain covered the walls. Tactical displays showed sensor data, and on the largest screen, surveillance footage from the shelter's external cameras. The hunters, both of them, positioned at the thermal vent field's edge, not moving, not searching, just watching, waiting. "They've been there for 2 hours, Grant said. Haven't budged, haven't investigated, just maintaining position with line of sight to our entrance." "They know we're here," Alex said. "No question. The only question is when they attack." "Or if," Yuki added, "maybe they're just monitoring, reporting back to whatever coordination exists in the lanky forces. Either way, we're compromised." Grant looked at the assembled staff. "For 8 years, our survival has depended on remaining undetected. That's over. We need to plan for a new reality, one where the Lankies know about Refuge 7 and are actively watching us." "What are our options?" Sarah asked. "Limited. We can shelter in place and hope our defenses hold. We can evacuate and try to find another location. Or we can go loud, use our remaining weapons to try to destroy the hunters before they can report our position." "Going loud attracts more Lankies," Alex said. "Every hunter we kill, 5 more investigate. It's exponential. If evacuation means abandoning everything we built, the greenhouses, the water recycling, the power generation, starting over with 70 people and whatever we can carry. Sheltering in place means living under siege conditions, rationing everything, hoping they don't find a way in. No good options, just variations on slow death." Sarah thought about Marcus, unconscious in the medical bay, about the 70 names on her roster, about 8 years of survival and loss and desperate hope. "There might be a fourth option," she said quietly. Everyone looked at her. In New Oslo, someone helped the team, someone with access to the hospital network, with knowledge of lanky positions, with resources including modified helmets that filtered contaminated air. Chapter 9. Watching and Waiting. The figure stopped 10 meters from Refuge 7's entrance and stood there, waiting. Alex Archer watched through the surveillance feed from her position in the command center, rifle in hand, despite knowing it would be useless if the hunters decided to attack. Beside her, Commander Grant studied the screens with tactical focus, while Yuki ran every sensor scan available to determine what they were dealing with. The figure wore an environmental suit, CDF issue, but modified with the same technological additions Alex had seen on the modified humans in New Oslo. The helmet's faceplate was opaque, no identifying marks, no weapons visible, and 20 meters behind it, the 2 hunters maintained their positions, watching but not pursuing, like guards instead of predators. Electromagnetic signature is human, Yuki reported. Suit systems match CDF specs, but there's additional tech I can't identify. Some kind of biological interface integrated with the suit's neural link. Can you tell who's inside? Grant asked. Negative. The helmet's blocking facial recognition and thermal imaging. The figure raised one hand, slowly, deliberately, in what looked like a greeting gesture. Then it spoke, voice transmitted through the suit's external speakers, and distorted but audible through the shelter's exterior microphones. Refuge 7. I know you can hear me. I'm not here to threaten or harm. I'm here to deliver a message. Grant keyed the external comm. Identify yourself. My name doesn't matter. What matters is what I represent. There are others like me. Humans who survived. Humans who found a different way. A different way. Grant's voice was flat, professional. You mean integration with lanky technology, modification, losing what makes you human. Evolving, adapting, surviving through means you haven't considered. The figure's tone was calm, almost conversational. The Lankies don't just kill, they transform, integrate, and some of us chose to accept that integration rather than die fighting a war we'd already lost. Alex felt her trigger finger tense. This thing was admitting to voluntary collaboration, to choosing alien modification over human integrity. Why are you here? Grant demanded. To warn you. The hunters watching your entrance aren't random. They've been assigned specifically to monitor this location, to track your movements, to gather intelligence about your numbers, capabilities, and resources. And when they have enough information, they'll report to the Coordination Nexus in New Oslo. Coordination Nexus? The Lankies aren't mindless. They have command structures, strategic planning, and they're focusing resources on New Svalbard because something here interests them. Something important enough to dedicate significant forces to systematic searches. Yuki's fingers flew across her keyboard. Commander, I'm detecting increased electromagnetic activity from the hunters. They're transmitting, sending data bursts toward New Oslo. You see, the figure said, they're already reporting, already sharing what they've observed. You have maybe 72 hours before reinforcements arrive, before this location becomes a primary target instead of a surveillance objective. Grant's jaw was tight. And you're telling us this because I was human once, because part of me still remembers what it was like to be unmodified, and because the Coordination Nexus has plans for Refuge 7 that don't include letting you continue existing as independent survivors. What plans? Integration. They want what you have: genetic diversity, technical knowledge, functional infrastructure. They'll breach your defenses, extract your people, and begin modification processes. Some of you will accept it. Most won't, but the end result will be the same. Refuge 7 will become part of the collective. Alex's hands were shaking, not with fear, with rage. This thing was calmly describing the systematic destruction of humanity's last refuge like it was reading a weather report. Why should we believe you? Alex said, speaking for the first time. The figure turned toward the surveillance camera, like it could see her through the lens. Because you've already seen what we become. In New Oslo, in the hospital. Those weren't random encounters, they were scouts, testing your capabilities, learning your tactics, and now they know you're skilled enough to be worth the effort of conversion rather than simple elimination. Get off our doorstep, Grant said. Deliver your message to the hunters. Tell your Coordination Nexus that if they want Refuge 7, they'll have to dig us out, and we'll make sure they pay for every meter. I admire the defiance. I had it once too. But defiance doesn't change reality. The reality is that you're isolated, outnumbered, and outmatched. Fighting will just ensure your deaths are more violent. Then we die fighting. Better than becoming whatever you are. The figure stood silent for a moment. Then, I was asked to offer you a choice. Voluntary integration with minimal modification. You keep your consciousness, your memories, your essential identity. You just become part of something larger. Something that will survive long after unmodified humanity is extinct. Not interested. I expected that answer. Most of you aren't ready yet, but you will be. When the hunters breach your walls, when your supplies run out, when people start dying from injuries and diseases you can't treat, you'll reconsider. Are you done? Grant asked. Almost. One more thing. The person who helped you in New Oslo, the one who sent messages through the hospital network, that was me. I warned you about the contaminated air, guided you to safety, saved your lives. Alex felt cold settle in her gut. The mysterious helper had been one of these modified humans, had been gathering intelligence while pretending to assist. Why? Yuki asked. Why help us if you're working with the Lankies? Because I remember being human, remember wanting to help other humans. The modification didn't erase that, it just complicated it. I can want you to survive and simultaneously understand that survival means integration. Both things can be true. The figure turned back toward the hunters. 72 hours, maybe less. Use that time wisely, consider your options, and know that when the breach comes, choosing integration means you live. Choosing resistance means you die. It walked away, back through the thermal vents. The hunters didn't pursue or follow, just watched it leave, then returned their attention to the shelter entrance. The command center was silent for a long moment. Then Grant spoke. Red alert. Full defensive protocols. I want monitoring on those hunters every second. And I want reconnaissance teams ready to document any change in Lanky activity patterns. She looked at Alex. That includes you. I need eyes on the surface. Eyes I can trust. Can you do it? Alex thought about Marcus, unconscious in medical, about the 70 people depending on their survival, about what it would mean if the modified human's warning was accurate. I can do it, she said. That was 72 hours ago. Now Alex lay prone in observation, post-theta, a camouflage position in the thermal vent field's northern edge, 300 meters from the shelter entrance. Her rifle was beside her. Ash was curled against her left side, providing warmth in the hostile cold. And through her scope, she watched the hunters work. They'd been at it for 3 days straight, methodical, systematic, checking every terrain feature that could conceal human habitation. Starting from the thermal vents and working outward in expanding grid patterns that covered kilometers of volcanic wasteland. Alex documented everything: position coordinates, movement patterns, time spent investigating each location. The data went into her tablet, got transmitted to the shelter via encrypted burst, became part of the intelligence picture Commander Grant was building. The hunters were thorough, frighteningly thorough. She watched one of them investigate a collapsed lava tube half a kilometer from her position. The creature moved with precision that suggested intelligence, checking the tube's entrance, using its sensory organs to scan for electromagnetic signatures, even clearing debris to inspect deeper sections. When it found nothing, it moved to the next grid square and repeated the process. Working, searching, hunting. Theta to command, Alex whispered into her comm. Hunter 1 is checking grid square November 7. Same pattern as before. Thorough investigation followed by methodical advancement. Grant's voice crackled back. Understood. Any sign of additional Lanky forces? Negative. Still just the 2 hunters. But they're not operating alone. I'm detecting electromagnetic transmissions every 30 minutes. They're reporting to something. The coordination nexus the modified human mentioned? Probably. Alex adjusted her scope, tracking Hunter 2 as it investigated a thermal vent array on the grid's southern edge. The creature moved with disturbing grace for something so massive. 15 meters of predatory efficiency that could cross terrain in seconds when motivated. But right now it wasn't motivated. It was patient, taking its time, learning the terrain, learning where humans could hide. Ash shifted against her, warm breath visible in the frozen air. The dog had been perfect, silent when needed, alert when threats approached, providing companionship that kept Alex sane during long surveillance shifts. She scratched his ears, felt him press closer. Good boy, she whispered. Keep watch. Her tablet pinged. New message from command, observation post, Delta reporting, additional Lanky activity, grid squares echo through hotel showing multiple contacts. Pattern suggests coordinated search. Alex felt her pulse quicken, Observation Post Delta was 15 kilometers northeast, covering terrain that had been clear for 8 years. If Lankies were searching there too, it meant the grid pattern was wider than they'd thought. It meant the search was comprehensive. She keyed her comm. Command requesting permission to advance position. I want to get eyes on the northern grid squares. Confirm the search pattern extends beyond our immediate vicinity. Negative, Theta. Maintain current position. We need continuous monitoring on the hunters near the shelter entrance. Command, if the search pattern is as wide as Delta's report suggests, we need to understand the full scope. Need to know if they're just checking our area or searching the entire region. A pause, then Grant's voice. Permission granted. Advance to observation post Theta 2. But Alex, stay invisible. If they detect you, if they track you back to the shelter, we're done. Understood. Alex gathered her equipment, clipped Ash to his tactical lead, then began moving through the thermal vent field with the cautious precision of someone who understood that any mistake meant death. Observation post Theta 2 was a kilometer north, a position in elevated terrain that offered sight lines across multiple grid squares. Alex moved slowly, using terrain features for concealment, pausing every 100 meters to check for Lanky presence. The hunters near the shelter continued their methodical search. Neither showed interest in her movement. She reached Theta 2 after 40 minutes of careful advancement, settled into position, raised her scope. What she saw made her blood cold. Lankies, dozens of them. Not just hunters, regular Lankies too, moving through grid squares in coordinated search patterns, working together with efficiency that suggested central coordination, checking every cave, every lava tube, every thermal vent that could conceal human presence, and in the distance beyond the immediate search zone, more Lankies arriving, converging from different directions like pieces moving across a game board. Alex's hands shook as she documented the positions, counted the contacts, estimated the search grid's size. The modified human had been right. This wasn't random. This was systematic, deliberate, a comprehensive effort to find every human survivor on New Svalbard. And Refuge 7 was just one target among many. She transmitted the data to command, watched her tablet fill with acknowledgement signals. Then Grant's voice tight with controlled tension. Alex, I need you to get closer. Need better detail on their search methodology. Can you advance to observation post Epsilon without being detected? Epsilon was another kilometer north, closer to the active search zone, closer to discovery. I can try, Alex said. Do it. We need this intelligence. Need to understand what we're facing. Alex moved, Ash at her heel, both of them silent shadows in the volcanic wasteland. The terrain here was rougher, broken rock and unstable ground that made quiet movement difficult. But Alex had spent 3 years learning to move through hostile environments, had survived when most operators were dead. She could do this. Epsilon was a crevasse in volcanic rock, natural concealment with excellent sightlines. Alex slipped into position, her scope tracking lanky movements across multiple grid squares. She was close enough now to see details, close enough to watch individual Lankies work their search patterns, close enough to realize something that made her stomach drop. They were using tools, human tools, electromagnetic scanners salvaged from CDF equipment, thermal imaging systems that should require technical knowledge to operate, but they were operating them, using them with competence that suggested understanding. Alex zoomed her scope on one Lanky, watched it manipulate a handheld scanner with its smaller manipulator appendages, saw it check readings, adjust settings, sweep the device across terrain in methodical patterns, learning, adapting, using human technology against human concealment tactics. Command, Alex whispered. They're using our equipment. Electromagnetic scanners, thermal imaging, maybe more. They're not just searching, they're hunting with our own tools. Grant's silence spoke volumes. Then, document everything. I need detailed footage. We have to understand their capabilities. Alex began recording, her tablet's camera capturing Lanky search patterns, tool usage, coordination protocols, intelligence that might save lives or might just document humanity's final days. She was focused on the recording when Ash growled, low and barely audible, the sound that meant immediate threat. Alex lowered her tablet, raised her rifle. A lanky was approaching her position, not one of the searchers, a different one, moving with purpose that suggested it had detected something, detected her. Alex's training took over. Slow breath, controlled heartbeat, perfect stillness, hoping the lanky sensors would miss her, would pass by, would continue searching elsewhere. The creature stopped 10 meters from her crevasse, its sensory stalks extended, scanning the immediate area. Searching for the electromagnetic signature her equipment was broadcasting. Alex killed power to her tablet, cut her comm, reduced her suit's output to minimum, became as close to invisible as technology allowed. The lanky moved closer, 5 meters now, its massive body blocking her view of anything else. Ash was perfectly still against her, not breathing, not moving, trusting her completely. The lanky's sensory stalks swept across the crevasse opening. Once, twice. Then it vocalized. Sound that might have been communication. Might have been calling for assistance. Might have been announcing that it had found something. Alex's finger found her trigger. She had maybe 30 seconds before other lankies responded to that vocalization. 30 seconds to decide, fire and reveal her position definitively, or maintain concealment and hope the creature moved on. The lanky extended one of its larger appendages toward the crevasse. Reaching, searching, 20 seconds. Alex made her decision. She fired. 3 controlled bursts, center mass, aiming for the vital organs she'd learned to target through 3 years of desperate fighting. The lanky staggered, didn't fall. Its armor plating absorbed most of the damage. She fired again. Full magazine. Targeting joints, sensory organs, any vulnerable point. The creature dropped, but its vocalization had been transmitted, and across the search grid, lankies were responding, converging on her position with speed that eliminated any chance of escape. "Theta to command," Alex said into her reactivated comm. "I am compromised. Multiple lankies converging on my position. I engaged and eliminated one contact, but I'm about to be overrun. Fall back to shelter," Grant ordered. "We'll provide covering fire from defensive positions." "Negative. They'll track me straight to the entrance. I'm going to ground. Drawing them away from Refuge 7, you need to seal the shelter and wait for my all clear." "Alex, that's an order, Commander. I'm the ranking field operator. You seal that door and you keep it sealed until I signal." "Understood?" A pause. Then Grant's voice heavy with awareness of what Alex was choosing. "Understood. Good luck." Alex grabbed Ash, started running, not toward the shelter but away from it, leading the lankies on a chase through the thermal vents, drawing them away from 70 people who depended on remaining undiscovered. Behind her, the lankies pursued, dozens of them, moving with coordinated efficiency. She had maybe a minute before they caught her, maybe less, but a minute was enough. Enough to lead them away from Refuge 7, enough to buy time for Grant to seal the entrance, enough to ensure that whatever happened next, the shelter remained secret. Alex ran through the volcanic wasteland with Ash at her side and death approaching from behind. She'd accepted this outcome the day she became an operator, the day she chose to serve instead of just survive, the day she decided that some things were worth dying for. She reached a cluster of steam vents, superheated discharge that created thermal chaos, good concealment, bad escape routes. She took position, rifle ready, Ash beside her. The lankies approached, surrounding her position, cutting off retreat, but not attacking, not immediately, just watching, waiting. Then through the steam, a figure emerged, human-shaped, environmental suit, modified with alien technology. The same figure that had visited the shelter 3 days ago. It stopped at the perimeter, spoke through its external speakers. "You fought well, showed courage, exactly the qualities the Coordination Nexus values." "Stay back," Alex warned. "I'm not here to fight. I'm here to offer you the same choice I offered your community. Integration or death. Choose integration and you live. You keep your consciousness, your memories, your bond with your dog. You just become part of something larger. Never. Then you die. Here. Alone. While your community watches through surveillance feeds and knows they couldn't save you." Alex raised her rifle. "If I'm dying, I'm taking some of you with me." The modified human tilted its head. That would be unfortunate. You have skills we value, experience we can use. You'd make an excellent addition to our forces. Not happening. Then I'm sorry, genuinely sorry. I remember what it was like to choose death over integration. I made the opposite choice, and I'm still not sure which of us is right. The Lankies moved forward, closing the distance. Alex fired, controlled bursts, targeting the modified human first, then the nearest Lankies. Her magazine emptied. She reloaded, fired again. The modified human went down. 2 Lankies dropped, but more kept coming. She was out of ammunition when they reached her position. Ash launched himself at the nearest Lanky. 70 pounds of trained aggression, buying her seconds with his own life. Alex drew her knife. Last resort, desperate futility. The Lanky that had killed Ash turned toward her. She braced herself for death. Then something detonated. Massive explosion. Thermal vent erupting with violence that scattered the Lankies and threw Alex backward. She hit the ground hard, suit breach warning screaming. Vision blurred. Through the chaos, she saw more explosions. Systematic detonations across the thermal vent field, creating barriers, buying time, and voices in her comm. Multiple voices. Unfamiliar. Speaking in urgent coordination. Target acquired, deploying countermeasures. Extraction team move in now. Alex tried to stand. Failed. Her suit was failing. Losing pressure. Losing heat. Figures emerged from the smoke. Human-shaped. Environmental suits. But different from the modified humans. These were unmodified. Pure human. One of them grabbed her. Got you. Stay still. We're getting you out. Who? Later. Right now we run. They carried her through the thermal chaos. Away from the Lankies. Away from Refuge 7. Toward something else. Toward people she didn't know. Toward rescue that made no sense. Alex's vision darkened. Suit failure. Hypoxia. Blood loss. Her last thought before unconsciousness was simple. Ash was dead. The Lankies knew about Refuge 7, and she was being taken somewhere by unknown humans who'd appeared from nowhere. Everything had changed, and she had no idea if it was salvation or just another way to die. Chapter 10. Mathematical Certainty. Kai Okonkwo had been staring at the same data set for 6 hours when he finally saw the pattern. Numbers on the screen, grid coordinates, timestamps, Lanky position reports from the observation posts. 3 days of surveillance data that individually meant nothing but collectively told a story that made his stomach drop. They were going to die, all of them, and he could prove it mathematically. He sat in Refuge 7's engineering section, a converted storage room filled with salvaged computer equipment and monitoring systems that barely worked together. The screens showed overlapping displays of terrain maps, search pattern analysis, and predictive modeling that he'd been running since Alex disappeared. Alex. Gone for 16 hours now. Last contact had been her transmission about leading Lankies away from the shelter. Then explosions in the thermal vent field. Then silence. Commander Grant had sealed the shelter as ordered. Everyone was trying not to think about what that silence meant. Kai forced himself to focus on the data. On the mathematics. Because mathematics didn't lie and didn't care about hope or fear. Mathematics just showed reality with brutal clarity. The Lanky search pattern was systematic. Each hunter or regular Lanky was assigned grid squares. Rough calculations suggested approximately 2 square kilometers per unit. They searched methodically, spending an average of 43 minutes per grid square. When they finished one square, they moved to an adjacent one. No randomness, no wasted effort, just patient, inexorable progress. Kai had mapped every Lanky position from the surveillance reports, plotted their advancement over 72 hours, applied statistical analysis to determine search speed, coverage rate, and directional bias. The pattern was clear. The Lankies were working inward from New Oslo, searching terrain in expanding rings, and Refuge 7 sat approximately 18 kilometers from their current search perimeter. Kai ran the calculations. Search rate times grid coverage times estimated Lanky forces equaled time until contact. The computer displayed results, estimated time until search pattern reaches. Refuge 7 primary entrance, 18.3 days margin of error, plus or minus 2.7 days. Confidence interval, 94.7%, 18 days. Maybe 21 if the Lankies slowed down. Maybe 15 if they accelerated. But mathematical certainty within acceptable error margins. They would be found. Kai felt his hands shaking. He'd been a botanist before the war, had studied plant genetics and soil chemistry, and the abstract beauty of photosynthesis. Mathematics had been a tool, useful for analyzing growth rates and nutrient uptake, but never weaponized like this. Never used to calculate when everyone he knew would die. The engineering section's door opened. Dr. Voss entered, looking exhausted. She'd been in the medical bay for the past 12 hours, monitoring Marcus's recovery and treating 3 people with respiratory infections from the shelter's recycled air. Kai, you're still awake. Couldn't sleep. Been analyzing the search pattern data. He gestured at the screens. I think I found something. Sarah moved closer, studying the displays with the focused attention she gave everything. What am I looking at? Mathematical projection of Lanky search coverage, based on observed patterns, search speed, and grid methodology. He pulled up the summary screen. They're going to find us. It's not a question of if, it's when. She read the projection. Her expression didn't change, but her breathing did. Just slightly faster, slightly shallower. The unconscious response to fear. 18 days, she said quietly. Plus or minus 3. But yes, that's the median projection. I've run multiple models, adjusted for various assumptions. They all converge on the same timeline. Sarah pulled up a chair, sat beside him. Show me your methodology. Walk me through the calculations. Kai did. Explained the grid analysis, the search rate calculations, the statistical modeling. Sarah listened with the careful attention of someone who understood that data could be manipulated, but mathematics didn't lie if the methodology was sound. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. Then, your error margins are tight. You're confident in these numbers? 95% confidence interval, as certain as I can be without perfect information. And if they accelerate their search, bring in more forces? Kai pulled up his worst-case scenario. If they double their Lanky allocation to this region, we're looking at 9 days. If they triple it, maybe 6. And best case? They maintain current search rate but encounter terrain difficulties that slow progress. Maybe 24 days. But that's optimistic. The terrain between here and their current position is mostly volcanic wasteland. Easy searching, minimal obstacles. Sarah leaned back in her chair, looked at the ceiling like she was doing her own calculations. We need to present this to Commander Grant. She needs to know the timeline, needs to make decisions based on mathematical reality instead of hope. I know, but Sarah, these numbers mean we're out of time, mean everything we've built here is temporary. We either evacuate or we get discovered. There's no third option. Maybe evacuation is the third option. Maybe that's what the numbers are telling us. Kai thought about that. About 70 people, 69 now with Alex gone, trying to evacuate a shelter that had been their home for 8 years, trying to move supplies and equipment and hope through hostile terrain while Lankies hunted them. The mathematics on that weren't encouraging either. I ran projections on evacuation too, he said quietly, factoring in what we can carry, how fast we can move, where we could possibly go. The numbers are bad. We'd need to move at least 50 kilometers to get beyond the current search grid. Through terrain we haven't scouted, with 70 people, many of whom haven't been on the surface in years, while being pursued by Lankies who know we're in the region. Survival rate? Kai showed her the projection. Sarah looked at the numbers and closed her eyes. 30%, she said. You're estimating only 30% of us make it. Optimistically. That's assuming we find another suitable sheltered location. Assuming the Lankies don't track us. Assuming we don't lose people to injuries, exposure, or equipment failures during the move. Reality is probably worse. So our options are stay here and definitely be discovered in 18 days, or evacuate and probably lose half our people in the attempt? That's what the mathematics says. Sarah stood. Walked to the engineering section's small window. Thick glass that looked into the shelter's main corridor. Through it, Kai could see people moving, going about their routines, pretending everything was normal. We need to tell them, Sarah said. Everyone. Not just Grant. All 70 people need to know what we're facing. That could cause panic. Not telling them is worse. They deserve to know, deserve to make informed decisions about their own survival. Kai nodded. She was right. But the thought of standing in front of 70 people and explaining that mathematics had calculated their doom made him want to retreat into his greenhouse work and pretend numbers were just abstract concepts. I'll present the data to Grant first, he said. Get her input on how to communicate this. Do it now. She's in the command center with Yuki. They're trying to figure out what happened to Alex. Right. Alex. The immediate crisis that had overshadowed the longer-term existential threat. Kai saved his analysis, transferred the files to his tablet, and headed for the command center. Sarah walked with him, both of them silent. What was there to say? The numbers spoke for themselves. The command center was exactly as Kai expected. Grant studying surveillance feeds, Yuki working 3 different computer terminals simultaneously, both of them looking exhausted and stressed. Commander, Kai said, I have analysis on the lanky search patterns. You need to see this. Grant looked up, saw his expression. How bad? 18 days, maybe 21. That's when the search pattern reaches our entrance based on current lanky methodology. The command center went silent. Yuki stopped typing. Grant's tactical composure cracked just slightly, a moment of raw fear before she rebuilt it. Show me. Kai pulled up his analysis on the command center's main display, grid maps showing lanky positions over time, statistical models projecting their advancement, the final timeline estimate with its narrow confidence interval. Grant studied it with the focus she gave all tactical intelligence. Your methodology is sound? Dr. Voss verified it. The numbers are solid. Margin of error? Plus or minus 3 days. But the trend is clear. They will find us. It's mathematical certainty. Yuki finally spoke. What if we could disrupt their search pattern, create false leads, draw them away from this area? I modeled that scenario. Unless we can divert at least 40% of their search forces, it only buys us 3 to 5 additional days. And any diversion tactic requires exposing ourselves, which accelerates discovery. Grant's jaw tightened. Options? 2. Stay here and prepare for siege conditions when they breach, or evacuate now while we still have time to move supplies and personnel before the search pattern closes in. Evacuation success rate? Kai pulled up his second analysis, the one with worse numbers. 30% make it to a viable secondary location, assuming we can find one, assuming we're not tracked, assuming everything goes optimally. And staying here? 0% long-term survival once they breach. The shelter can withstand siege for maybe a week. Then we run out of air, power, or both. Either we surrender or we die. Grant looked at Sarah. Your medical assessment? Kai's numbers match my observations. We have people who can't handle extended surface operations. Respiratory issues, cardiovascular problems, age-related limitations. Moving 70 people through hostile terrain is a medical nightmare. But staying here is suicide with a timer. The command center's door opened. Marcus Chen stumbled in, supported by a cane, his left arm still bandaged and immobilized. He looked like death but was conscious and functional. Marcus, you should be in bed, Sarah said. I'm here, deal with it. He looked at the displays, read the analysis. His expression went flat. 18 days. Plus or minus 3, Kai confirmed. Marcus leaned heavily on his cane. Then we make a decision. Now, not in 18 days when we're out of options. We decide what Refuge 7 does, and we commit fully. What's your recommendation? Grant asked. Tactically, evacuation is a disaster. Moving 70 untrained civilians through hostile terrain while being hunted is a suicide mission that happens to take longer than siege defense. But staying here is equally suicidal with less dignity. So we're fucked either way. Yes, but maybe there's a third option we haven't considered. Everyone looked at him. Marcus pulled up surveillance footage from 16 hours ago. The thermal vent field, the explosions, Alex's last position before she disappeared. These weren't lanky weapons, he said. I've studied the detonation patterns. These were human explosives, coordinated, precisely timed to create barriers and provide extraction cover. The unknown humans who took Alex, Yuki said. Right, people with resources, with technology, with the capability to operate in contested terrain and execute tactical operations. They saved Alex from Lankies. That suggests they're unmodified. That suggests they might be potential allies. Or enemies who saved her for their own purposes, Sarah countered. Possible. But here's the thing. They're out there, operating, surviving, which means there's infrastructure we don't know about. Refuge points, supply caches, maybe even other settlements. Grant crossed her arms. You're suggesting we try to make contact, try to find these unknown humans and, what? Ask for help? I'm suggesting we gather intelligence, send out reconnaissance to locate them, establish communication, learn if they're viable allies or threats. Because right now, our options are suicide here or suicide while moving. Maybe these unknowns represent a third path. Kai felt something shift in his perspective. He'd been so focused on the mathematics of their immediate situation that he hadn't considered external factors, unknown variables that could change the equation. That's a massive risk, he said. We'd be exposing ourselves, potentially revealing our location to hostile forces. We're already exposed. The Lankies know this region contains humans. They're searching systematically. The modified humans know about Refuge 7 specifically. One of them visited our entrance. Our operational security is already compromised. At this point, making contact with potential allies isn't additional risk. It's our only play. Grant studied the surveillance footage. If we're going to do this, we need a team. Small, mobile, expendable. People who can make contact without compromising the shelter if they're captured. I'll go, Marcus said. You can barely walk. I can shoot. I can think. I can negotiate. That's what this mission needs. You're staying here. You need another 2 weeks minimum before you're field operational. Grant looked at the room. Who else can we send? Yuki raised her hand. I'll go. I have technical skills. Can interface with any communication systems we find. And, her voice caught, Alex is out there. If there's a chance she's alive, I want to be on the team that finds her. You're needed here. You're our only systems engineer. Kai can handle most of what I do. He's learned enough over the past year. She looked at Kai. Right? Kai felt panic rise. I'm a botanist. I run numbers. I'm not. You're whatever we need you to be. Same as everyone else. Yuki's tone was firm. Can you maintain the technical systems or not? He thought about the past 8 years, about how he'd learned surgery assistance, computer programming, agricultural engineering, and a dozen other skills out of necessity. About how everyone in Refuge 7 had become generalists because specialization was a luxury they couldn't afford. I can do it, he said. Grant nodded. Yuki, you're on the contact team, but you need support. You need someone with combat experience. Everyone with combat experience is either dead or critical to shelter defense, Marcus said. We don't have spare operators. The command center fell silent. Kai ran the calculations in his head. 70 people total. Subtract Marcus. Injured. Subtract Grant. Command essential. Subtract Sarah. Medical essential. Subtract the greenhouse staff, the maintenance crew, the people keeping infrastructure running. How many were actually expendable enough to risk on an external mission? Not many. Maybe none. I'll go with Yuki, Kai said. Everyone stared at him. I'm not combat trained, he continued. Not tactical, but I can carry equipment, can provide scientific analysis, can learn quickly. And mathematically, I'm one of the few people we can afford to lose without critically impacting shelter operations. Kai, Sarah started. It's true. The greenhouse doesn't need constant supervision. The analytical work can be handled by anyone with basic statistical knowledge. I'm useful but not essential. Yuki is more essential, but we need her technical skills for the contact mission. Together, we're a viable team. Grant considered it. You understand you might not come back. I understand the mathematics, understand the risks, but I also understand that staying here with certainty of discovery in 18 days isn't acceptable. If there's a chance, any chance, of finding allies or alternatives, we have to take it. Marcus looked at him with something that might have been respect. You've got courage, I'll give you that. Not courage, just acceptance of statistical reality. Grant made her decision. Kai and Yuki, reconnaissance and contact mission. Objectives are to locate the unknown humans who extracted Alex, establish communication, assess whether they're potential allies. Secondary objective is intelligence gathering on lanky search patterns and any other survival groups in the region. You depart in 6 hours. That gives you time to prep equipment and for me to brief the full settlement on our situation. You're telling everyone? Kai asked. Yes, Marcus is right. We need to make decisions now, not in 18 days. That means everyone needs the information. We'll convene emergency council in 2 hours. I'll present your analysis, we'll discuss options, and we'll vote on our course of action. Democracy is a luxury, but it's one we can still afford. The meeting dissolved, people moving to their tasks. Kai stood there, processing what he'd just volunteered for. Surface operations, hostile terrain, searching for unknown humans while Lankies hunted everything that moved. His hands were shaking again. Sarah approached him. That was either very brave or very stupid. Probably both. I'm going to give you a crash course in field medicine. You'll need to know how to treat injuries, manage infections, handle basic surgery if Yuki gets hurt. 2 hours isn't much, but it's what we have. Sarah, I can't. You can. You already helped me with Marcus's surgery. You stayed calm under pressure. You followed instructions precisely. That's what field medicine is. Calm, precise execution of procedures you've trained for. I'll train you. You'll learn. And you'll keep Yuki alive. Kai nodded, followed her to the medical bay, spent the next 2 hours learning to suture wounds, administer injections, recognize signs of infection and shock and internal bleeding. Sarah taught like his life depended on it because it did. When the emergency council convened, Kai presented his analysis to 70 people who'd been living in comfortable denial that their refuge was permanent. He showed them the grid maps, the search patterns, the statistical projections. 18 days plus or minus 3. Mathematical certainty. The room erupted. Fear, anger, denial. People shouting questions, demanding different answers, insisting the numbers had to be wrong. Grant restored order, presented the options. Stay and prepare for siege, evacuate and hope to survive the journey, or send the contact team to search for alternatives. They voted. 43 people for staying, 22 for evacuation, 5 for the contact mission representing their best chance. Democracy in action, even when the result was paralysis. Grant made the executive decision. They'd prepare for both options while the contact mission gathered intelligence. If Kai and Yuki found allies, they'd reconsider. If not, they'd have 18 days to finalize whether they'd die in place or die while moving. 6 hours after the council meeting, Kai stood at the shelter's airlock, wearing an environmental suit that felt too heavy and carried too much responsibility. Yuki stood beside him, equipment pack loaded with communication gear and technical tools. Grant was there to see them off. Find Alex if you can. Find allies if they exist. Come back alive if possible. And Kai, your mathematics bought us 18 days. Use them well. The airlock cycled open. New Svalbard's hostile atmosphere rushed in, cold and toxic and unforgiving. Kai stepped onto the surface for the first time in 3 years, felt the suit's systems struggle to maintain temperature, saw the volcanic wasteland stretching to horizons obscured by gray atmosphere. Somewhere out there, Lankies were searching. Alex was missing or dead. Unknown humans operated with unknown intentions, and he had 18 days to find answers. The mathematics was clear. Whether he survived them was not. Yuki's voice crackled through his comm. Ready? Kai thought about his greenhouse, about the plants he'd been cultivating, about the quiet, safe work of studying photosynthesis and soil chemistry. Then he looked at the volcanic wasteland and the uncertainty ahead. Ready, Hernari? He said. They walked into the gray distance, leaving Refuge 7 behind. The shelter sealed after them with finality that sounded like a door closing on the past. Ahead lay only uncertainty, and somewhere in that uncertainty, hidden in the mathematics he hadn't yet calculated, was either humanity's salvation or its final chapter. Kai hoped his numbers would be good enough to tell the difference. Before the 18 days ran out, Chapter 11. Ghosts in the Signal. Yuki Tanaka had been staring at corrupted data for 4 hours when the ghost appeared. Not a real ghost, a signal ghost. Electromagnetic artifact in the communications array that shouldn't exist but did. Brief, fragmented, gone before she could properly isolate it. But there, definitely there. She sat in Refuge 7's communications center, a repurposed storage closet filled with salvaged equipment that barely functioned on good days. Right now was not a good day. Her tablet had been damaged during the new Oslo operation, the electromagnetic pulse from the hospital's systems having corrupted half her tools. She'd spent the past 72 hours rebuilding firmware, recovering data, and generally cursing whoever had designed CDF tablets without better EM shielding. It was 3 in the morning. Most of Refuge 7 was asleep. Yuki should have been too, but sleep meant stopping. Stopping meant thinking. Thinking meant remembering her brother's face in the moments before the comm went dead. So she worked instead. The tablet reconstruction was tedious but achievable. Most of the damage was software, corrupted files, scrambled data structures, broken encryption keys. Hardware was intact. She'd managed to restore 70% of functionality, which was acceptable given the circumstances. She was running diagnostic checks on the communications suite when the anomaly appeared. Signal spike. Brief electromagnetic burst in the shortwave spectrum. Frequency 4.7 gigahertz. Duration approximately 0.3 seconds. Source direction approximately northwest, bearing 320 degrees. Then nothing. Yuki stared at the readout, ran it again. The spike was there in the log data, but not repeating in real-time monitoring. Single event. Isolated. Could be equipment malfunction. Could be atmospheric interference. Could be a dozen innocent explanations. Or could be human communication. She pulled up the signal analysis tools, examined the waveform, the frequency modulation, the encoding structure. The burst was too short for detailed analysis, but some characteristics were clear. It wasn't natural, wasn't random noise. It had structure, pattern, the kind of pattern that suggested deliberate transmission rather than electromagnetic accident. Yuki's hands started shaking. She forced them steady, ran additional filters, applied signal processing algorithms that separated possible communication from probable noise. The results were frustratingly ambiguous. 63% probability of artificial origin. 37% probability of natural electromagnetic phenomenon. Statistical uncertainty that meant she couldn't be certain either way. But the bearing was interesting. 320 degrees, northwest, toward Firebase Echo. Firebase Echo had been a CDF military installation before the war, hardened command facility with deep bunkers and independent power generation. When the invasion began, Firebase Echo had held out for 3 weeks before going silent. No one knew what had happened there, whether the garrison had evacuated, been overrun, or simply run out of supplies. The possibility that someone might be operating from Firebase Echo after 8 years was remote, but not impossible. Yuki checked the communications array's sensitivity. Ran calibration tests. Everything showed normal operation. Whatever the signal had been, it wasn't equipment error. It was real electromagnetic energy from real direction at real frequency. The question was, what did it mean? She could report it to Commander Grant, but reporting required certainty or at least strong probability. Bringing Grant a 63% maybe in the middle of the night seemed excessive. Seemed like she was grasping at hope because her brother was dead and she needed to believe in something. Yuki decided to wait. Monitor for repetition, gather more data, make sure this wasn't just her own desperate need for Alex to be alive, manifesting as false positives in signal processing. She configured the communications array for continuous monitoring, set up automated logging that would capture any similar events. Then she returned to her tablet reconstruction, trying to focus on achievable tasks instead of maybes and unknowns. An hour passed, no repetition. Yuki's confidence in the signal's significance dropped. Probably just equipment artifact. Probably atmospheric interference. Probably her imagination finding patterns in noise. Then it happened again. Signal spike. Same frequency, same bearing. Duration 0.4 seconds this time, slightly stronger. Yuki's heart rate accelerated. She captured the full waveform, ran it through every analysis tool available, applied decryption algorithms in case it was encoded, searched for modulation patterns that suggested voice or data transmission. The signal was definitely artificial, definitely structured, but too brief for content extraction, like someone was transmitting in short bursts, either to minimize detection or because they had limited power, or because they were testing, seeing if anyone was listening. Yuki made a decision, configured the communications array for response transmission. Brief burst, same frequency, deliberate pattern that screamed artificial origin. If someone was out there testing for listeners, she'd give them confirmation. Her finger hovered over the transmit button. This was risky. Any transmission might attract lanky attention, might reveal Refuge 7's position to hostile forces, might compromise 8 years of careful operational security. But if there were other survivors out there, if someone was trying to make contact, ignoring them seemed equally risky, seemed like wasting humanity's last chance at something better than isolated extinction. She transmitted. 5-second burst, modulated carrier wave with encoded response pattern. Then she waited. 3 minutes passed. Nothing. Then her equipment lit up. Signal spike, same bearing, but longer this time. Full 10 seconds. And this one carried data. Encrypted. Complex encoding that would take hours to break without the right keys. But the header was clear. Standard CDF communication protocol. Transmitter identification code that marked this as human military equipment. Someone at Firebase Echo was using CDF communication systems. Someone who knew proper protocols. Someone who was alive and operational and trying to reach out. Yuki grabbed her tablet, ran for the command center. It was 3:30 in the morning, but this couldn't wait. This was too important, too potentially game-changing. The command center was dark except for emergency lighting. Grant was asleep in her quarters. Yuki hesitated. Waking the commander for a maybe was career-limiting in normal circumstances. But circumstances weren't normal. Hadn't been normal for 8 years. She knocked on Grant's door. Waited. Knocked again. Grant opened it, rifle in hand, fully alert despite having been asleep seconds earlier. Report. I picked up signals, human signals, from Firebase Echo's direction. Someone's trying to make contact. Grant's expression shifted from alert to focused. Show me. They moved to the command center. Yuki pulled up her analysis, showed the signal captures, demonstrated the response transmission and subsequent data burst. Grant studied everything with tactical precision. You're certain it's human origin? CDF communication protocol, proper transmitter codes, encryption that matches pre-war military standard. It's either human survivors or someone with access to intact CDF equipment who knows how to use it. The modified humans we encountered have CDF equipment. True, but the signal pattern is wrong for that. Modified humans were using equipment locally, in the hospital, integrated with lanky technology. This is long-range transmission from fixed position, different use case, different technology signature. Grant pulled up terrain maps. Firebase Echo was 43 kilometers northwest, through volcanic wasteland, across lava fields, past thermal vent arrays. Dangerous terrain. Possibly lanky controlled terrain, given the search patterns they'd been observing. Can you decrypt the data burst? Grant asked. Not without the encryption keys. It's military-grade crypto, designed to resist decryption even with unlimited computing time. I'd need the actual key sequence. What about the header data, transmitter identification? Yuki zoomed in on the transmission details. The transmitter code was there. Alphanumeric sequence that should correspond to specific CDF equipment. She ran it against Refuge 7's database of military registrations. Result, transmitter ID FBE CHO CMD07, registered to Firebase Echo Command Facility. Status, active as of last update. It's the Firebase Echo Command transmitter, Yuki said, the main communication array from the facility's operations center. If that's operational, it means someone has power, has access to the command facility, and has kept the equipment functional for 8 years. Grant was silent for a moment. processing implications. Or it means Lankies captured the facility and are using our equipment to lure survivors into traps. Possible, but the transmission pattern doesn't match Lanky behavior. They don't use complex encryption, don't follow communication protocols. This feels human. Feels isn't intelligence, isn't certainty. No, but it's more than we had an hour ago. Grant studied the data. Yuki could see her commander's mind working through tactical calculations. Risk versus reward, hope versus caution, the same calculations everyone in Refuge 7 made every day. We need more information, Grant said finally. Continue monitoring. Attempt additional contact. See if you can establish actual communication instead of just signal detection. But Yuki, no transmission longer than 10 seconds. No data that could reveal our location or capabilities. Operational security remains priority. Understood. And wake Marcus. He needs to see this. Marcus is recovering from surgery. Sarah said, I know what Sarah said, but this is exactly the kind of intelligence that justifies his tactical insight. Wake him. Tell him I need his assessment. Yuki left the command center, headed for the medical bay, found Marcus awake despite the hour, sitting up in his bed, staring at nothing with the expression of someone in pain who refused to show it. Commander wants you in the command center, Yuki said. Marcus looked at her. Why? I picked up signals. Human signals from Firebase Echo. Grant wants your tactical assessment. Something shifted in Marcus's face. Not quite hope, he was too experienced for that, but interest. The look of an operator hearing about potential opportunity. Help me up, he said. Sarah will kill both of us. Sarah will understand. This is operational necessity. Marcus stood slowly, using the bed frame for support. His left arm was still immobilized. His movements were careful and pained, but he was functional. They walked to the command center. Marcus moving like every step hurt. Yuki ready to catch him if he collapsed. But he made it. Sat down at the command center's tactical station and studied Yuki's data with the focused attention of someone who understood that details mattered. CDF protocol, he said after several minutes. Proper encryption. Transmitter codes that match Firebase Echo's registered equipment. This is either legitimate human survivors or an extremely sophisticated trap. Which do you think it is? Grant asked. Both are possible, but here's what bothers me. If this is a trap, it's unnecessarily complex. The Lankies don't need to lure us anywhere. They're already searching systematically, already approaching our position. A trap implies they think deception is more efficient than direct action. That's not consistent with Lanky behavior. What about the modified humans? Yuki asked. They showed tactical sophistication, used deception in New Oslo. True, but they also had direct communication. Could have simply told us to come to Firebase Echo. Using encrypted military communication seems unnecessarily complicated when they've already demonstrated ability to contact us directly. Grant crossed her arms. So you're saying the signals are probably legitimate? I'm saying the probability favors legitimate survivors over trap. But probability isn't certainty. We'd need confirmation. How? Marcus looked at the terrain maps. Reconnaissance mission, small team. Move to Firebase Echo. Establish visual contact, confirm human presence. Attempt direct communication. Standard contact protocol for uncertain situations. That's exactly what Alex tried to do, Yuki said quietly. Contact unknown forces. She's gone now. The room went silent. The reminder of Alex's disappearance hung heavy. Grant spoke carefully. Marcus, you're proposing we risk more people on a mission that might be walking into a trap based on signal intelligence we can't decrypt or verify. Yes, that's insane. No, that's necessary, because if there are legitimate survivors at Firebase Echo, if they have functional infrastructure and resources, they represent our best chance at something better than waiting for Lankies to discover us in 18 days. The mathematics Kai presented are clear. Staying here is death on a timer. These signals might be the only alternative. Yuki felt something shift in her chest. Hope. Dangerous, irrational hope. But there. Real. Making her want to believe the signals meant Alex was alive somehow. That rescue was possible, that everything wasn't lost. I should go, she said. On the reconnaissance mission, I can interface with Firebase ecosystems if we reach it, can establish proper communication, can verify the signal's origin. You're our only systems engineer, Grant said, too valuable to risk. Kai can handle basic systems maintenance. He's learned enough. And if Firebase Echo has intact infrastructure, they'll need someone with technical expertise to establish protocols. That's me. Marcus nodded. She's right. A recon mission needs technical capability, needs someone who can verify what they're seeing. Yuki's the logical choice. Who else, Ian? Grant asked. You're recovering. Can't field operate. Alex is gone. That leaves... who? We don't have spare operators. Kai, Yuki said. He volunteered for the contact mission. He's not tactical, but he's smart, learns quickly, and we can afford to risk him operationally. A botanist and an engineer. That's your reconnaissance team. Unless you have better options. Grant looked like she wanted to argue, but the mathematics were clear. Refuge 7 didn't have spare operators, didn't have redundant specialists. Every person was essential somewhere, which meant no one was expendable, which meant any external mission required risking people they couldn't afford to lose. If we do this, Grant said, we do it properly. Full briefing, proper equipment, clear protocols, no heroics, no unnecessary risks. You go to Firebase Echo, you verify the signals, you attempt contact. If anything feels wrong, anything at all, you abort and return immediately. Understood, Yuki said. Marcus pulled up tactical maps. Firebase Echo is 43 kilometers. That's 2 days' travel through hostile terrain. You'll need to move at night when lanky activity is lower. Use thermal vents for concealment. Avoid open ground. Standard evasion protocols. What about the lanky search pattern? Yuki asked. Kai's projections show they're working inward from New Oslo. Firebase Echo is northwest. Are we moving toward or away from their search grid? Marcus overlaid the search pattern on the terrain map, studied it. Parallel to their current search line. Not directly into it, but close enough to be risky. You'll need to monitor their movements, adjust route based on real-time intelligence. Can we maintain communication? Burst transmissions only, every 12 hours. Brief status updates. If we don't hear from you within 24 hours of your last check-in, we assume compromise and seal the shelter. The finality of that made Yuki's stomach drop. Go on mission, maintain radio silence except for brief bursts, and if something went wrong, Refuge 7 would seal itself and she'd be alone on the surface with Kai and whatever had killed them. I understand, she said. Grant stood. Get some sleep. We'll brief Kai in the morning. Depart tomorrow night when lanky activity drops. You have 6 hours to prep equipment and say goodbye to anyone who matters. Yuki returned to the communications center, sat at her station. The monitoring equipment was still running, still capturing occasional signal bursts from Firebase Echo. Each one was brief, encrypted, impossible to interpret without keys. But they were human. She was certain of that. Someone out there was trying to reach out, trying to make contact, and she was going to find them, or die trying. She thought about Akira, about her brother disappearing into the maintenance shaft, about the wet sounds and screaming that had followed, about how she'd kept working, kept functioning, kept pretending she was okay, because stopping meant accepting that he was gone. Maybe this mission was just her trying to find him, trying to believe that rescue was possible, that loss could be reversed. But even if that was true, even if she was just running toward false hope, it was better than sitting in Refuge 7 waiting for mathematics to calculate their doom. She configured the monitoring equipment for autonomous operation, set up protocols that would log any signals while she was gone. Then she went to her quarters, a converted storage space with a bed and some personal effects. Sleep should have been impossible, but exhaustion won. Yuki collapsed onto her bed and fell into darkness. She dreamed of signals, of her brother's voice calling through static, of Alex returning with Ash at her side, of Firebase Echo filled with survivors who'd been waiting 8 years for contact. Dreams that were probably lies, but better than the reality of 18 days until discovery. She woke 6 hours later, found Kai waiting outside her quarters. Grant told me, he said. We're going to Firebase Echo. We are. You ready? No, but I'll do it anyway. They spent the day preparing. Yuki assembled communication gear, encryption tools, signal analysis equipment. Kai worked with Sarah, learning field medicine that might keep them alive. Grant provided tactical briefing, terrain analysis, evasion routes, emergency protocols. And through it all, the monitoring equipment continued logging signals from Firebase Echo. Brief bursts every few hours, always encrypted, always from the same bearing. Someone was out there, waiting, hoping, trying to reach out. Yuki was going to find them. 18 hours later, she stood at the shelter's airlock with Kai, ready to depart, ready to risk everything on the possibility that the signals were real. Grant gave final instructions. Marcus provided tactical guidance. Sarah made Kai promise to come back alive. The airlock cycled open. Yuki stepped onto New Svalbard's surface. The volcanic wasteland stretched ahead, gray and hostile and filled with things that wanted to kill them. But somewhere in that wasteland, Firebase Echo waited, and the signals continued. Brief electromagnetic ghosts that might be humanity's salvation, or might be the trap that killed them all. Yuki activated her communication gear, sent one final transmission toward Firebase Echo. Brief burst, simple message encoded in the header, "We're coming! Wait for us!" Then she and Kai walked into the darkness, following signal ghosts toward hope or death. Behind them, Refuge 7 sealed. 70 people waiting. 18 days remaining. Mathematics counting down to certainty. Ahead was only uncertainty. And somewhere in the static between hope and fear, a response came back. One final transmission from Firebase Echo before they went dark. "Hurry, they're almost here." The signal cut off. Yuki and Kai looked at each other through their helmet faceplates. Then they started running. Chapter 12. Fracture Lines. Commander Elizabeth Grant had led people through the worst moments of human history, but she'd never seen Refuge 7 like this. The common area was chaos. 70 voices, 68 now, with Yuki and Kai on the surface, all talking over each other, some shouting, some pleading, all terrified in different ways that manifested as anger, denial, or desperate planning. 8 years of careful discipline were fracturing under the weight of mathematical certainty. 18 days, plus or minus 3. Then the Lankies would find them. Grant stood at the front of the room, watching her command dissolve into democratic chaos. They'd voted to hear all proposals before making final decisions. It had seemed reasonable at the time. Now it seemed like inviting anarchy. Supply Officer Carlos Rodriguez had been speaking for 10 minutes. His voice carried across the room with the passionate conviction of someone who decided evacuation was their only hope. "Can't just sit here waiting to die. Kai's projections are clear. The Lankies are coming. They will find us. Staying in Refuge 7 is suicide." "So is running through hostile terrain with 70 people," someone shouted back. Grant couldn't see who. The crowd was too dense. "Better to die trying to escape than trapped like rats," Rodriguez continued. "We evacuate now while we still can. Head south, away from the search pattern. Find another location. Start over." "Start over with what?" That was Marcus sitting in the back, still looking half dead but refusing to stay in medical. "We abandon the greenhouses, the water recycling, the power generation. We'd be reduced to whatever we can carry. That's maybe 2 weeks of supplies for 70 people. Then what? Then we find another shelter, another installation. There are dozens of abandoned facilities across New Svalbard, all of which are probably being searched by Lankies right now," Marcus countered. "The search pattern isn't local, it's regional, maybe planetary. Running just means dying somewhere else." The room erupted. People shouting support for Rodriguez, others backing Marcus. Grant let it continue for 30 seconds before intervening. "Enough!" Her voice cut through the chaos. Command voice. The tone that had kept soldiers functional when orbital bombardment was turning cities to glass. "Rodriguez, you've made your position clear. Marcus, same. We're going to hear from everyone who has proposals. Then we vote." That was the agreement. The room quieted. Grant consulted her tablet. Next speaker was Dr. Voss. Sarah stood slowly, looking exhausted. She'd been in medical for 36 hours straight, treating Marcus, monitoring 3 people with respiratory infections, and generally keeping Refuge 7's fragile population alive. I have a different proposal, Sarah said. Her voice was calm, professional, the tone she used when delivering bad news to patients. If we're seriously considering evacuation, if we're genuinely preparing to abandon Refuge 7, then we need to maximize what we take, and that means salvaging the greenhouse complex. Murmurs rippled through the room. The greenhouse complex was 5 kilometers from the shelter. Abandoned hydroponics facility that had been producing food until a structural failure 2 years ago made it too dangerous to operate. They'd been planning to salvage it for months but never had the resources or manpower. The greenhouse has supplies we need, Sarah continued. Seed banks, hydroponic equipment, nutrient solutions. If we're starting over somewhere else, those supplies could mean the difference between establishing sustainable food production or starving in 6 months. That's a massive salvage operation, someone said. Would take days, dozens of people, right when we're trying to avoid lanky attention. Which is why we do it now, before the search pattern reaches us. We send a large team, extract everything useful, bring it back to Refuge 7. Then we have actual resources for evacuation instead of just hope and desperation. Grant studied Sarah's face. The doctor wasn't advocating for evacuation. She was advocating for preparation, for having options, for not being forced into decisions by lack of resources. Smart, tactical, exactly the kind of thinking they needed. The greenhouse complex is within the lanky search perimeter, Marcus pointed out. Might already be compromised. Might, but Kai's projections show the search pattern hasn't reached that sector yet. We have maybe a week before Lankies investigate the complex. That's enough time to strip it. You're proposing we run a major salvage operation in hostile territory while Lankies are actively searching the region? Rodriguez looked incredulous. That's insane. No more insane than evacuating 70 people through that same hostile territory with no destination and minimal supplies. Sarah shot back. At least this gives us something concrete. Resources we can use whether we stay or go. The room erupted again. Grant let it run for a moment, then restored order. Anyone else have proposals? Silence. Then a voice from the middle of the crowd. Jenkins, one of the maintenance crew. What about Firebase Echo? We sent Yuki and Kai there based on signal intelligence. What if that's our answer? What if there are actual survivors there who can help? That's a massive assumption, Grant said. We don't know what's at Firebase Echo. Don't know if the signals are legitimate or trap. Yuki and Kai are investigating, but we won't have answers for at least 48 hours. So we wait? Just sit here hoping? We make decisions based on available intelligence. When Yuki reports back, we'll incorporate that information. Until then, we work with what we know. Marcus raised his hand. Grant nodded permission to speak. I need to say something about Firebase Echo, Marcus said, standing slowly. Pain crossed his face, but he suppressed it. The signals Yuki detected are interesting, potentially significant. But we need to consider tactical implications beyond just, are there survivors there? Explain, Grant said. Firebase Echo was a hardened military installation, command and control facility. That means it had weapons, ammunition, tactical systems, intelligence archives. If that facility is even partially intact, it represents significant military assets. Assets we can use to fight the Lankies? Rodriguez asked skeptically. Assets we can use to defend Refuge 7, or to support evacuation, or to trade with other survivors if they exist. The point is, Firebase Echo matters regardless of whether there are people there. The installation itself has value. Grant saw where this was going. You're proposing we prioritize Firebase Echo over everything else. I'm proposing we recognize that both the greenhouse complex and Firebase Echo represent critical resources. We need a multi-phase plan. Phase 1. Verify Firebase Echo's status through Yuki's reconnaissance. Phase 2. Depending on those results, either establish contact with survivors or salvage the installation's assets. Phase 3. Conduct greenhouse complex salvage. Phase 4. Make final decision about staying versus evacuating based on actual resources rather than fear and speculation. That's a weeks of operations, someone protested. Kai's projections give us 18 days. Kai's projections show when the search pattern reaches our primary entrance if we do nothing, Marcus corrected. But we're not doing nothing. We're being proactive. We're gathering resources and intelligence. Every salvage operation, every reconnaissance mission, every data point we collect improves our decision-making position. Grant studied him. Marcus was doing what he always did, taking chaos and imposing tactical structure, creating actionable plans from impossible situations. It was why she'd kept him as her tactical advisor, despite his tendency to ignore medical advice and push himself beyond reasonable limits. Your plan assumes we have time for multi-phase operations, Grant said, assumes the Lankies maintain predictable search patterns, assumes nothing goes catastrophically wrong in the next 18 days. All planning assumes some level of predictability. But yes, my plan requires that we maintain operational initiative, that we don't panic and make desperate decisions, that we trust our training and our ability to adapt. The room was quieter now, people listening, some nodding, others looking skeptical, but at least considering instead of shouting. Grant made a decision. We're going to break into working groups. Group 1, Rodriguez, you lead evacuation planning. I want detailed logistics, routes, supply requirements, personnel assignments. Assume we evacuate in 14 days. Give me actual plans, not just concepts. Rodriguez nodded, looking surprised but pleased to have concrete assignment. Group 2, Sarah, you lead greenhouse complex salvage planning. Same detail level. Timeline, personnel, equipment needs. Assume we have 1 week to complete operations. Understood, Sarah said. Group 3, I'll coordinate Firebase Echo intelligence analysis. When Yuki reports back, we'll assess whether that facility represents viable opportunity or wasted effort. Marcus will assist despite the fact that he should be in medical recovery. Marcus smiled slightly. Wouldn't dream of being anywhere else. Everyone else maintain normal shelter operations. We still need food production, water recycling, maintenance, security. Life continues until it doesn't. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed, people moving to their assigned groups or returning to regular duties. The chaos of the meeting dissolved into purposeful activity. Grant stayed in the common area, watching people leave. This was the moment she'd been dreading, when Refuge 7's survival stopped being about hiding and started being about choosing between bad options. Marcus approached her, moving carefully. That went better than expected. Better than a riot. Worse than unified command. We're fracturing, Marcus. The discipline that kept us alive for 8 years is breaking down. Because for 8 years, survival meant staying quiet and following protocols. Now survival means making active choices. People aren't trained for that. They're scared. So am I. Marcus looked at her. You can't show it. I know. They walked to the command center. Grant needed to review surveillance data, check on the hunters' positions, monitor Yuki's transmission schedule. The normal routine of command that never stopped regardless of existential crises. Marcus followed, settling into a chair with visible relief. His left arm was still immobilized. His movements were careful, but his mind was sharp. You want to tell me what you're really thinking about Firebase Echo? Grant asked. I think it's our best chance. Not the greenhouse complex, not evacuation. Firebase Echo. Based on what? Signal intelligence we can't decrypt? Hope that someone's there who can help? Based on the fact that Firebase Echo was designed to survive exactly this scenario. Deep bunkers, independent power, weapons sufficient to fight sustained defensive actions. If any CDF installation could have held out, it would be Firebase Echo. They went silent 8 years ago, same as everywhere else. They went radio silent. That's different from destroyed, different from overrun. Maybe they just decided that transmitting was too risky, that maintaining operational security meant going dark. Grant pulled up Firebase Echo's file. Last known status report was from 3 weeks into the invasion. Garrison strength, 212 personnel. Defensive capabilities, excellent. Supplies, sufficient for 6 months, then nothing. 8 years of silence. Even if people are there, even if they survived, why haven't they contacted other survivors? Why wait 8 years to start transmitting? Maybe they only recently detected us. Maybe our increased surface operations gave them something to track. Or maybe they've been transmitting all along, and we only just noticed because Yuki rebuilt her damaged equipment with improved sensitivity. All possible, all speculation. Grant closed the file. What do you really want from Firebase Echo, Marcus? Resources? Allies? A place to evacuate to? All of the above, but mostly, he paused, seemed to be choosing words carefully. I want to know we're not alone. Want confirmation that human survival is possible, beyond just hiding in holes and praying the Lankies don't notice. Firebase Echo could prove that, could show us there's a path forward beyond just slow extinction. There it was. The hope that Marcus usually kept buried under tactical analysis. The need to believe that 8 years of survival meant something, that humanity had a future. Grant understood, felt the same way, but hope was dangerous, led to decisions based on wishful thinking instead of reality. Yuki has 48 hours to verify Firebase Echo's status, Grant said. If she confirms survivors, we'll consider contact. If she finds a trap, we'll know to avoid it. Either way, we'll have actual intelligence to work with. And if she doesn't report back, then we assume compromise and move forward with Rodriguez's evacuation plans or Sarah's salvage operation. We adapt. Marcus nodded, stood slowly. I should get back to medical before Sarah realizes I'm missing. Marcus. Grant stopped him. If we do make contact with Firebase Echo, if there are survivors there, I'm sending you to negotiate. You're the best tactical mind we have, the best at reading situations and making hard calls. I need you functional for that. I'll be functional. Then take care of yourself. Follow Sarah's medical protocols. Heal properly, because I can't afford to lose you to stubbornness and wounded pride. Something shifted in Marcus's expression. Understood, Commander. He left. Grant sat alone in the command center, surrounded by screens showing surveillance feeds and sensor data. The hunters were still out there, maintaining their positions, watching Refuge 7's entrance with patient inevitability. 18 days until mathematical certainty said they'd be discovered. 18 days to gather resources, make decisions, and determine humanity's next move. Her tablet pinged. Message from Rodriguez. Evacuation planning group meeting in 30 minutes. Conference room 2. Another ping. Sarah, greenhouse salvage team forming. Need your authorization for personnel assignments. Command never stopped. Never gave her time to process or grieve or feel the weight of responsibility. Grant authorized Sarah's personnel requests, acknowledged Rodriguez's meeting. Then she pulled up the surveillance feed from the airlock, the one that showed Yuki and Kai disappearing into the volcanic wasteland 6 hours ago. No transmission yet. They were maintaining radio silence until their first scheduled check-in at 12 hours. Standard protocol. But Grant found herself watching the empty airlock camera anyway, waiting for signal that wasn't coming, hoping the 2 people she'd sent into hostile territory would return with answers instead of just becoming 2 more names on the casualty list. The command center door opened. Sarah entered, looking grim. We have a problem, she said. Grant's stomach dropped. Medical? Psychological. Jenkins tried to open the main airlock 20 minutes ago. Said he was leaving. Said he'd rather die on the surface than trapped in here when the Lankies breach. Maintenance caught him before he cycled it. Where is he now? Medical bay, sedated. But Grant? He's not the only one. I'm seeing signs of stress breakdown in at least a dozen people. Panic attacks, dissociative episodes, the kind of psychological fractures that happen when people lose hope. This was what Grant had feared, not Lanky attack, not equipment failure. The slow psychological collapse of people pushed beyond their breaking points. Recommendations? Increase monitoring. Make sure no one is alone. Give them purpose. Assign everyone to working groups. Keep them busy. Don't let them dwell. And Grant, you need to give them something to believe in. Some reason to think survival is possible. I can't lie to them. I'm not asking you to lie. I'm asking you to lead, to show confidence even when you don't feel it, to make them believe you have a plan. Grant looked at the surveillance feeds, at the hunters waiting outside, at the empty airlock where Yuki and Kai had departed, at the 70 names on her roster, 68 now, each one representing a person who depended on her to make the right decisions. I'll address the settlement, she said. Tonight, after the working groups report back, I'll present our plans, show we're taking action, give them structure to hold on to. That's a start. Sarah moved to leave, then stopped. Grant, we're going to lose people, no matter what we do. Some to Lankies, some to accidents, some to psychological breakdown. You need to accept that. Need to make peace with the fact that perfection isn't possible. I've lost enough people. I know, but you're about to lose more, and you need to stay functional when it happens. Need to keep leading even when the losses mount. Can you do that? Grant thought about 8 years of command. 8 years of making impossible choices and watching people die and carrying the weight of every loss. I can do it, she said. Sarah left. Grant returned to her screens, to the tactical data and surveillance feeds, and the endless calculations of survival. Her tablet pinged again, this time from Marcus. Need to show you something. Analysis of hunter behavior patterns, command center. Now. Grant pulled up the tactical analysis Marcus had prepared. What she saw made her blood cold. The hunters weren't just watching, they were coordinating. The electromagnetic transmissions Yuki had detected were creating a network. Hunters communicating with other Lanky forces, sharing information, building collective intelligence. And the data showed they were adapting, learning from their searches, becoming more efficient. Marcus's projection appeared on screen. Estimated time until search pattern reaches refuge. 14.2 days. Previous estimate, 18.3 days. The timeline was compressing. The Lankies were learning, getting faster. They had less time than Kai's mathematics had predicted. Grant stared at the numbers, felt the weight of command pressing down. 70 people depending on decisions she made in the next 14 days. She opened the settlement-wide communication channel, prepared to address her people, to give them the hope Sarah said they needed, the confidence they required to stay functional. But first, she needed to process what the new timeline meant. Needed to recalculate everything. 14 days, not 18. Every plan just became tighter. Every margin for error just shrank. Every risk just increased. And somewhere out there, Yuki and Kai were approaching Firebase Echo, unaware that the timeline had compressed, unaware that Refuge 7 was running out of time faster than anyone had calculated. Grant's tablet pinged with incoming transmission. Encrypted burst from Yuki. She opened it, read the message, felt her heart stop. Firebase Echo in sight, detecting multiple electromagnetic signatures. Human and Lanky. Facility appears contested. Recommend. The transmission cut off, mid-sentence. Just static. Grant tried to raise Yuki. Got nothing. Tried Kai. Same result. Communication loss in hostile territory. 43 kilometers from Refuge 7 with no support available. She activated emergency protocols, prepared search and rescue assets that didn't exist, calculated response options that all ended in failure. Then her screens lit up. Every surveillance feed, every sensor array. The hunters outside Refuge 7 were moving, not searching, not investigating, mobilizing, like they'd received orders, like they'd been activated for specific purpose. All of them turning toward Firebase Echo, all of them moving with coordinated precision that suggested central command. Marcus appeared in the command center doorway, saw the feeds, understood immediately. They know, he said. The Lankies know about Firebase Echo. Know Yuki and Kai are there, and they're responding. Grant watched the hunters disappear into the volcanic wasteland, moving fast, moving with purpose, moving to kill the last people she'd sent into the darkness, hoping for salvation. 14 days had just become irrelevant, because whatever was about to happen at Firebase Echo would determine everything, and Refuge 7 could only watch, and wait, and pray that mathematics was wrong about their chances. But mathematics was never wrong, and the darkness was closing in. Chapter 13. Eyes on the prize. Alex Archer volunteered before she fully thought it through. I'll lead the greenhouse reconnaissance, she said, standing up in the command center while everyone else was still processing the fact that Yuki and Kai had gone silent. While the hunters are distracted with Firebase Echo, while we have a window, Commander Grant looked at her like she'd just suggested jumping off a cliff. You want to run a reconnaissance mission in the middle of a crisis situation while we've just lost contact with two people in hostile territory? Exactly because of that, Alex said. The hunters are mobilizing toward Firebase Echo. That means they're not watching the greenhouse complex. That means we have an opportunity to assess whether it's worth salvaging before the search pattern shifts back our direction. Marcus was leaning against the wall, still looking like death, but his eyes were sharp. She's right. The lanky response to Firebase Echo creates a tactical window. They're concentrating forces in one sector. That leaves other sectors vulnerable to reconnaissance. Or it's a trap, Grant said, or the beginning of a coordinated sweep, or a dozen other scenarios that end with more people dead. Everything ends with people dead, Alex said bluntly. That's our reality. The question is whether we die learning something useful or die hiding in ignorance. The command center was silent. Sarah was present, looking exhausted. Rodriguez stood in the corner, arms crossed, probably calculating how this affected his evacuation plans. Half a dozen others crowded the space, all watching the surveillance feeds showing hunters streaming away from Refuge 7 toward Firebase Echo. 14 days until the Lankies found them. Maybe less now. Maybe more if they got lucky. But luck wasn't a strategy. Grant studied Alex. You've been on the surface, what? 4 times in 8 years? You're not trained for extended reconnaissance. Neither is anyone else. We've all been hiding in the shelter, playing farmer and mechanic. But I can read terrain, can move quietly, can make tactical assessments. And I'm expendable in a way that Yuki and Kai weren't. No one is expendable, Sarah said quietly. Then call me less critical to shelter operations, Alex amended. My hydroponic skills can be replicated. My absence won't cripple essential systems. And I actually want to do this. That last part was true. Alex had spent 8 years maintaining algae tanks and fixing irrigation systems and slowly going insane from the monotony of survival. The idea of actually doing something, of taking action instead of passively waiting, made her feel alive for the first time in years. Grant looked at Marcus. Tactical assessment? Risky but viable. Small team, 4 people maximum. Fast movement to the greenhouse complex, rapid assessment, immediate extraction, total operation time, 20 hours. If they maintain strict communication protocols and don't engage any lanky forces, the risk profile is acceptable. Acceptable meaning what? 50% casualty rate, 75? Acceptable meaning the intelligence value justifies the risk. We need to know the greenhouse complex status. Need to understand if salvage operations are feasible or if we're planning around a resource that no longer exists. Grant was silent for a long moment. Alex could see her calculating, weighing losses against gains, trying to make command decisions when every option led to people dying. You'll take Ash, Grant finally said. He's got combat training, some surface experience from the early years. You'll also take Chen, no relation to Marcus, and an Oliveira. Both have technical skills useful for assessing the complex's salvage potential. Understood, Alex said, trying to keep the relief out of her voice. 4-hour check-ins, encrypted burst transmissions. You maintain strict electromagnetic discipline otherwise. You see Lankies, you avoid. You do not engage. You do not take risks. You assess the complex status and return. Clear? Crystal. You leave in 2 hours. Use the time to prep gear, review terrain data, and pray to whatever gods still listen that this isn't the stupidest decision I've made today. 2 hours later, Alex stood in the equipment room, pulling on surface gear she'd worn exactly 4 times in 8 years. The environmental suit was heavier than she remembered, more restrictive. The helmet's heads-up display flickered when she activated it, showing atmospheric readings and thermal scans and a dozen other data points. Ash was already suited up, checking weapons with the methodical precision of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. He was older than Alex, mid-40s maybe, with the kind of weathered face that suggested he'd seen things that broke other people. First extended surface operation? He asked, not looking up from the rifle he was field stripping. Is it that obvious? You're breathing too fast, heart rate elevated, probably experiencing mild anxiety about leaving the shelter's safety. Thanks for the diagnosis, Dr. Freud. Just observation. Anxiety is normal, keeps you sharp, makes you careful. People who aren't afraid on the surface are the ones who get killed doing stupid things. Chen and Oliveira entered, both suiting up. Chen was maybe 30, quiet, one of the shelter's electrical engineers. Oliveira was younger, early 20s, which meant she'd been a teenager when the Lankies invaded. Barely remembered Earth before it all went to hell. Route profile uploaded to your HUDs, Chen said, connecting his suit's computer to the wall terminal. 43 kilometers to the greenhouse complex. We're taking the northern approach, using volcanic ridgelines for cover. Terrain is rough, but offers better concealment than the flat approaches. How long? Alex asked. 8 hours if we maintain good pace. Longer if we need to detour around Lanky activity. 8 hours of walking through hostile territory. 8 hours exposed. 8 hours hoping their luck held. Alex forced herself to breathe normally. Ash was right. Fear was useful, but panic got you killed. Marcus entered the equipment room, moving carefully. Sarah had cleared him for light duty, which apparently meant supervising suicide missions in his interpretation. Tactical brief, he said, pulling up a holographic map. Greenhouse complex is here. Last survey was 19 months ago. At that time, structural integrity was compromised but salvageable. Main domes were intact. Hydroponic systems damaged but potentially repairable. Seed banks were sealed and presumably secure. Presumably, Ash said, meaning we don't actually know. Meaning we had visual confirmation of sealed containment, but couldn't access the interior without major equipment. That's what this mission determines. Current status, salvage feasibility, resource estimates. Marcus zoomed the map to show surrounding terrain. The complex sits in a geothermal valley, protected from major volcanic activity but exposed to Lanky overflights. Our concern isn't direct Lanky interest in the complex. They don't seem to care about human agricultural facilities. Our concern is proximity to Lanky construction or patrol routes. What kind of construction? Oliveira asked. Spires, bioprocessing centers, whatever the hell they build when they terraform planets. If they're constructing near the complex, it becomes contaminated, unusable. The surrounding area becomes hostile to human life within weeks. Alex felt her stomach tighten. So we might be risking our lives to scout a location that's already ruined. Possibly, or we might be securing access to resources critical for long-term survival. That's why reconnaissance matters. Facts over speculation. Marcus transmitted additional data to their suits. Emergency protocols are standard. If compromised, you make for these waypoints. 3 locations appeared on the map. Each has minimal shelter and cached emergency supplies. If you can't make it back to Refuge 7, you hunker down and we extract when feasible. Define feasible, Chen said. When it won't kill everyone else trying to save you, Marcus said bluntly. You're volunteers. You know the risks. If things go catastrophically wrong, you're on your own until the tactical situation permits rescue. Silence in the equipment room. The cold mathematics of survival. They all knew it, had always known it, but hearing it stated plainly made the reality sink in. Any questions? Marcus asked. Yeah, Ash said. What's our contingency if we find Lankies at the complex? Don't engage, observe, document, extract. We need intelligence more than we need dead heroes. And if they see us? Run. Use every evasion technique you know. Lead them away from Refuge 7 and try not to die in a way that reveals our location to every Lanky force on New Svalbard. Comforting, Oliveira muttered. Comfort isn't the job, Marcus said. Survival is. Stay smart. Stay careful. Come back alive. He handed Alex a data chip. Additional mission parameters. Eyes only for team leader. Review once you're clear of the shelter. Alex pocketed the chip. Understood. They finished preparations, checked seals, verified communication equipment, loaded supplies, water, concentrated rations, emergency medical gear, everything they needed to survive 43 kilometers of hostile terrain. Sarah appeared at the equipment room door. Medical check before departure. She ran each of them through quick physical assessments. Heart rate, blood pressure, suit integrity, the routine mechanics of keeping people alive. When she got to Alex, Sarah paused. You don't have to do this. Can still back out. I know. So why aren't you? Alex thought about 8 years in the shelter. 8 years of routine and fear and slow suffocation. 8 years waiting to die. Because I'm tired of hiding, she said. Tired of waiting. I'd rather die doing something than live doing nothing. Sarah looked at her for a long moment, then nodded. Try not to die at all. We've lost enough people. Working on it, the team assembled at the airlock. Commander Grant was present for final send-off. She looked exhausted, like she'd aged 10 years in the last 10 hours. Bring back intelligence we can use, Grant said, and bring yourselves back alive. That's an order. Yes, Commander, Alex said. The airlock cycled. The inner door opened. Alex stepped through, followed by Ash, Chen, and Oliveira. The outer door opened. New Svalbard's surface greeted them with familiar hostility. Gray volcanic wasteland. Thin atmosphere that tasted like sulfur and ash. Temperature readings showing 40 below zero, mitigated by suit heating systems, but still cold enough to kill exposed flesh in minutes. Alex activated her heads-up display. Terrain mapping loaded. Route profile appeared. 43 kilometers of hell stretched ahead. Communications check, Ash said. Chen, confirmed. Oliveira, confirmed. Archer, confirmed, Alex said. Then let's move. Stay tight, stay quiet, and stay alive. They walked into the darkness. 8 hours became 10, became 12. The volcanic terrain was worse than the map suggested. Ridge lines that looked passable from orbital imaging were fractured, unstable, requiring long detours. Twice they had to backtrack when roads proved impassable. Alex's legs burned. Her suit's climate control struggled with the temperature variations, freezing cold in the shadows, scorching heat near volcanic vents. Her breathing rasped in her helmet. Every step required concentration to avoid twisted ankles or worse. But they made progress. Slow, grinding progress through a landscape designed to kill. Chen maintained navigation. Ash handled tactical awareness, constantly scanning for lanky signatures. Oliveira managed communication protocols, sending brief encrypted check-ins to Refuge 7 every 4 hours. Alex led, made the moment-to-moment decisions about routes and rest breaks and risk assessment, discovered she was actually good at this, good at reading terrain, good at making calls under pressure, or maybe she was just lucky. Sometimes it was hard to tell the difference. They saw Lankies twice. First time was a harvester, massive bioprocessing unit moving slowly across the wasteland, collecting minerals or organic matter or whatever the hell they needed for terraforming. They hid in a lava tube while it passed, waited 2 hours until the seismic signatures faded. Second time was worse. Hunter, maybe 3 kilometers distant, visible as a thermal signature on their suit's sensors, moving with purpose, hunting something. It's heading toward Firebase Echo, Chen whispered over the comm. Same as the others. They watched the hunter disappear toward the horizon. Whatever was happening at Firebase Echo was drawing every lanky unit in the region, creating the tactical window Marcus had predicted, creating opportunity built on someone else's crisis. Keep moving, Alex said. We've got maybe 6 hours before we need to start back. Let's make them count. The greenhouse complex appeared on their sensors at hour 13. Alex felt her heart rate spike. They'd made it. Against odds and logistics and common sense, they'd actually made it. Visual confirmation in 2 kilometers, Chen said. Approaching from Ridgeline Alpha should give us good observation position. They climbed. The volcanic ridge was steep, requiring careful footing, but it offered elevated position overlooking the geothermal valley where the complex sat. Alex reached the ridge crest, activated her suit's telescopic display, and saw the greenhouse complex. The domes were intact. That was the first thing she noticed. 3 massive geodesic structures that had once produced food for New Svalbard's population. They looked abandoned, covered in volcanic ash, but structurally sound, salvageable. Preliminary assessment looks good, Oliveira said, running scanner sweeps. No major structural failures visible. Domes are holding pressure seals. Access points appear accessible. Equipment status? Alex asked. Can't tell from this range. Need to get closer for detailed scans. Then Alex stopped. Her suit's sensors were picking up something. Electromagnetic signature. Massive. Wrong frequency for human technology. She adjusted her display. looked beyond the greenhouse complex and saw it, 5 kilometers from the complex, rising from the volcanic plain like a nightmare made solid. A lanky spire. Oh, fuck, Ash breathed. The spire was maybe 40 meters tall already, still under construction, still growing. The organic mechanical hybrid structure pulsed with bioluminescence, green and blue in colors that didn't have names. Around its base, builder units moved. Smaller lankies, quadrupedal, working with coordinated precision. They're terraforming, Chen said. Active construction. That spire will contaminate the entire valley within weeks. Alex stared at the structure, felt cold certainty settle in her gut. The greenhouse complex was doomed, not damaged, not compromised, not already lost, but dying, being slowly transformed into something that couldn't support human life. We need closer data, she said. Need to know how fast the contamination spreads. Need timeline estimates. Alex, that's suicide, Oliveira said. We can't get close enough for detailed scans without the builders detecting us. We don't need to get close to the spire. We need to get close to the complex. Need to assess whether rapid salvage is still possible, whether we can extract resources before the contamination becomes critical. That's not the mission parameters, Ash said. Mission parameters just change. We're not here to confirm the complex is pretty. We're here to determine if it's salvageable. And that requires understanding the contamination timeline. Alex pulled up the data chip Marcus had given her. Eyes-only mission parameters. She read them, felt everything shift. Secondary objective. If greenhouse complex is compromised by lanky activity, assess feasibility of scorched earth protocol. Complex contains sufficient volatile materials to create significant explosion. Potential use as diversion or denial of resources to lanky forces. Your assessment will determine whether this option remains viable. Marcus had sent them to scout a potential bomb. Change of plans, Alex said. Chen, Oliveira, you're running detailed scans of the complex from this position. I need structural assessment, contamination estimates, resource inventory if sensors can penetrate the domes. Ash and I are moving closer. Need to verify something. Verify what? Ash asked. Whether we're looking at salvage operation or demolition target. She showed him the chip, watched his expression harden. Grant authorized this? He asked. Marcus did, under Grant's authority, which means it's tactical necessity, not preference. Meaning we're so desperate, we're considering blowing up our own resources rather than letting Lankies have them. Exactly. They left Chen and Oliveira on the ridge, descended into the valley, moved carefully using terrain for cover, staying low. The greenhouse complex grew larger, 3 domes connected by enclosed walkways. Each dome was maybe 60 meters diameter, big enough to feed thousands of people, empty enough to haunt. They reached the nearest dome. Alex ran her hands over the structure, composite materials, reinforced framework, designed to survive volcanic activity and harsh atmosphere, also designed with volatile components, fertilizers, compressed gases for atmosphere control, chemical compounds for nutrient solutions, all of which could become weapons if properly configured. You're actually considering this, Ash said. I'm assessing options. That's the mission. The mission is reconnaissance. The mission is survival. And sometimes survival means destroying what you can't save. Alex accessed the dome's external control panel. It was dead, no power, but the physical locks were still functional. She cycled them manually. The airlock opened. Alex, we don't know what's inside, Ash warned. That's why we're checking. She stepped through. The dome's interior was dark. Her suit lights activated automatically, sweeping across rows of hydroponic systems. Dead plants hung from supports like botanical corpses. Water had long since evaporated. Everything was covered in fine volcanic ash that had infiltrated through microscopic seal failures. But the infrastructure was intact. The growing systems, the nutrient delivery, the seed banks sealed in temperature-controlled vaults. Salvageable, with time and resources and luck. Except they didn't have time. The spire was growing. The contamination was spreading. Weeks, Chen had said. Maybe less. Alex moved through the dome, documenting everything, recording structural details, assessing resource concentrations, Building tactical picture. Building bomb blueprint. Get what you need? Ash asked. Yeah, I've got it. They exited the dome, started back toward the ridge where Chen and Oliveira waited. Alex's suit sensors chirped. New electromagnetic signature. Close. Too close. She froze, looked at her display. Hunter. 1,500 meters and closing. Moving directly toward their position. Ash, I see it. Move. Now. They ran. Not back to the ridge. That would expose Chen and Oliveira. Lateral movement. Toward a cluster of volcanic formations that offered cover. The Hunter was fast. Faster than them. The distance closed. 1,200 meters. 1,800. It's tracking us, Ash said. Detected our emissions. Electromagnetic discipline, Alex hissed, shutting down every non-essential system in her suit. Ash did the same. They reached the volcanic formations, ducked into a narrow crevasse, pressed themselves against rock walls still warm from geothermal activity. The Hunter passed, massive, 20 meters tall, all legs and sensors and alien purpose, its electromagnetic signature washed over them like radar. It stopped. Alex held her breath, watched her suit's passive sensors track the Hunter's position. It was scanning, searching, trying to confirm what it had detected. 30 seconds, a minute, 90 seconds. Then it moved on, continuing toward the greenhouse complex, toward the spire. They waited 5 minutes, 10, until the Hunter's signature faded beyond detection range. That was close, Ash said. Too close, and it wasn't searching the area randomly. It was responding to something, to us. Our electromagnetic emissions? Maybe, or maybe the Lankies are more aware of the complex than we thought. Maybe they know humans valued it. Maybe they're watching it. They made their way back to the ridge. Chen and Oliveira were still there, looking worried. You okay? Chen asked. Fine. Hunter passed close but didn't detect us. You get the scans? Got everything. Contamination spread is worse than we thought. The spire's emissions are already affecting soil composition within 3 kilometers. At current growth rate, the entire valley will be uninhabitable to human life in 18 days. 18 days, same number as the search pattern timeline, like the universe was mocking them with consistency. But the complex itself, Alex asked, still clean, still salvageable, but we'd need to move fast, extract everything in the next 10 days maximum. After that, contamination levels make extended operations too risky. Alex processed this. 10 days for salvage, 18 days until total contamination, 14 days until Lankies found Refuge 7. The timelines were crushing together, forcing decisions, eliminating options. We've got what we need, she said. Time to head back. They started the return journey, 43 kilometers back to Refuge 7. Back to safety. Back to report what they'd learned. Alex reviewed the data she'd collected, the structural assessments, the resource locations, the volatile material concentrations, everything Grant and Marcus would need to decide between salvage and demolition, everything that would determine whether the greenhouse complex became humanity's salvation or its weapon. 6 hours into the return journey, Oliveira picked up new signals, multiple sources, coming from Firebase Echo's direction. That's human encryption, she said. Multiple transmitters, all using CDF protocols. Yuki and Kai? Chen asked. Can't tell. Signal strength suggests more than 2 sources, but I can't decrypt from this range. Alex checked their position. They were still 15 kilometers from Refuge 7. Exposed. Vulnerable. Keep monitoring, she said. Don't respond. Don't do anything that reveals our position. They walked. The signals continued. Brief bursts. Human patterns. Tantalizing. Then new signals appeared. Different frequency. Lanky origin. The hunters are responding, Chen said, moving toward Firebase Echo. Lots of them. Whatever was happening at Firebase Echo was escalating, drawing forces, creating chaos, creating opportunity, creating crisis. They were 8 kilometers from Refuge 7 when Oliveira's equipment picked up a new transmission. This one wasn't encrypted, wasn't brief, it was a continuous broadcast. Emergency frequency, maximum power. Alex had her decrypted. The voice that came through made her blood freeze. All surviving CDF forces, this is Colonel David Park, Firebase Echo Garrison Commander. We have secured the installation, we have supplies, we have weapons, we have 237 survivors. If you can hear this transmission, make for Firebase Echo. We can hold. We can fight. We can... Static swallowed the transmission. Then it came back. Different voice, panicked. They're breaching the outer perimeter. All units fall back to... Weapons fire, screaming. The sound of something massive tearing through metal. Then silence. Alex stood frozen, listening to the dead air where human voices had been. 237 survivors at Firebase Echo. The largest concentration of humanity they'd found in 8 years. And the Lankies were killing them all. We need to get back, Ash said. Need to report now. They ran the final 8 kilometers. Pushed themselves beyond exhaustion, beyond caution, just desperate movement towards safety while the world collapsed around them. Refuge 7's airlock appeared ahead. They transmitted entry codes. The outer doors cycled. They stumbled through. Into the shelter. Into humanity's last hiding place. Commander Grant was waiting, looking worse than Alex had ever seen her. Firebase Echo? Grant asked. Gone, Alex said. We're being overrun. We heard the transmission. 237 people, Grant. And the Lankies are... I know. We heard it too. The entire settlement heard it. Alex pulled off her helmet, breathed recycled air that tasted like home in fear. The greenhouse complex? Grant asked. Intact but compromised. Lanky spire construction within 5 kilometers. Contamination timeline is 18 days. Salvage is possible, but window is closing fast. And demolition? Feasible. I have the structural data. Can provide assessment within the hour. Grant nodded. Do it. We need options. Need decisions. Because Firebase Echo just proved that hiding doesn't work. That the Lankies will find us. Will kill us. No matter how careful we are. What about Yuki and Kai? Alex asked. No word, no transmission. They're either dead or running silent. Alex felt the weight of it. The mathematics of extinction. Firebase Echo gone. Greenhouse complex dying. Refuge, 7 counting down to discovery. 70 people. 14 days. And nowhere left to hide. There's something else, Grant said. Something you need to know before you file your report. What? The transmission from Firebase Echo. The one we all heard. The Lankies heard it too. Tracked it. Responded to it. And now, Grant pulled up a tactical map. Showed Lanky force concentrations. Movement patterns. Search algorithms. They know humans use radio. Know we communicate. Know we're organized. That transmission taught them how to hunt us more effectively. Alex stared at the map. Watched search patterns shift. Saw the Lankies adapting, learning, becoming more efficient predators. How long until they apply that knowledge here? She asked. Marcus estimates 48 hours, maybe less. The search pattern is shifting, accelerating, focusing on areas where human electromagnetic activity is most likely. Which means our timeline just compressed again. We don't have 14 days. We have maybe 72 hours before they find Refuge 7. The words hung in the recycled air. Final. Mathematical. True. Alex thought about the greenhouse complex, about 237 people dying at Firebase Echo, about Yuki and Kai, silent in the darkness, about 70 people in Refuge 7, counting down to extinction. Then we better make them count, she said. Grant looked at her. Something shifted in the commander's expression. Recognition, maybe, or desperation wearing the mask of command. Get cleaned up, file your report, then join me in the command center. We're making final decisions tonight. Salvage or demolition, stay or evacuate, fight or hide. What about Firebase Echo? What about it? They're dead or dying. We can't help them. Can barely help ourselves. Grant walked away, left Alex standing in the airlock chamber, still wearing her surface suit, still carrying the weight of everything she'd seen. Chen appeared at her elbow. You okay? No, but I will be. She wasn't sure that was true. Wasn't sure anything was true anymore, except the mathematics of survival and the certainty of death. But she'd survived the surface, completed the mission, brought back intelligence that might save them. Might. In a universe of certainties, might was all they had left. Alex stripped off her suit, headed for debriefing, headed for the decisions that would determine whether humanity's last 70 people lived or died. Behind her, New Svalbard's surface waited. The Lankies waited. The darkness waited. And somewhere in that darkness, a spire was growing, transforming, turning the world into something that couldn't support human life. 72 hours until discovery, 18 days until contamination, and zero margin for error. The mathematics were closing in. Chapter 14. The Transit Station Anomaly. Dr. Sarah Voss had been awake for 36 hours when she noticed the anomaly. It started as a data point. Nothing dramatic, just a minor discrepancy in the atmospheric readings from observation post Delta. The automated surveillance station they'd hidden in the Highland thermal vents 15 months ago. The post monitored a 100-kilometer radius, recording electromagnetic signatures, thermal patterns, atmospheric composition. Usually the data was boring. Volcanic activity, lanky patrol routes, the slow death of a planet being transformed into something that couldn't support human life. But at 0347 hours, the atmospheric readings spiked. Particulate density increased by 40%. Chemical composition shifted toward heavy metals and organic polymers. Thermal signatures bloomed across multiple sectors. Sarah stared at her terminal in the research bay, trying to make sense of it. She'd been reviewing medical reports, 3 new respiratory infections, 2 cases of stress-induced hypertension, 1 psychological breakdown requiring sedation, when the automated analysis alert pinged. Now the medical reports seemed trivial. Computer overlay thermal imaging from observation post-Delta, last 72 hours time-lapse display. The screen shifted, showed the Highland thermal vents region from high altitude, mostly dark. A few scattered heat signatures, volcanic activity, lanky patrol units, the faint electromagnetic glow of the observation post itself. Then, starting 40 hours ago, something changed. The transit station lit up. Sarah felt her breath catch. The transit station had been dark for 8 years, abandoned. One of New Svalbard's major transportation hubs, it had been overrun in the first week of the invasion. Last surveillance showed it as a dead facility. Empty platforms, silent rails, nothing but structural debris and lanky contamination. But now it was burning with activity. Thermal signatures everywhere. Dozens of them, hundreds. Construction units, builder organisms, massive shapes that could only be lanky, heavy machinery. All concentrated at the transit station with coordinated precision. "What the hell are you doing?" Sarah whispered. She pulled up detailed imaging, enhanced resolution. The observation post cameras were 8 years old, designed for basic monitoring, but they could still resolve major structures. What she saw made her stomach drop. The Lankies were building, not a spire. She recognized spire construction from the reports about the greenhouse complex. This was different, larger, more complex. Multiple structures rising from the transit station's remains, connected by organic mechanical frameworks that pulsed with bioluminescence. And around the perimeter, movement. Hundreds of lanky units, moving with purpose, moving like they were preparing for something. Sarah checked the timestamp. Construction started 40 hours ago, accelerated significantly in the last 24 hours. And the scales suggested this wasn't temporary, wasn't exploratory, this was permanent infrastructure. She opened the settlement-wide communication channel. "Commander Grant, this is Dr. Voss. I need you in the research bay immediately. Medical emergency classification." "Medical emergency?" Grant's voice came back, sharp with concern. "Casualties? No. But you need to see this. Now." 3 minutes later, Grant entered the research bay. Marcus was with her, moving slowly but functional. Alex followed, still looking exhausted from her surface mission, but too wired to sleep. "What is it?" Grant asked. Sarah gestured at her screen. Observation Post Delta detected massive activity at the transit station. Construction on a scale we haven't seen since the initial invasion. She played the time-lapse. Watched their faces as understanding dawned. "Jesus," Alex breathed. How many units? Marcus asked, leaning closer to the screen. Conservative estimate? 300, possibly more. The thermal signatures overlap too much for precise counting. 300 Lankies at one location? Grant's voice was tight. That's not a patrol, not a search operation. That's infrastructure development, Marcus finished. They're building something major. Sarah pulled up atmospheric analysis. The chemical composition changes support that. Heavy industrial processes, bioorganic synthesis, large-scale material processing. This isn't terraforming in the usual sense. This is construction. Construction of what? Alex asked. That's what we need to determine. Sarah spent the next hour pulling every piece of surveillance data they had. Historical records from before the invasion, orbital imagery from the initial Lanky assault, post-invasion reconnaissance reports, atmospheric readings, electromagnetic signatures. The research bay filled with people. Rodriguez arrived looking worried. Chen, the electrical engineer who'd gone to the greenhouse complex with Alex, brought technical expertise. Oliveira set up additional terminals. Even Yuki's replacement, a young woman named Torres who'd been training in communications, appeared to help process data. They built a composite picture, layer by layer, data point by data point. And what emerged was terrifying. The transit station was New Svalbard's primary interplanetary transfer hub, Sarah explained, projecting historical schematics, designed to handle bulk cargo transfers between orbital platforms and surface facilities. It had massive loading capacity, electromagnetic catapults for launching payloads, and structural frameworks designed to handle extreme loads. Had being the operative word, Grant said. It's been dead for 8 years. Except the Lankies are resurrecting it. Look at the construction patterns. Sarah overlaid current thermal imaging with historical structural data. The match was obvious. The Lankies weren't just building on the transit station's remains. They were restoring it, rebuilding the electromagnetic catapults, reinforcing the loading platforms, creating infrastructure that mirrored the original human design. They're copying us, Marcus said quietly, replicating human technology using their bioorganic methods. That's impossible, Rodriguez protested. Lankies don't use human technology. They terraform planets into environments humans can't survive. Why would they need cargo transfer systems? Because they're not terraforming anymore, Sarah said. The realization had been building in her mind, pieces falling into place. They're escalating, moving to the next phase. She pulled up atmospheric data, showed how the chemical composition had shifted over 8 years, how the planet's transformation had been progressing, how the timeline for complete conversion had been steady, 30 years, maybe 40, until New Svalbard became totally uninhabitable for humans. Then she showed the new projections, based on current construction rates at the transit station, based on resource consumption patterns, based on the electromagnetic signatures suggesting massive power generation. Timeline for complete planetary transformation, she said, highlighting the numbers. Previous estimate, 32 years. New estimate, incorporating transit station activity, 14 months. Silence in the research bay. That's impossible, someone said. Torres, maybe, or Chen. Sarah wasn't looking at faces anymore, just the data, the terrible mathematics. It's not impossible. It's escalation. The Lankies spent 8 years doing preliminary terraforming, converting atmosphere, establishing spires, building basic infrastructure. Now they're moving to industrial-scale transformation. To what end? Grant asked. Sarah took a breath. This was the part she'd been dreading, the conclusion that made everything worse. To prepare for colonization, large-scale colonization. The transit station isn't just cargo transfer infrastructure. It's receiving infrastructure. They're building it to handle incoming traffic. Incoming from where? Alex asked. From orbit, from wherever the lanky seed ships come from. They're preparing to bring more forces to New Svalbard, not just terraforming units and patrol forces. Colony units, population, whatever the lanky equivalent of civilian settlement is. Marcus was studying the data, his tactical mind working through implications. You're saying they're calling in reinforcements, bringing seed ships to a planet that's already been conquered? I'm saying they're moving past conquest into permanent occupation. New Svalbard isn't just a defeated planet anymore. It's becoming a lanky world, fully integrated into whatever their empire or collective is. Sarah pulled up comparative analysis, showed similar patterns from Earth's last orbital images before communications were lost. From Mars, from Titan, all the human colonies that had fallen. We thought the invasion was the war, she said. Thought terraforming was consolidation. Thought we had decades before planets became fully converted. But that was wrong. The invasion was just clearing. The terraforming was preparation. And this, she gestured at the transit station imagery, this is colonization, the actual occupation and transformation. How do you know? Rodriguez asked. This could just be resource extraction or military staging. Because of the construction timeline, look at the resource allocation, the energy expenditure. The Lankies are pouring massive resources into the transit station. That only makes sense if they're expecting to recoup those investments, and the only way to recoup them is through sustained, long-term use. She showed power consumption estimates, material flows, the electromagnetic signatures suggesting communication with orbital platforms. They're in contact with something in orbit, she said. Something large. Something that wasn't there 6 months ago. I think it's a seed ship, and I think it's coming. The room erupted, everyone talking at once. Questions and denials and desperate searches for alternative explanations. Grant's voice cut through. How certain are you? 70%, maybe 80%. The data supports this conclusion, but I can't be absolutely certain without more surveillance. Can we get more surveillance? Not without sending someone to the transit station. And that's suicide, Marcus finished. 300 lanky units. Unknown defensive capabilities. No tactical advantage. Yes, it's suicide. But if we don't verify, Alex said, if we don't know for certain, how can we make decisions? We make them based on available intelligence, Grant said. Same as always. Sarah, what's your professional assessment? Setting aside certainty percentages and focusing on practical implications. What does this mean for Refuge 7? Sarah looked at the data, at the numbers that had consumed her for the last hour, at the mathematics of extinction playing out in real time. It means we're out of time. The 72-hour timeline for the search pattern finding us? That's still valid. But even if we somehow evade detection, even if we evacuate or hide, or somehow avoid the immediate threat, we can't stay on New Svalbard, not long term. The planetary transformation is accelerating. In 14 months, maybe less, the atmosphere will be toxic to human life across the entire planet. There won't be shelters deep enough or systems efficient enough to keep us alive. So evacuation is mandatory, Rodriguez said. We have to leave. Evacuate to where? Marcus asked. New Svalbard is our last refuge. Every other human colony is gone. Earth is gone. Where exactly do you propose we go? Anywhere. Deep space. Find a derelict ship. Find another planet. Anything is better than waiting here to die. That's not a plan. That's panic. Maybe panic is the appropriate response. Grant raised her hand. Silence descended. Dr. Voss, can you give me detailed projections? Atmospheric toxicity timelines. Resource requirements for survival at various contamination levels. Threshold points where Refuge 7 becomes non-viable. I can have preliminary analysis in 6 hours. Detailed modeling in 24. You have 12 hours. I need those numbers before we make final decisions about salvage operations and evacuation planning. Sarah nodded. 12 hours. She could work with 12 hours. The research bay cleared. People returning to their duties or their panic or whatever they did when the world collapsed around them. Sarah stayed at her terminal, started building models, atmospheric degradation curves, contamination spread patterns, toxicity thresholds. The mathematics of extinction, quantified and graphed. Torres stayed to help. You really think a seed ship is coming? I think something is coming. Whether it's a seed ship or some other lanky force, the transit station construction represents preparation for large-scale arrivals. That's bad for us regardless of specifics. How bad? Sarah looked at her models. At the curves showing atmospheric oxygen dropping below sustainable levels. At the contamination spread consuming the planet. Extinction level bad, she said. If we don't evacuate in the next few weeks, we won't be able to evacuate at all. The planetary transformation will make surface operations impossible. We'll be trapped in Refuge 7 until our systems fail or the Lankies dig us out. Then we have to evacuate now. Maybe. Or maybe we have to accept that we're the last humans. That survival is impossible. That we're just drawing out the inevitable. Torres looked horrified. You can't believe that. I'm a doctor. I deal in reality, not hope. And the reality is that 70 people can't rebuild civilization, can't establish sustainable presence anywhere. We're a genetic bottleneck too narrow to maintain species viability, even if we somehow found safe haven. So what? We just give up? No. We make the time we have count. We preserve what we can. We document humanity's existence so if anyone ever finds our remains, they'll know we were here, that we mattered, that we tried. Sarah pulled up the medical records. 70 names. 68 now, with Yuki and Kai missing. Each one representing a person, a life, a fragment of human civilization clinging to existence. She knew most of them, had treated their injuries and illnesses, had delivered bad news and good, had watched them survive for 8 years against impossible odds, and now she had to tell them they had 14 months left, maybe less. Her terminal chimed, automated alert from observation post Delta. New data incoming. Sarah opened it. Fresh thermal imaging from the transit station. Time stamped 15 minutes ago. The construction had intensified. More units visible, more structures rising, and in the center of it all, something new. A platform, massive, electromagnetic, pointing toward the sky, a landing platform. They're building a receiving station, Sarah whispered. They are expecting arrivals. She pulled up orbital tracking data, what little they had from passive sensors. Couldn't maintain active radar without risking detection, but passive monitoring could detect large electromagnetic signatures. And there it was, faint, distant, but present. Electromagnetic signature in high orbit, consistent with lanky seed ship profiles from the invasion. Moving in system, decelerating. Sarah ran calculations. Transit time, deceleration curves, arrival estimates. The seed ship would reach New Svalbard orbit in 43 days, would begin planetary descent in 45 days, would land at the transit station in 47 days, 7 weeks. That's all they had before the next wave arrived. Sarah sat back in her chair, felt the weight of it, the certainty, the mathematics that couldn't be argued with or denied. 47 days until escalation, 14 months until atmospheric toxicity reached lethal levels, 72 hours until the search pattern found Refuge 7. All the timelines were collapsing, crushing together, eliminating options. She needed to tell Grant, needed to share this intelligence, needed to ensure command had all the data. But first, she needed to verify, needed to be certain. Because once she reported this, everything changed. Evacuation became mandatory, hiding became pointless, survival became measured in weeks instead of years. Sarah pulled up every orbital tracking algorithm she had, cross-referenced electromagnetic signatures, verified calculations, checked assumptions. The data held. The seed ship was real. The timeline was accurate. They had 47 days. She was reaching for the communication panel when her terminal chimed again. Different alert. Not automated surveillance. Personal message. From Medical Bay. Sarah, need you immediately. Jenkins deteriorating, psychosis advancing, may need chemical restraint. Rodriguez Jenkins, the man who'd tried to open the airlock, who'd broken under pressure, who represented the psychological fractures spreading through the settlement. Sarah stood. Medical emergency took priority. The orbital data could wait 30 minutes. She headed to Medical Bay, found Jenkins strapped to a bed, thrashing. Rodriguez stood nearby with a sedative injector, looking uncertain. Status? Sarah asked. He's hallucinating, talking about them coming, about voices in the static, about how hiding won't work because they can smell fear. Sarah checked Jenkins' vitals. Heart rate elevated, blood pressure critical, pupils dilated, classic stress-induced psychotic break. How long has he been like this? Started 20 minutes ago. Woke up screaming. We restrained him before he hurt himself. Sarah prepared a sedative, approached carefully. Jenkins, it's Dr. Voss. I'm going to give you something to help you calm down. They're coming, Jenkins said. His eyes were unfocused, seeing something that wasn't there. From orbit, from the darkness, building landing platforms, building receiving stations, they're bringing more. Always more. Until there's nothing left but them. Sarah froze. What did you say? The voices in the static. They told me, showed me. The transit station, the platforms, the siege ships coming. Can't you hear them? Can't you hear them screaming? Sarah looked at Rodriguez. Has he been monitoring communications? Had access to surveillance data? No, he's been in medical bay since the airlock incident. Under observation. No access to terminals or data feeds. Then how? I can hear them, Jenkins said. Everyone can hear them if they listen. The Lankies. They're loud. So loud. Broadcasting their triumph, celebrating conquest, preparing for the next wave. Sarah's skin crawled. Jenkins shouldn't know about the transit station. Shouldn't know about orbital arrivals. Shouldn't know anything except what his psychosis invented. Unless it wasn't psychosis. Unless he was actually detecting something. Jenkins, what frequency? Sarah asked. What frequency are the voices on? All of them. None of them. Between the numbers, between the silence, where the Lankies speak to each other and don't care if humans listen because we're already dead. Sarah grabbed a neural monitor, attached sensors to Jenkins' temples, recorded his brain activity while he rambled about voices and darkness and the things coming from orbit. The readings made no sense. Neural patterns suggesting he was processing information. Actual information, not hallucination, not delusion, like he was receiving data directly into his brain. Rodriguez, get Commander Grant. Get Marcus. Get anyone who understands electromagnetic theory, now. While Rodriguez ran for help, Sarah kept monitoring Jenkins, kept recording his brain patterns and his rambling words. 47 days, Jenkins said. That's all we have. 47 days until the seed ship arrives. 14 months until the air kills us. 72 hours until they find the shelter. All the timelines collapsing. All the mathematics closing in. Can't you see it? Can't you see the numbers? Sarah felt cold certainty settle in her gut. Jenkins was accessing data somehow, receiving transmissions through mechanisms she didn't understand, and everything he said matched her calculations. 47 days, exactly what she'd calculated. Grant arrived with Marcus. They saw Jenkins thrashing against restraints, saw Sarah's neural monitoring equipment, saw her expression. What is it? Grant asked. I think Jenkins is receiving lanky electromagnetic transmissions, Sarah said. I think his psychotic break might actually be involuntary reception of their communications. And if I'm right, if he's actually detecting their signals, then we have a problem. What kind of problem? The kind where the Lankies aren't just adapting to hunt us. They're evolving, developing new capabilities, broadcasting on frequencies that affect human neurology directly. Marcus studied the neural monitoring data. That's impossible. Electromagnetic signals can't penetrate human brain tissue with enough fidelity to transmit coherent information. Then explain his accuracy. He knows about the transit station, knows about the orbital arrival timeline, knows things he shouldn't know unless he's accessing actual intelligence. Or he's guessing, or he's hearing fragments of conversation, or, Jenkins screamed, a sound of pure terror that cut through the medical bay. They see us, they can see us. The transit station construction is a beacon, and we're responding by watching, and they can track our surveillance, and they know where the observation post is, and they're coming for it. Sarah ran to her terminal, pulled up observation post Delta's telemetry. The electromagnetic signature was spiking, lanky units converging on the thermal vents, moving directly toward the hidden surveillance station with coordinated precision. They found it, Sarah breathed. They found observation post Delta. The screen showed thermal signatures closing in. Hunters, builders, something massive Sarah couldn't identify. All moving toward the observation post like they knew exactly where it was. How? Grant demanded. That post is passive monitoring only. Minimal emissions. hidden in geothermal interference. How did they... The screen went dark. Observation post Delta's signal cut off. Dead, destroyed, eliminated. Sarah stared at the blank screen, at the surveillance data that had revealed the transit station construction, at the intelligence that might have saved them, all gone. They're hunting our surveillance, Marcus said quietly, learning to track our sensors, eliminating our eyes, making us blind. Which means we can't monitor them anymore, Grant said. Can't track their movements, can't predict their patterns. We're operating completely blind. Sarah looked at Jenkins, still thrashing, still rambling about voices in darkness and the things coming from the stars. Still receiving transmissions no human should be able to detect. Not completely blind, she said. We have him. Whatever mechanism allows him to detect lanky communications, we might be able to use it. Might be able to develop equipment that replicates the effect. You want to weaponize psychosis? Grant asked. I want to understand it. If Jenkins can detect lanky signals, if his neural patterns show legitimate information processing, then we might have discovered a way to monitor them without technological signatures they can track. Or we're indulging a madman's delusions while our real surveillance network gets destroyed, Marcus countered. Sarah didn't know. Couldn't know. The data was too strange, too unprecedented. But Jenkins had known about the seed ship, had known about the 47-day timeline, had known things Sarah had only calculated minutes before. That had to mean something. She was about to explain when the settlement-wide alert activated. Emergency tone, maximum priority. Grant's voice came over speakers. All personnel, command center immediately. We have incoming transmission. Source, Firebase Echo. Sarah looked at Marcus. Firebase Echo was supposed to be overrun. The transmission they'd heard was panicked, desperate, final. But now they were transmitting again. The medical bay emptied, everyone running to the command center, leaving Jenkins restrained and rambling. Sarah hesitated, should stay with her patient, should monitor his condition. But the transmission from Firebase Echo might be critical, might be survivors, might be intelligence. She followed the others, ran through corridors packed with frightened people, reached the command center where Grant was already working the communications equipment. Repeat, Refuge 7, if you can hear this, respond. This is Firebase Echo. We survived. We held. We need to talk. The voice was different from the panicked transmission during the assault. Calm, controlled, professional. This is Commander Grant, Refuge 7. Firebase Echo, please confirm identity and status. Silence. Long enough that Sarah thought they'd lost the signal. Then, Commander Grant, this is Colonel David Park, Firebase Echo Commanding Officer. We have 212 surviving personnel. We repelled the Lanky assault. We're secure. And we need to coordinate with all surviving CDF forces immediately. Coordinate what? Evacuation, resistance, survival. Commander, we've been monitoring Lanky activity across New Svalbard. We know about the transit station construction. We know about the orbital arrival. We know we have 47 days before the next wave arrives. Sarah felt her blood freeze. Jenkins had said 47 days. She had calculated 47 days. And now Firebase Echo was confirming it. The orbital arrival was real. The seed ship was coming. The timeline was accurate. How do you know? Grant asked. Because we've been fighting them for 8 years. Because we've been studying them, learning them, adapting our tactics, and because 3 days ago, we captured one. Silence in the command center. Everyone staring at the speakers like they'd misheard. You captured a Lanky? Grant asked. A hunter. Damaged one during an engagement. Brought it down before it could escape. We have it contained in a hardened bunker. And Commander, it's been communicating, broadcasting on frequencies we can detect. Frequencies humans can hear if they know what to listen for. Sarah thought about Jenkins, about his rambling, about hearing voices in the static. What's it saying? She asked, stepping forward. Who is this? Park asked. Dr. Sarah Voss, Chief Medical Officer, Refuge 7. Doctor. The hunter is broadcasting countdown sequences, transit timelines, construction parameters, Everything the lanky forces are doing, it knows, and it's sharing that information with others, building collective intelligence, preparing for the next phase. 47 days, Sarah said. 47 days, Park confirmed, until the seed ship lands at the transit station, until New Svalbard becomes fully integrated into Lanky territory, until evacuation becomes impossible because they'll have orbital superiority and atmospheric saturation. You're saying we have to leave, Grant said. I'm saying we have to try. Firebase Echo has resources, has weapons, has intelligence, and we have a plan. But it requires coordination with all surviving forces. Requires we work together instead of hiding separately. What kind of plan? Park's voice took on an edge. The kind where we don't go quietly into extinction, where we fight back, where we take the transit station before the seed ship arrives and use it for our purposes instead of theirs. That's insane, Marcus said. Attack a fortified position with 300 lanky units? With our resources, we'd be slaughtered. Maybe, probably, but we'd die fighting instead of cowering. And maybe, just maybe, we'd damage their infrastructure enough to delay the arrival, to give ourselves more time, to prove humanity isn't finished yet. Sarah looked at the faces around her. Grant, Marcus, Alex, Rodriguez, all the people who'd survived 8 years through caution and hiding. All of them looking at speakers carrying the voice of someone offering an alternative. Risky, probably suicidal, but active instead of passive, fighting instead of dying. We need time to consider, Grant said. You have 6 hours, Park said. Then we're moving forward with or without you. The window's closing, Commander. In 47 days, everything changes. We either act now or accept extinction. The transmission cut off. The command center was silent. Sarah thought about the orbital calculations, about Jenkins hearing voices, about the transit station building landing platforms for the next wave. 47 days. All the timelines collapsing together. And now a choice. Hide and die slowly, or fight and die quickly. Or maybe, just maybe, fight and survive. She was about to speak when alarms screamed. Every surveillance system, every sensor array. The screens lit up with proximity alerts. Hunters, multiple contacts, converging on Refuge 7. Not searching anymore. Moving with purpose. Moving like they knew. The 72-hour timeline had just collapsed. The Lankies had found them. Chapter 15. The Plan. Marcus Chen's ribs were screaming at him, but his mind had never been clearer. The command center erupted into controlled chaos. People shouting, screens lighting up with proximity alerts, the steady, terrifying certainty of hunter signatures converging on Refuge 7's position. 6 contacts. No. 7. Moving from different vectors. Not searching. Hunting. Distance? Commander Grant snapped. Closest contact is 4 kilometers out, Alex said, working the tactical display. Others ranging from 5 to 8 kilometers, all converging on this location. Time until they reach us? At current speed, 90 minutes, maybe less if they accelerate. Marcus pushed himself away from the wall where he'd been leaning. His left arm was still immobilized. His torso felt like someone had used it for kickboxing practice. But pain was irrelevant. Had been irrelevant since the moment those alarms started screaming. Grant, we need to evacuate, Rodriguez said. Now, while we still have time. Evacuate 70 people through territory crawling with hunters? Grant's voice was ice. That's not evacuation, that's suicide. Staying here is suicide. Quiet. Marcus's voice cut through the argument. Not loud, just absolute. Command presence he'd learned in 20 years of military service. Everyone shut up and let me think. The command center went silent. All eyes on him. Grant looked like she was about to object to someone else giving orders in her command center, then nodded. She knew what he was, what he could do when the tactical situation went critical. Marcus studied the displays. 7 hunters, different vectors, coordinated approach, like they were being directed by central intelligence. They're not converging randomly, he said. Look at the pattern. They're establishing a perimeter, cutting off escape routes before they close in for the kill. How do they know we're here? Sarah asked. Could be anything. Electromagnetic emissions from our surveillance of the transit station. Thermal signatures from our ventilation systems. Could be they triangulated our position from Yuki and Kai's transmission patterns. Doesn't matter how. What matters is they know, and they're coming. So what do we do? Alex asked. Marcus looked at the tactical display, at the hunters closing in, at Refuge 7's limited defenses, at the 70 names on the settlement roster, and at the opportunity hidden in the crisis. We don't run, he said. We execute. Execute what? Grant asked. Everything, all at once. The greenhouse salvage, the fire base echo coordination, the relocation to secure territory. We do it all simultaneously while the Lankies are concentrated here. That's insane, Rodriguez said. You want to split our forces while under direct threat? I want to use the threat as cover. Right now, every Lanky unit in the region is focusing on Refuge 7. That means other locations are vulnerable. That means we have a window to operate before they spread out again. Marcus pulled up the regional map, started marking locations. His good hand moved across the display, building tactical picture. Here's what we do. We call it the operation. 3 teams, 3 objectives, all executed within a 72-hour window. He marked the greenhouse complex. Team 1, 20 people, fast salvage operation, extract seed banks, hydroponic equipment, nutrient solutions, everything Sarah identified as critical. Get in, load up, get out. Operation time, 18 hours. Market Firebase Echo. Team 2, 15 people. Make contact with Colonel Park, establish coordination, assess their resources and tactical capabilities. Determine if their plan to hit the transit station is viable or suicide. Operation time, variable but initial contact within 24 hours. Final mark in the mountains beyond the current search grid, Highland region, past the thermal vents. Team 3, 35 people. Establish forward operating base in secure location. Deep caves, geothermal power sources, defensible position. This becomes our fallback point. Our refuge when Refuge 7 becomes untenable. And the hunters currently converging on our position? Grant asked. We give them what they want. We let them find Refuge 7. Silence. You want to let them breach the shelter? Sarah looked horrified. I want them to think they breached the shelter. We set up false signatures, electromagnetic decoys, thermal emitters. Make it look like we're still here. Then we collapse the main entrance behind us after the teams depart. Make it look like structural failure. Like we tried to escape and the entrance caved in. Marcus pulled up Refuge 7's structural schematics. The primary entrance is unstable anyway. Been planning to reinforce it for months but never had resources. We accelerate the collapse. Make it look natural. The Lankies find an abandoned shelter with some equipment left behind but no people. They assume we died in the collapse or scattered into the wasteland. They'll keep searching, Alex said. Let them search. They'll be looking for 70 people moving together. Instead, we'll be 3 separate teams executing 3 separate missions. Smaller signatures, harder to track, and by the time they figure out what we did, we'll have accomplished our objectives. Grant was studying the map. Marcus could see her tactical mind working through the plan, finding flaws, calculating risks. You're Team 3, she said, establishing a new base. That's not a 72-hour operation. That's weeks of work. Which is why Team 3 starts immediately. They depart before the hunters arrive. Take the southern emergency exit. Move to the Highland Caves and start establishing infrastructure. By the time Teams 1 and 2 return from their missions, we have a location to relocate to. And if Teams 1 and 2 don't return, then Team 3 survives. 35 people with enough resources to establish sustainable presence. It's not ideal, but it's better than extinction. Rodriguez was shaking his head. This is too complex. Too many moving parts. Too many ways for it to fail catastrophically. Every plan has failure points, Marcus said, but doing nothing has a 100% failure rate. The hunters will breach Refuge 7. We'll kill everyone inside. That's mathematical certainty. My plan gives us options, gives us survival paths. It splits our forces when we should be staying together, Rodriguez argued. Staying together gets us killed together. Splitting forces multiplies our chances. Each team has a mission. Each mission has value. If one team fails, the others continue. Sarah stepped forward. The greenhouse salvage. You're still planning that even with hunters in the region? Especially with hunters in the region. They're concentrated here. That makes the greenhouse complex temporarily undefended. Alex's reconnaissance showed the spire construction was proceeding, but the complex itself was still intact. If we move fast, we can extract resources before contamination becomes critical. And Firebase Echo, Grant asked, you're seriously considering Colonel Park's proposal to attack the transit station? I'm considering establishing communication and coordination. Park has 212 people, trained military personnel, resources we don't have, intelligence we need. Even if his transit station plan is suicide, we can benefit from coordination, from knowing we're not alone. Marcus moved to the center of the command center, faced Grant directly. Commander, I know this sounds desperate. I know it requires splitting forces and taking massive risks, but desperate is our reality. We've been hiding for 8 years and it bought us survival. But survival isn't enough anymore. The transit station construction proves the Lankies are escalating. Sarah's analysis proves the planetary transformation is accelerating. We don't have time for cautious planning and careful operations. We have 72 hours before those hunters breach Refuge 7. We use those hours or we die. Grant looked at him, then at the tactical displays, at the hunters closing in, at the timelines collapsing. How do we divide personnel? She asked. Marcus felt relief flood through him. She was considering it, actually considering it. Team 1, Greenhouse Salvage. Alex leads. She's proven she can handle surface operations. Give her Ash for security, Chen and Oliveira for technical assessment. Add 16 more with cargo handling and technical skills. They move fast, extract everything possible, return to rendezvous point. Team 2, Firebase Echo Coordination. I'll lead that one. Absolutely not, Sarah said. You're barely recovered. Your injuries are irrelevant. I'm the best tactical mind we have. Park is military. He'll respond to military thinking, and I need to personally assess whether his plan is viable or fantasy. You can barely walk, Sarah protested. Then I'll ride. We'll requisition a cargo sled, but I'm leading Team 2. That's non-negotiable. Grant studied him. Who else on Team 2? Rodriguez. He's been advocating for coordination with other survivors. Give him the chance to make it happen, plus 12 others with military or tactical backgrounds. We approach Firebase Echo carefully, establish contact, assess the situation, make decisions based on actual intelligence instead of hope. And Team 3? Grant asked. You lead it, Commander. 35 people establishing our new refuge. You're the one who's kept Refuge 7 functional for 8 years. You're the person everyone trusts to keep them alive. You take the bulk of our population and create a new haven while the smaller teams execute high-risk operations. You want me to hide while everyone else fights? I want you to survive. Want you to preserve humanity's last refuge. If Teams 1 and 2 fail, if Alex and I don't come back, you need to be alive. Need to keep those 35 people alive. That's not hiding. That's ensuring the species continues. Grant was silent for a long moment. Marcus could see the conflict. The command responsibility warring with personal pride. The desire to lead from the front versus the need to ensure continuity. What about Yuki and Kai? Sarah asked. They're still out there. Still missing. Which is why Team 2's route takes us near Firebase Echo. If Yuki and Kai are alive, they might have made it there. We can extract them during coordination operations, but we can't let 2 missing people paralyze 70 living ones. Marcus pulled up detailed operational timelines. Here's how it works. Team 3 departs immediately. Use the southern emergency exit before the hunters establish a complete perimeter. They move to Highland Caves. He marked the location, approximately 60 kilometers from here. Difficult terrain but defensible. Geothermal vents provide power. Deep caves provide shelter. Natural obstacles make Lanky approach difficult. Team 1 departs in 4 hours. That gives them time to prep equipment, load cargo sleds, and brief mission parameters. They hit the greenhouse complex at dawn when thermal variations provide cover. Extract resources. Return to rendezvous point within 18 hours. Team 2 departs in 6 hours. Different route. We approach Firebase Echo from the north. Establish communication. Coordinate with Colonel Park. Assess his resources and plans. Return with intelligence, and hopefully Yuki and Kai if they're there. All teams maintain strict communication protocols, encrypted burst transmissions every 6 hours. No exceptions. If a team misses 2 consecutive check-ins, we assume compromise and proceed without them. The command center was quiet, everyone processing, calculating personal survival odds, deciding whether this crazy plan was better than certain death. What about the hunters? Someone asked. Marcus didn't see whom. You're just going to let them find Refuge 7? We're going to help them find it. After all teams depart, we set automated systems running. Lights, ventilation, equipment. Make it look occupied. Then we collapse the main entrance. Make it look like catastrophic failure. The hunters arrive, find a dead shelter, assume the collapse killed us, or we fled into the wasteland. Either way, they stop focusing on this location and spread out searching for survivors. That could backfire, Alex said. Could make them search harder. Possibly, but it buys us time. Confuses their search patterns. And time is all we need. Time for Team 3 to establish the new refuge. Time for Teams 1 and 2 to complete objectives. Time to coordinate with Firebase Echo and determine our next moves. Grant walked to the tactical display, studied it in silence. Marcus could see her running scenarios, calculating failure points, weighing impossible choices. Finally, she turned to face the assembled personnel. This plan is desperate, she said. Risky, requires splitting forces when military doctrine says we should consolidate. Requires trusting that 3 separate teams can execute complex operations in hostile territory with minimal support. Yes, Marcus said. It also offers something we haven't had in 8 years. Initiative. The ability to act instead of react. To choose our path instead of having it forced on us. She looked around the command center, at the faces watching her, waiting for her decision. We vote, Grant said. Settlement-wide. Everyone gets a say in whether we execute the operation or try something else. 30 minutes. Assemble everyone in the common area. Present the plan. Let them decide. Commander, Rodriguez started. Democracy got us into this mess, Grant interrupted. Gave us 8 years of survival. It'll get us out or kill us. Either way, people get a choice. She turned to Marcus. You present the plan. Make it clear. Make it honest. Don't sugarcoat the risks. These people deserve to know exactly what they're voting for. Understood. The command center cleared. People running to spread the word. 30 minutes until assembly. 30 minutes until 70 people decided humanity's fate. Marcus felt the weight of it. The responsibility. His plan would get people killed. Team 1 might get caught at the greenhouse. Team 2 might find Firebase Echo destroyed. Team 3 might starve in the mountains. But doing nothing would kill everyone with mathematical certainty. Sarah approached him. You're sure about this? Sure you can lead Team 2 in your condition? I'm sure I'm the best option we have. That's not the same as being capable. It'll have to be enough. She looked like she wanted to argue. Instead, she just nodded. I'm going with Team 2. You'll need medical support. And if Yuki and Kai are at Firebase Echo, they might be injured. Sarah, don't argue, you need me, and I need to do something besides watch people die in medical bay. Marcus nodded. Having Sarah along increased Team 2's survival odds. And if things went wrong, having a doctor present might mean the difference between casualty and corpse. The settlement assembled in the common area. 70 faces looking exhausted and terrified and desperate for answers. Grant stood at the front, but everyone knew Marcus would do the talking. He stepped forward, felt his ribs protest, ignored them. We have a situation, he began. 7 hunters converging on Refuge 7. They know we're here. They're coming to kill us. We have approximately 90 minutes before they arrive. Murmurs through the crowd. Fear. Panic starting to build. But we also have an opportunity. The hunters are concentrated here. That means other locations are temporarily vulnerable. That means we can execute operations we've been planning while lanky forces are distracted. He explained the operation, detailed each team, each objective, each timeline. He didn't hide the risks, didn't pretend people wouldn't die, didn't offer false hope. He offered honest assessment and real choices. When he finished, the common area was silent. Then questions, dozens of them, people wanting to know about specific roles, specific risks, specific odds. Marcus answered everything. Tactical analysis, probability estimates, resource requirements. Rodriguez stood. This plan is insane. We're splitting our forces when we should evacuate as a group. We're taking unnecessary risks when we should be running. Running to where? Marcus asked. The search pattern covers hundreds of kilometers. The hunters are coordinated. Running together just makes us a bigger target. At least we'd be together. At least we'd have numbers. Numbers don't matter when hunters can track 70 people moving together. Small teams have better survival odds. That's tactical reality. The debate continued. People arguing, some supporting Rodriguez, others supporting Marcus. Grant let it run for 20 minutes before calling for order. We vote, she said. Simple majority. Yes to execute the operation as presented. No to pursue alternative evacuation plans. Everyone votes. No abstentions. She distributed voting tablets. Simple interface. Yes or no. Marcus watched people make their choices. Saw the fear, the hope, the desperate need to believe there was a path forward. The votes tallied. Grant read the results. 43 yes, 27 no. The operation is authorized. Relief and terror in equal measure. The settlement divided but unified by democratic choice. Team assignments are on your tablets, Grant said. Team 3 departs in 15 minutes. Teams 1 and 2 begin prep immediately. We have 72 hours to make this work. Move! The common area emptied. People running to gather equipment, say goodbyes, prepare for the operations that might be their last. Marcus found Alex. You understand the greenhouse mission? Get in, extract resources, get out, don't die. Exactly. You have discretion to modify plans based on field conditions. But the core objective is resources, seeds, equipment, anything that helps Team 3 establish sustainable food production. Got it. And Alex, come back. I need at least one team to succeed. Working on it. Grant approached with Team 3's roster. 35 names. Engineers, farmers, medical personnel. The Corps needed to establish a new refuge. You're sure about this? She asked Marcus. Sure about splitting command? I'm sure we don't have better options. Team 3 needs you, needs your leadership and experience. I'll handle Firebase Echo coordination. And if Park's transit station attack is suicide, then I'll tell him no. I'll coordinate intelligence sharing and resource trading, but I won't commit our people to obvious death traps. Make sure you don't. Team 3 assembled at the southern emergency exit. 35 people carrying everything they could. Equipment, supplies, seeds from the shelter's greenhouses, medical gear, weapons, everything needed to start over. Grant gave final instructions. Move fast but careful. The Highland Caves are 60 kilometers. That's 15 hours of hard travel. You have extraction point coordinates if you need emergency pickup, but assume you're on your own until Teams 1 and 2 complete objectives. Understood, Commander, someone said. Good luck, Grant said. Then she looked at Marcus, at Sarah, at Alex. All of you, come back alive. The airlock cycled. Team 3 departed into the darkness. 35 people walking toward uncertain future, carrying humanity's last hope. Marcus returned to the command center, started final prep for Team 2. Rodriguez was organizing equipment. Sarah was packing medical supplies. Others were loading cargo sleds. ETA on Hunter arrival? Marcus asked. 67 minutes, Alex reported. She was still there, prepping for Team 1's departure in 3 hours. They're maintaining steady approach, no acceleration, like they're confident we can't escape. They're right, we can't escape, but we can disappear. Marcus activated the final phase. Automated systems throughout Refuge 7 came online. Lights, ventilation, equipment running on timers, all designed to make the shelter look occupied. Then he triggered the collapse charges. Shaped demolition set months ago for emergency seal, never used, now repurposed to fake catastrophic failure. 20 minutes after Team 2 departs, he said, main entrance collapses. Make it look like we tried to escape and it failed. Make the hunters think we're dead or scattered. And if they don't believe it, Sarah asked, then we adapt. But deception is our only weapon right now. We use it until it stops working. The next hour was chaos. Team 1 preparing, Team 2 loading, equipment checks, final briefings, people saying goodbye to friends they might never see again. Marcus watched it all from the command center, felt the weight of command, the responsibility for every life about to risk everything on his plan. His ribs hurt, his arm was useless, his body was breaking down, but his mind was clear. His tactical instincts were sharp, and for the first time in 8 years, he felt like they were actually fighting instead of just surviving. Team 1 departed, Alex leading 20 people toward the greenhouse complex, moving through darkness toward resources that might save them. Team 2 assembled, 15 people, Marcus, Sarah, Rodriguez, 12 others with military or technical backgrounds, cargo sleds loaded, weapons ready, communication equipment tested. Last chance to change your mind, Sarah said to Marcus. Not changing my mind. Then let's do this. They moved to the northern emergency exit, smaller than the main entrance, harder to detect from the surface. The airlock cycled. Marcus stepped onto New Svalbard's surface for the first time in 3 years, felt the hostile atmosphere, the volcanic wasteland, the certainty of death waiting in the darkness, but also felt hope, genuine hope that the operation might work, that humanity might survive, that they might actually win. Team 2, move out, he said. They walked into the darkness, toward Firebase Echo, toward Colonel Park and 212 survivors who might be allies or enemies, or corpses. Behind them, Refuge 7 waited, automated systems running, collapse charges armed, ready to fake catastrophe and buy them time. And converging on that position, 7 hunters, moving with coordinated precision, moving to kill everyone inside. Marcus checked his chronometer. 43 hours until Teams 1 and 2 had to reach their objectives. 72 hours until the operation succeeded or failed. 7 weeks until the seed ship arrived. 14 months until the atmosphere became toxic. All the timelines collapsing. All the mathematics closing in. But for the first time in 8 years, they were acting instead of hiding, fighting instead of cowering. Maybe it was enough. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, they were committed. Marcus activated his communication gear, sent encrypted bursts toward Firebase Echo. Simple message, Team 2 en route. 40 hours until contact. Prepare for coordination discussion, Refuge 7 actual. Response came back almost immediately, fast. Like they'd been waiting. Confirmed, we'll be ready. And Commander Chen, we have your people, Yuki Tanaka and Kai Okonkwo. They're alive, they're here. Come get them. Marcus felt his heart stop. Yuki and Kai, alive, at Firebase Echo. The mission just became personal. Team 2, increase pace, he said. We have people to rescue. They move faster, through volcanic wasteland, through hostile territory, through darkness that wanted to kill them, moving toward hope hidden in a military installation that might be salvation or trap. Moving toward the next phase of the operation, and somewhere behind them, the main entrance to Refuge 7 collapsed with precisely calculated destruction, sealing their past, committing them to uncertain future. 70 people split into 3 teams, 3 missions, 3 paths to survival, and 47 days until everything changed. The operation had begun.